The Rise of America 1620. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 326. It's a Fairy. Emma wore a European-style men's white shirt, brown trousers, and long leather boots. She carried an Arabic-style scimitar at her waist, along with two short-handled muskets tucked behind her waist. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, giving her a look of untamed charm. Despite her youth, she was instantly striking, a true beauty. Sarah, meanwhile, wore a high-necked, tight-fitting, puffy skirt, avoiding the men's trappings. After all, they weren't just family, where they could dress however they pleased. Now, she and Zhao Hongai were facing the French royal family and aristocracy. Therefore, Sarah had to dress appropriately. Zhao Hongai, on the other hand, wore the uniform of a parade party, with the addition of gold-threaded epaulets, buttons, and floral patterns to distinguish him. Yet, it was precisely this attire that made him look incredibly energetic. The scar on his face added a touch of ferocity to his otherwise delicate appearance. Emma and Sarah stared at Zhao Hongai, their eyes filled with utter fascination. Sarah's fascination was tinged with lust, while Emma's was pure admiration. The expressions of the two women, one large and one small, held completely different meanings. But regardless, their hearts were filled with admiration for Zhao Hongai. Seeing their reactions, Zhao Hongai cockily raised his chin. "How is it going?" "I'm not bad at this outfit, am I?" Sarah and Emma nodded. Emma said, "It looks absolutely stunning. My husband is the best." Although Emma was young, her words were what Zhao Hongai loved to hear. "Hey, I knew you were the best. Give me a kiss." Zhao Hongai walked over and kissed Emma on the cheek, making her blush. Sarah stood by, watching the two playfully, smiling. "Okay, let's go out. I think Mary and the others should be here soon." After Zhao Hongai and Emma had been joking for a while, Sarah spoke up to remind them. Zhao Hongai and Emma stopped playing around and left the room with Sarah. "Wang Shan, how are things going? Where are Queen Marie and the others now?" Once outside, Zhao Hongai waved to Wang Shan, beckoning him over. "It's still 5 miles away, an hour at most," Wang Shan replied. "That still leaves a while," Zhao Hongai nodded. Meanwhile, the old woman and a group of other women gathered around. Their faces showed a hint of fear at the sight of Queen Marie. But that was understandable. After all, they had been imprisoned in a dark, damp dungeon just a few months earlier. They had been imprisoned there on Queen Marie's orders. Besides, they hadn't left France yet. The land they stood on still belonged to France. As long as they didn't leave France, they wouldn't be able to shake off their fear of Queen Marie. Therefore, Zhao Hongai understood these women very well. "You don't have to show up. I'll deal with Queen Mary. She won't blame me, and I guarantee you'll leave here with me. I promise." Zhao Hongai comforted the women, then signaled to Wang Shan to bring them back to the house. After Wang Shan settled the women, he returned to Zhao Hongai. After Wang Shan arrived, Zhao Hongai, Sarah, and Emma headed out of the manor. Outside, a small group of geneticists lined up on both sides, forming a makeshift welcoming procession. Although Zhao Hongai had said a grand welcome for Queen Mary and her entourage wasn't necessary, a show of force was still necessary. "Keep your spirits up, everyone. Don't lose face. You have to show these Europeans a good taste of our style." "Okay." Once outside, Wang Shan shouted at the top of his voice. "Got it," the geneticists responded in shock. Despite the rain, the road leading outside was extremely muddy. However, the manor was surrounded by gravel, making it appear less dingy. This was why Zhao Hongai had chosen to greet Queen Mary at the manor. He didn't want to walk the muddy roads to greet the woman. The fact that he was willing to wait for her outside the manor was already a great courtesy. "Are you nervous?" Zhao Hongai saw that Sarah's pretty face was tense, like a wound-up spring. "A little," Sarah nodded. Zhao Hongai reached out and took Sarah's hand, squeezing it tightly. "Don't be so nervous. You're my wife now, and you have the empire behind you. In terms of status, You're no less powerful than Mary. Sarah nodded silently, and Zhao Hongyu didn't know if she had heard him. Sarah was so nervous that Zhao Hongyu could clearly feel her slight trembling as he held her hand. Emma kept scratching the gravel with her boot, venting her impatience. Really? Why should we greet her? It really makes me feel uncomfortable, Emma muttered in a low voice with resentment. The little girl was quite disgusted with the reception of Queen Mary and her entourage. In her opinion, Mary and her entourage did not need to be greeted by herself, Zhao Hongyu, and Sarah, because she was not worthy of it at all. Quebec was taken over by the Empire, and she didn't even dare to fart. The queen of such a weak country was not worthy of their respect at all. This was Emma's truest thought. Because in Emma's view, the French were the losers, and for the Indians, the losers did not deserve such respect. Therefore, Emma was not used to this practice. However, for the sake of Zhao Hongyu, the little girl could only suppress this idea in her heart. After all, Zhao Hongyu was her husband. As a Mohawk woman, Emma had to respect the virtues of Mohawk women, that is, not to oppose her husband on major issues. Emma, why are you acting a bit impatient? Are you not used to it? Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyu, after consoling Sarah, glanced over at Emma beside him and noticed the girl's impatient expression. HMPH, why should we show courtesy to the defeated? In our Mohican way of thinking, someone like Mary, who lost Quebec and remained silent, is a coward and unworthy of our efforts. Despite her youth, Emma finally spoke out what she had been holding back. Zhao Hongyu and Sarah shook their heads. What a brat, they thought to themselves. Am I wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Emma asked, pouting unhappily as they shook their heads. She didn't think what she said was wrong. Because, in Mohican terms, that's how things are viewed. No, our little Emma is right. There's certainly nothing wrong with looking at this from your Mohican perspective, but we're the strong, aren't we? Zhao Hongyu wouldn't say anything that would hurt Emma, so he could only gently explain the situation. Sarah, momentarily forgetting her fear, watched Zhao Hongyu and Emma with interest, wanting to know how Zhao Hongyu would address the question. Emma nodded, of course. We are the strongest. The Song Empire's might is undeniable. That's what Wang Shan and Song Hu of the Silk Mansion taught me, and I agree. Zhao Hongyu smiled at Emma and said, we are the strong. So, we must adopt a strong attitude. We can't be too aggressive with the weak and intimidate them, right? Besides, the strong don't bully the weak. On the contrary, they are humble. At this, Emma's eyes flickered with realization. Wow, I get it. The strong should be humble. Sympathize with the weak. I get it. Emma looked up at Zhao Hongyu with a look of "You're so awesome." Sarah, beside her, was at a loss for words. She couldn't believe someone would actually believe Zhao Hongyu's nonsense. Zhao Hongyu, on the other hand, couldn't believe that such a simple girl would actually believe his random fabrication. What a bastard. Will he be struck by lightning for tricking such a simple girl like Emma? Zhao Hongyu thought to himself, looking down at Emma, who looked up at him with admiration. This incident was just a minor incident. As time passed, Mary and her group appeared at the end of the muddy road in the sycamore forest. Your Highness, Queen Mary's group has arrived, Wang Shan said loudly to Zhao Hongyu, putting down his monocular. Zhao Hongyu, Emma, and Sarah all adjusted their clothes, then smiled and stood there waiting for Mary and the others to approach. The knights who had arrived earlier dismounted and stood to either side. Then, Mary and her companion's carriage slowly arrived at the gravel drive outside the manor. The driver pulled the reins, bringing the carriage to a stop. A musketeer then opened the door and helped Mary out. What a mature woman. The epitome of a culprit. Her black, puffy skirt revealed most of her breasts, and as she stepped onto the gravel, her bust swayed slightly, revealing the fullness of her breasts. Zhao Hongyu had originally thought Sarah's breasts were large, but after seeing Mary, he realized he'd been a complete novice. Mary's golden hair was tied back in a bun. Zhao Hongyu even maliciously wondered if the queen's lower body, like other women, didn't wear boat bottoms. Judging from Mary's age, she looked no more than her early 30s and well-maintained. As she stepped out of the carriage, her puffy skirt inadvertently lifted, revealing her round thighs. Ugh! He swallowed hard, suppressing the faintest whimper in his heart. She's truly a seductress. Mary stepped off the carriage and glanced over with her large, watery blue eyes, sending Zhao Hongyu reeling. This woman is definitely trying to seduce me, for sure, Zhao Hongyu cried out inwardly. Having no other choice, Zhao Hongyu had to divert his attention. He knew that if he didn't, he'd likely make a fool of himself. Mary, who had been observing Zhao Hongyu, inadvertently curled her lips in a smug smile. As Zhao Hongyu had suspected, the woman had done it on purpose. This woman, Mary, is truly quite capable. Even someone as resolute as me nearly lost my resolve, Wang Shan muttered to Zhao Hongyu. Yes, it wasn't just Zhao Hongyu who was being disturbed, Wang Shan had also felt a slight intrusion. But it was Wang Shan after all, so he quickly controlled his rampage and became wary of Mary. He was a genetically modified human, after all. While he looked similar to a real person, he was far more capable of controlling his emotions than a real human. Therefore, Wang Shan's moment of distraction was only a fleeting moment. Mary observed Wang Shan's reaction. She was somewhat stunned by his quick control and alertness after his moment of distraction. She couldn't believe someone could be so easily seduced by her charm. After all, she had always navigated the aristocratic world with ease using these little tricks, and she had never failed. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyu also regained consciousness. All of this completely overturned Mary's perceptions. Sure enough, there are some tricks, but that alone isn't enough. Let's take it slow. Glancing triumphantly at the sulking Sarah, Mary's gaze took on a hint of provocation. I just found a powerful man in America. I'll seduce him over now. Then we'll see what you can rely on. In Mary's opinion, Sarah's relationship with Zhao Hongyu must have been driven to desperation, so she exploited her feminine talents to seduce Zhao Hongyu, the young crown prince of America, to secure her support. Women, as long as they're willing to take risks, have it much easier than men, aren't they? Zhao Hongyu, after all, was still a young man, and under Sarah's deliberate seduction, he surely wouldn't have much patience. If Sarah could do this, why couldn't Mary return the favor? And just as she stepped out of the carriage, Mary had taken a quick look. She'd noticed that the young crown prince of America was actually quite handsome, a true beauty. While the scar marred his delicate features, it also added a touch of sturdy masculinity. Mary felt a fire rising in her belly. HMPH, Sarah, I'll show you what I can do. You're just taking advantage of this young man, aren't you? Mary was clever, she knew how to capitalize on her talents. But what she didn't expect was that Sarah and Zhao Hongyu's relationship was more than just about lust, to be continued. Chapter 327, Pretending to be Stupid. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, welcome to Marseilles. Your presence truly honors me. Mary gracefully approached Zhao Hongyu and the others, offering a charming smile. Zhao Hongyu also displayed an 18th-century aristocratic understanding, which brightened Mary's eyes. Mary nodded silently, thinking, it seems the Song Empire is indeed not the barbaric aboriginal people rumored. Just from this aesthetically pleasing understanding, we can discern a hint of their true nature. Meanwhile, the etiquette officers of both sides began introducing each other. This is Lord Wang Shan, Commander-in-Chief of the Song Imperial Guard, Grand Duke Gaston I, Duke of Orleans, Lord of Burgundy, Her Highness Emma, Queen of the Song Empire, Queen of the Indians, Her Highness Queen Marie, the Supreme Jewel of France, Her Highness Louis Zhao, Dauphin of France, Gaston II, Heir to Orleans and Burgundy, Her Highness Zhao Hongyu, Crown Prince of the Empire, King of the Indians, Lord of Quebec, Concubine of the Imperial King, Count Sarah. After some introductions, both sides had a slight acquaintance. Zhao Hongyu and his companions avoided the usual European tradition of the time, often prefixing their names with a series of titles, which saved them a considerable amount of trouble. After the introductions, Zhao Hongyu and Mary, the most distinguished members of each team, began chatting. Little Gaston II and Louis Zhao, each with their own purpose, watched Zhao Hongyu and his companions. Louis Zhao's eyes were filled with curiosity and inquiry. He had always wanted to see what the American imperialists, who had invented such a new tactic, looked like. He was slightly older than himself, and handsome from the side, though the scar on his face gave him a somewhat rugged appearance. He had a certain masculine air. Perhaps that was what a man looked like. Little Louis Zhao's attention was focused primarily on Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan, not Sarah and Emma. And once he saw Zhao Hongyu, the little man couldn't take his eyes off him. The novel clothing was truly aesthetically pleasing. Little Louis Zhao even imagined how dashing he would look in the uniform of the parade party. Louis Zhao had always had a keen interest in novelties. Zhao Hongyu's elegant demeanor during his conversation with Marie had further strengthened little Louis Zhao's liking for him. Zhao Hongai was always full of witty remarks, speaking with a genuine French accent. More importantly, he would occasionally deliver a surprising sonnet or two. It was clear that this crown prince of the Song Empire, hailing from America, had undoubtedly received a fine education, no less than the children of European royalty, perhaps even superior. Little Louis Zhao followed behind Zhao Hongai and Marie, listening to their conversation with genuine fascination. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of place America was, that someone like Zhao Hongai could have been born. Although he hadn't yet completely captivated little Louis Zhao, he now had a small admiration for Zhao Hongai. At least, little Louis Zhao himself had to admit, he couldn't come up with a few sonnets to suit the occasion so quickly. But Zhao Hongai, surprisingly, was able to do just that. And judging by his mother's reaction, the American crown prince was undoubtedly a man of real talent. Otherwise, his mother wouldn't have reacted as she did. Her little finger trembled slightly, and Louis Zhao knew. His mother only had such subtle reactions when she was truly excited. Even the Grand Duke of Orleans didn't know this. Only the observant little Louis Zhao knew. And the reason for his mother's reaction was her deep interest in literature. Even when she was in Paris, she would occasionally meet with playwrights to discuss scripts and rehearse plays. Louis Zhao certainly didn't know that his mother, the woman who nearly prevented him from becoming emperor in French history, was actually a literary woman at heart. The war was urgent at the time, and we didn't have time to report this new development. My company only had 200 soldiers, but our enemy, according to intelligence, had 3,000. Zhao Hongai had the look of recalling the glorious past years on his face, and he spoke with a great sigh about the time when he went to the company as the crown prince to experience the life of a soldier. Because that's how he got the scar on his face. Of course, Wang Shan knew that his prince was talking nonsense, but he wouldn't expose it. The enemy chopped down the knife fiercely, and I had just knocked down an enemy. At this time, the knife's force was gone and there was no time to defend myself. At this critical juncture, I could only rush forward instead of retreating. Well, what a brave man. If it were me at such a juncture, I would definitely faint. Mary raised her hand to cover her mouth, her face full of horror. Just like that, my enemy was killed by me, but this scar was left on my face. But I don't feel sorry at all, because this is a sign of my becoming a man, and it also proves to the soldiers that I am a qualified crown prince. Zhao Hongai's face showed a proud look, which made it impossible to tell that he was pretending. I can't believe that in the Song Empire, they would actually train an heir to the empire in this way. Mary said this sincerely, because what Zhao Hongai experienced was very dangerous. If things go wrong, the crown prince of the empire will be killed on the battlefield, and the empire will lose its heir. What will happen to a huge empire without an heir? Just thinking about it is terrifying. I really don't know what Zhao Hongai's parents are thinking. They actually treat their only child like this and let him go to such a dangerous battlefield at such a young age. Although doing so is very useful for an heir to an empire to understand some real things. But in general, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Judging from Zhao Hongai's age, he must have been even younger when he experienced it on the battlefield. In France, noble children of that age are still learning etiquette and playing. Let's not talk about others, just talk about Louis Zhao and Gaston II. It is impossible for them to be sent to such a dangerous place. Even going to the city of Paris and interacting with civilians is impossible for them. Could it be that your father and mother have the heart to let you go to such a dangerous place? You know, if something really went wrong, it wouldn't even be time to regret it then. Mary couldn't help but ask after Zhao Hongai finished explaining the origins of his facial scar. Of course my father and mother love me, I'm their only son, after all, Zhao Hongai said, feigning helplessness. But I'm also the crown prince of the empire, so I must follow the teachings and rules of my ancestors and experience this kind of life. Only in this way can I truly understand what war is. The people of the empire have sacrificed so much to defend it, and it's because of this that I'll learn to cherish, acting smart, really acting smart. Wang Shan, who had been silent the entire time, honestly fulfilling his role as a general of the Imperial Guard, listened to Zhao Hongai's words and began to complain internally. What a unique royal upbringing. Your parents are truly great. At least in Europe, no royal family would treat their children this way, especially with only one heir. Mary looked at Zhao Hongai very sincerely and said to him, "There is nothing we can do about it. This is the rule set down by my ancestors. Every heir to the empire must do such things according to the rules of their ancestors. My father and his father's father have experienced it. There is no way I wouldn't go. Zhao Hongyu shrugged helplessly and replied, if something really goes wrong for me, it is God's arrangement, and I can only leave it to fate. But my parents have always taught me that a person's destiny can be changed by himself. It's like going to the battlefield. If you are timid and afraid to move forward, and don't resist the enemy, then you will be the unlucky one. But on the other hand, as long as you kill your enemies, then everything will be fine. When Zhao Hongyu finished speaking, a trace of cruelty appeared on his face. You know, Zhao Hongyu had experienced a lot of killing in America, so there was a lot of murderous intent in his bones. This was different from those nobles and commoners who had never seen blood. Therefore, Mary, who is very close to Zhao Hongyu, felt the change in Zhao Hongyu's aura. This made her heart tremble. Why did the aura of this young man suddenly become so dark? But not only did I not feel disgusted, but I felt a little excited. A stream of heat rose from Mary's lower abdomen and flowed quickly to point. Fortunately, Mary's willpower was not bad, and she did not make a fool of herself on the spot. Even so, a hint of blush flashed across Mary's face, but fortunately she concealed it well and no one else saw it. Otherwise, it would have been a bit embarrassing. That's right, man can conquer nature. As long as we have a strong and never give up heart, even gods will be afraid of us. At this moment, a young boy's voice rang out from behind Zhao Hongyu and Mary, causing Zhao Hongyu to look back. He saw a thin, short, freckled boy looking at him excitedly. To be continued. Chapter 328. Are you kidding? The prevalence of short men in French history is nothing new. This was true of Louis Zhao, as well as the renowned Napoleon. Within their diminutive frames, they always harbored incredible energy, bringing subtle changes to the world and leaving their mark on history. However, Louis Zhao, who would become famous in the future, was still a teenager. He had not yet become the emperor who would later dominate an empire and expand France's territory. Meanwhile, he had consistently opposed Christianity. This made Zhao Hongyu feel a little dazed. Louis Zhao was now a freckled, thin young man with dark blonde curly hair, and a deep yearning for the Americas. Little Louis Zhao, who had been following behind Zhao Hongyu, listened to the conversation between Zhao Hongyu and his mother. When Zhao Hongyu shared his own experiences, the training methods for the crown prince of the Song Empire, and the teachings of the Song Empire's ancestors, little Louis Zhao resonated deeply. Especially when Zhao Hongyu said, man can conquer nature, little Louis Zhao couldn't help but cheer out loud. Seeing Zhao Hongyu looking back at him, the excited young man suddenly felt embarrassed. Interrupting someone's conversation was a very rude act. As a well-educated and well-mannered young Louis Zhao, he felt a little uneasy at this moment. Oh, how reckless he was. How could he have done such a thing? Zhao Hongyu looked at the young man standing there, not knowing where to put his hands and feet, and felt very amused. This is the future emperor of France, the man who would crown himself by the kneeling of Christianity. But now, it seems, he's just a shy young man. Louis Zhao, this is interesting. Zhao Hongyu smiled at Louis Zhao. He nodded and turned back, which made little Louis Zhao feel relieved. It seems that the crown prince has no intention of blaming him. What a blessing. Little Louis Zhao couldn't help but feel relieved. Louis, don't be so rude. Although Zhao Hongyu said nothing, Marie turned around and scolded him. Little Louis Zhao had no choice but to lower his head and reflect silently. Beside him, little Gaston smirked with a gloating look. Luckily, Louis Zhao didn't have time to pay attention to him right now, otherwise the two would definitely have quarreled. Your Highness, has anyone ever told you you're beautiful? Zhao Hongyu looked at Marie with a sincere face and said to her. Oh. Is that true? This is the first time someone has said that to me. Marie feigned happiness. I don't know how many people have said that to you, you're just being so naive. So many men have said that to me. Men, really, can't they be a little creative? Zhao Hongyu and Marie each had their own thoughts and complaints in their hearts. Indeed, your beauty would make even a brave warrior lay down his sword, and the most ferocious beast sheath its sharp fangs. Zhao Hongyu's compliments were endless. Although Mary seemed to enjoy it, whether or not that was truly the case, only God knew. Regardless, compliments and praise are something women really enjoy hearing, right? So, regardless, Mary's feelings towards Zhao Hongyu were slowly improving. She had originally considered confronting Sarah, But now she had put the thought behind her. At the same time, the thought suddenly occurred to Mary, chatting with this young man would be quite pleasant. At the very least, chatting with Zhao Hongai was truly pleasurable. Madam, your skin is so well maintained. If I didn't know your age, I might have thought you were only 18. Zhao Hongai knew what women like to hear. After all, he was from the future. Compared to people of this generation, he had seen so much more about women through various media and films. Oh, ho, ho, Mary was truly happy this time. Because no one had ever said such a thing to her before. The people she interacted with, or the nobles who pursued her, either openly or covertly, kept saying things like, "You are so beautiful, my lady, you are a flower, my lady, and I would die for you, my lady." She was tired of hearing these words. But Zhao Hongai's words caught her eye. Women, besides being told they're beautiful, also want to be told they're young, right? It's been the same since ancient times. Your Majesty, you have a maturity that young girls don't have. You're like a ripe fruit. I long to taste it and see if it's juicy and delicious. It's simply too tempting. There was a hidden meaning in Zhao Hongai's words that most people wouldn't be able to hear. At least Louis Zie and Gaston II, who were following him, and Marie, didn't catch it. As for the Duke of Orleans, he didn't even hear it. You're so sweet. Did you say the same thing to Sarah? Marie rolled her eyes at Zhao Hongai, and he felt a surge of excitement. Your Majesty, I believe every woman in the world is different, each possessing her own unique charm. Sarah and you are completely different, each possessing your own strengths. How could Zhao Hongai possibly criticize Sarah? He would never do that. Mary scorned Zhao Hongai's words, but she knew they were sincere. Only a woman with experience like her could understand the truth behind what Zhao Hongai said. Of course, it was also quite cunning. It was precisely because of this that Mary internally despised Zhao Hongai. Despite her disdain, she still found Zhao Hongai's description of her youth quite appealing. After all, women care about more than just figure, looks, and age. This was true whether she was a high-ranking empress or a humble peasant. I have to admit, I'm very happy to hear what you said, even though I know you're just trying to tease me, Mary said, smiling and leaning towards Zhao Hongai with a playful expression. It was unbelievable that the Sorn Queen Marie could act so feminine. Fortunately, the others behind her couldn't see, or they would have been a bit surprised. Even the Duke of Orleans had never shown such an expression to Marie. Who knows if he'd be jealous if he saw this. But even if he were, Zhao Hongai wouldn't pay any attention. Going one's own way and leaving others to follow, that's Zhao Hongai's role in this era, isn't it? No, my beautiful highness, I mean what I say, Zhao Hongai said seriously. While Marie appreciated his words, she was no longer the kind of little girl who could be easily fooled by a few words. Let's get back to the point. Did you really come to Marseilles just to take over this estate? Marie changed the subject and got to the point. Zhao Hongai smiled. My beautiful highness, are you meeting me just to chat? Marie, after hearing Zhao Hongai's words, was a cunning little fellow. He mentally defined him. To be honest, I'm here to seek your cooperation on a major matter. I also hope to take the widows of the Samuel family with me. After all, they're of little use to you, aren't they? Zhao Hongai dropped his smooth talk and became serious. Oh. What major matter? Mary didn't mention the Samuel widows at all, but Zhao Hongai wasn't disappointed. Although her silence didn't mean there was no hope. Divide the Spanish Empire and destroy it, Zhao Hongai declared to Mary with startling clarity. Mary was genuinely frightened by Zhao Hongai's words. She had never imagined that Zhao Hongai would discuss such a matter with her. Although the Spanish Empire was now on the decline, a lean camel was still stronger than a horse, and a rotten ship still had 3 pounds of iron. Although the enemy fleet had been destroyed decades ago, and its former glory was gone, the Spanish Empire was still very powerful. The Spanish still owned numerous colonies in Central America, which provided them with an endless stream of financial support. Meanwhile, while the Spanish Empire's maritime glory had faded, it still possessed 13 legions. These 13 legions numbered a staggering 160,000 men, not counting the mercenaries available for hire. At that time, no other nation on the European continent possessed such a large army, save for the Spanish Empire. Even France possessed only 50,000 soldiers, far fewer than the Spanish. Of course, these 13 legions weren't all stationed in Spain itself. Most were stationed in the colonies to protect their interests. Even so, the Spanish Empire couldn't just move at will. So, Mary was startled by Zhao Hongayu's words. She also felt that he was being unrealistic and far-fetched. Are you going to join forces with us, France, to wage war against Spain? Mary looked at Zhao Hongayu seriously, hoping to catch a hint of joking. But unfortunately, Zhao Hongayu's expression was deadly serious, not a joking one at all. Well, she had to admit, the young man was telling the truth. Faced with this question, Mary couldn't refuse outright. She could only ask tentatively. Zhao Hongayu nodded. I can guarantee that the army and navy of the Spanish colonies in Central America will never return to the mainland. This will greatly reduce the number of 13 corps you mentioned. He began to outline his plan, to be continued. Chapter 329. Be careful, she is a slut. What a beautiful little beauty. Compared to the girls he'd experienced and ravaged, this young woman from America possessed an exotic charm he'd never encountered before. Look at those long legs, the burgeoning breasts, the slender waist. Just imagining her flexing beneath him was enough to make him feel overwhelmed. I want her, no matter what. Unbeknownst to everyone, upon seeing Emma, Gaston II, who had remained silent, suddenly harbored a sinister thought. He cared nothing for Zhao Hongayu's identity or Emma's status. In his view, if he wanted something, he could have it. It was just a Native American girl. What was the big deal? He had no idea that the people he'd considered native were actually incredibly powerful. This was the tragedy of those who were uneducated and ill-informed about the current state of affairs. He had no idea what a terrifying being he'd offended. Gaston II, he didn't have that awareness yet. He reached into his pocket and tightly grasped a small glass bottle. This was an aphrodisiac potion he had purchased at great expense from a gypsy pharmacist. With this potion, Gaston II was unstoppable. He persecuted the women of Orleans, even the daughters of lesser nobles. This caused protests among some nobles, prompting the Duke of Orleans to bring his son from Orleans to Paris and keep him under his care. However, to the Duke's surprise, this action not only failed to improve his son's behavior, but instead launched his own destructive activities in Paris. Most people, conscious of the Duke's power and prestige, largely ignored the matter. This only emboldened Gaston II, making him believe that his father would cover for his actions. Furthermore, Gaston II believed that he was, as rumored, the illegitimate child of his father and Queen Marie. And he was also the heir to the French throne. As for the current crown prince, he didn't even take her seriously. Hey, native girl, you're mine tonight. Your man won't be any problem, no matter how powerful France and Queen Marie are, and with your father, the Grand Duke of Orleans, backing you up, these aren't any problems for me. Gaston hadn't expected his reaction to be noticed by Wang Shan and Louis Zhao, who had been keeping an eye on him. That guy has such evil, lustful eyes. I guess I need to keep a closer eye on him. He's definitely not a good person. He keeps staring at Emma and muttering to himself. God knows what he's thinking. Wang Shan, becoming more cautious, summoned a genetic agent and whispered something in his ear, instructing it to monitor Gaston II. Louis Zhao, however, mentally said, idiot, he could see it. Gaston II had already developed lustful thoughts about the Indian girl, and given his personality, he was sure to act on them. So, should he have a go? Unlike Gaston II, little Louis Zhao really knew how powerful the American Song Empire was. How terrifying it was to be the crown prince of the Song Empire. And what consequences would it bring if he had evil thoughts about the crown prince's wife, the Indian queen? However, wouldn't it be a good opportunity to get rid of this annoying guy? You know, the rumors are very weird. Little Louis Zhao has always regarded Gaston II as his potential enemy. As for whether he is his mother's illegitimate son, it is no longer the most important thing now. It's new now. I have ordered people to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Come and try our American-style food. It will definitely make your trip worthwhile. As for business, let's talk while eating. Zhao Hongai looked at the sky and said to Queen Mary. Mary smiled and replied, obedience is worse than respect. We're the host's business these days, and I really want to try some American cuisine. I've heard so many people talk about it, but I've never tasted it myself. I'll definitely satisfy you today, Zhao Hongai said, his tone ambiguous. Mary's smile widened. As they spoke, they arrived at the manor's courtyard. The geneticists had already set up a square tent and laid out the tables, chairs, and dining utensils. Everything was ready. Seeing Mary and her group arrive, the geneticists ushered everyone to their seats. Then, the geneticists, acting as waiters, began pouring tea and serving. "This is black tea. If you don't like it, you can add some fresh milk and a little sugar. It's even better and good for your stomach." Zhao Hongyu first took out the milk tea and demonstrated it to Mary and the others. "I've heard of this kind of milk tea, it's all the rage in Lisbon lately. It's a shame I've never had it, but now I finally have the chance to try it." Little Louis Zhao was the first to speak. "Wow. Delicious, very sweet, and not at all greasy." Served by his Gene man, little Louis Zhao made himself a cup of milk tea, took a sip, and exclaimed in admiration. "I've only heard it's delicious, but now that I've tasted it myself, I know those people weren't kidding." Marie and the Grand Duke of Orleans nodded, agreeing that little Louis Zhao was absolutely right. Marie, in particular, fell in love with this milk tea. You know, women in later generations also enjoyed it. Gaston I sat there silently, not saying anything, simply drinking it. But his sly little eyes would occasionally steal a glance at Emma. "This is just an appetizer, just to whet your appetite. The main course won't be served for a while. Our chef is preparing it now, so why don't you all enjoy some American music?" Zhao Hongyu stood up, clapped his hands, and summoned the guest musicians from the genetics. Then he spoke to Mary and the others. Mary nodded and said, "I've heard that American music is very different from ours, with a strong pastoral feel. I've always been curious about it, and I can't wait to experience it, now as I wish." Zhao Hongyu's voice faded, and the violin began to play, and the guitarist and pianist began to prepare. The music Zhao Hongyu had prepared for Mary and the others wasn't extensive, nor was it particularly classic. But even so, it was enough to impress Mary and the others. While Mary and the others were enjoying the music, Sarah stealthily tugged at Zhao Hongyu's sleeve. "That woman was trying to seduce you just now? Be careful, she's a slut," Sarah warned Zhao Hongyu seriously. Zhao Hongyu maintained a smile. "I know. Don't think I'm an idiot. I need to compliment her. Don't misunderstand." Sarah finally felt relieved after receiving Zhao Hongyu's answer. Zhao Hongyu and Mary had been chatting and laughing just now, and Sarah had been feeling uneasy. Honestly, she'd eaten something wrong. And seeing Mary's lustful expression, Sarah felt even worse. Mary was clearly trying to seduce her young man. Was having big breasts a big deal? Sarah admitted that Mary had a nice figure, and her breasts were bigger than hers. But she had given birth, after all, and even had an illegitimate child. Still, Sarah didn't dare take it lightly. She knew Mary too well. This woman held a fatal allure for men. In France, she had many suitors, it was no joke. Unlike Sarah, Emma didn't seem to mind. She didn't care if Mary was trying to seduce her man. In the Mohican tradition, the more popular a man was, the more capable he was. A man who doesn't even notice women is a complete failure. Therefore, Emma saw women smitten with her husband, believing it proved he was truly exceptional. If he weren't exceptional, no woman would seduce him. It must be said that the values of Mohawk women truly diverge from mainstream opinion. But who can say this is wrong? Is it simply because they don't follow certain people's opinions that they are wrong? That's completely unreasonable. Of course, Emma's composure wasn't without reason. According to Mohawk custom, if a husband is seduced and the woman marries into the family, the wife, as the head of the family, can punish her at will. If a woman doesn't want to be punished, she must spend a fortune to please herself. This is a crucial consideration for a money grubber. HMPH, hurry up and seduce my outstanding husband. If you have the chance to marry me, I'll be rich. No matter how hard Zhao Hongyu thought, he would never have imagined that in Emma's eyes, he had become a tool for her to enrich herself. If Zhao Hongyu ever learned the truth, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Emma, how about you sing a part, too, using the song you wrote?" Zhao Hongyu suddenly asked. Emma had a burning desire to perform, as if every girl was born with it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many girls interested in talent shows in later generations. Little Emma was the same way. Ever since she learned country music, she loved showing off her skills in large crowds, enjoying the applause and admiring stares. In later times, Emma would have been a perfect star. Unfortunately, she lived in the 17th century, when the concept of celebrity didn't exist. So, her talent was truly wasted. Okay, Zhao Hongyu's question instantly perked Emma up. Performing her music for everyone was her favorite thing. The more people there were, the better she performed, a fact she found even more surprising. "Would you like to sing Lovely Groundhog?" Emma asked Zhao Hongyu, picking up her acoustic guitar. Zhao Hongyu laughed heartily. Yes, lovely groundhog will do. If you don't want to sing that, then Fat Squirrel Brothers will be fine. Of course, if you have other songs, you can sing them. Emma tilted her head and thought for a moment. Oh, those 2 songs are too few. Won't you get tired of them? If you didn't know, you'd think I only have those 2 songs. You know, I'm a talented and beautiful girl. Wang Shen even said I'm a talented and creative singer. Emma raised her face proudly and said to Zhao Hongyu. Oh, so you have new songs? Zhao Hongyu asked with a smile. Emma nodded. Please translate it for me. I've prepared a new song called Ferocious Wild Boar in the Forest. Okay, you have to admit, Emma's song titles are mostly animal-related. It's a bit funny, but it makes sense. Emma grew up in the Mohican tribe, exposed to forests, wilderness, and all sorts of animals. So, it's only natural that her lyrics now mostly involve animals. This isn't unlike later generations of singers who often sing about love and affection. People in later generations are exposed to the cycle of love and affection. Songs are the most expressive medium for reflecting contemporary reality. White fingers plucking guitar strings. A beautiful tune echoes, and a voice, though somewhat immature, rises. Emma's interpretation of the American country tune is captivating. Coupled with her unique Mohawk style, she instantly captivates everyone. Even though Emma sang in the Mohawk language, people listened intently. Great music isn't hindered by language. There's a saying that goes, music knows no borders. Emma embodied this perfectly. Although Mary and the others didn't understand what Emma was singing, she found the voice beautiful, the tune captivating, and a touch of playfulness. This perfectly suited Emma's age. A worried girl, innocently and romantically yearning for her own Prince Charming. Every girl has this fantasy, especially during her teenage years. Mary was no exception. She, too, had these fantasies and aspirations during her teenage years. The forest near my home is lush and green. A wild boar patrols its territory. After winter, they've grown fat, perfect for me. Zhao Hongyu really wanted to know if the translation of these lyrics would ruin everyone's fantasy. To be continued. Chapter 330 Missionaries in America. We can't wait any longer. Manhattan's population is constantly growing, and many people are coming here to make a living. This is a God-given pasture, and we must cultivate the Lord's lambs here. And don't you think it's a great place? Besides the large population, the people also have considerable wealth. In a rental house near Manhattan Harbor, European missionaries gathered, discussing the lack of openness to religious matters in Manhattan. They also complained about the lack of response from Manhattan officials regarding their plans to build a church and other religious matters. These damn Song Empire officials. God will surely rain down thunder and fire upon this city. They have lost their faith and their divine protection. A Vatican priest stood up excitedly and shouted. His shouting drew considerable approval. Although this was no longer the Dark Ages, there were still many people in Manhattan willing to listen to the priests conveying the church's voice. Moreover, not all of these priests were steadfast in their faith. They committed evil deeds, but they were hidden from view. There were many Europeans living in Manhattan. If religious matters were allowed to be liberalized, these church members would seize the opportunity to rise, making management difficult. Furthermore, the church members of this era continued their usual practices, interfering with national policies and government decrees, and even opposing them. This was something Zhao Hongyu and his group deeply disliked and resented. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Tai, Manhattan's highest administrative officer, had remained closed to religious matters and ignored the clergy's requests. Just kidding. Without a strategy, allowing these people to settle in Manhattan would only be asking for trouble. Zhang Tai was no fool, not that foolish. This isn't Europe. Such radical measures will only lead to trouble. Don't forget that most people here don't believe in God. A French priest gave his excited companions a cold glance and kindly reminded them of this. Indeed, they weren't in Europe anymore, but in America. The usual European practices wouldn't necessarily work here. The reason was simple, they lacked a popular base. The Indians here believed in nature gods, or what they called animism. Trees, rivers, plants, and animals are usually considered gods. Therefore, the idea of a single god, Jehovah, has absolutely no place here. Furthermore, Indians believe in animism, which offers numerous benefits. Animals provide meat, plants provide herbs, rivers provide drinking water, and trees can be used for firewood and heating. But what good is a Jehovah in the church? It's completely useless. Instead, you have to provide food and drink for the priests, and then pay them money to build churches. Indians wouldn't worship such a useless god. While Indians may be naive, they're not fools. Remember, throughout history, Europeans have always tried to conquer Indians by converting them to the church, but they've always failed. Ultimately, only children from destroyed Indian tribes, taken back by Europeans and raised in the church, were considered believers in God. But other Indians simply didn't believe in God. Clearly, God held little appeal for Indians. The priest's other target, the dark-haired Huaksha people of the Song Empire's upper class, weren't particularly interested either. Some even bluntly called them a bunch of frauds. From then on, the priest's progress in America entered a complete slump. That's right. This isn't Europe. Our European ways won't work at all. And if we upset the authorities, we might even be expelled. I don't want to see that happen, someone expressed their concerns and opinions. When they were in Europe, even the nobles had to be polite to them. How could they have ever been treated like that? So, some people felt uncomfortable, and that was understandable. It's like being used to being a master, and suddenly being made a grandson. It's hard to change their mindset. Whether they like it or not, whether they were used to it or not, in America, you have to act like a dragon, coiled, and a tiger, crouching. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Some priests understood this, and so they were considered wise. But others weren't. They still thought they could act like masters wherever they went, and that they could get food and drink just by asking God. They had no idea that Zhao Hongyu and his companions didn't even take them seriously, even considering them mere clowns. Zhao Hongyu, from the future, and Wang Shen and his companions from the virtual world, knew all sorts of religious sects. Moreover, in this information-rich future, they were all too familiar with the issues behind various religious sects and beliefs. In general, the church was nothing more than a parasite. Some even joined the church for their own darker motives. For example, a certain American pastor was actually a pedophile. He exploited the trust of Europeans in the church to commit many unethical acts. Yet, he received no due punishment because, with the church's help, he escaped the US and traveled to Ireland unscathed, living a leisurely life there. This, of course, is quite ironic. This reveals just how many such people exist within the church. It's no wonder Zhao Hongyu and his companions have soured their feelings towards church members. So what do we do now? The people here are incredibly wealthy, but the government won't let us preach. So we can only watch helplessly. Helpless, indeed. Manhattan's wealth astounded these missionaries from Europe. Some of them were already fantasizing about building a church and recruiting converts. They couldn't predict how many, but if they could recruit 10,000 converts, with their monthly donations of 1 silver coin, that would be 10,000 silver coins. In Europe, only a bishop in a major region could earn that kind of income. With such a success, the position of bishop in America would be a sure thing. Moreover, as more churches were built, so too would the number of priests under their command. Their power would then grow. Haha, just thinking about it was wonderful. But unfortunately, these were just wishful thinking. Meanwhile, Manhattan officials hadn't given them permission to preach and instead deliberately restricted them. This infuriated them greatly. Yes, this is a fertile pasture. We must secure this bountiful land for God. So, what are your ideas? Why don't you all share them and discuss it together? One person may have limited solutions, but together, there will always be a solution, someone suggested. Protest. Let's protest in front of the government building, and privately contact some of the European workers there. They shouldn't refuse our demands. With a large enough group, I think the authorities will consider it. Immediately, someone offered a solution. Everyone nodded, agreeing that it was a good idea. Protests and petitions, as long as there were enough people, the Song Empire officials wouldn't ignore it. After all, no matter what kind of government, stability is essential. The missionaries were well aware of this. Furthermore, many Europeans worked in Manhattan, all believers in God. It could be said that these missionaries had a certain popular base. Furthermore, these Europeans were doing very basic work in Manhattan. If they started causing unrest, the government would have to consider the consequences. Apart from this, what other options do we have? The previous method is quite good, and we can use it. But it's not enough. We need to think more deeply and be more prepared for emergencies. A middle-aged priest from the Vatican, seated in the main seat above the missionaries, spoke up. We can also preach secretly, even in the hinterland. The people of the Song Empire probably won't notice. In short, We can't just sit there and wait for death, we must be proactive. Another idea was proposed. However, it didn't garner much support. Everyone wanted to develop in Manhattan. As for moving to mountainous areas or impoverished areas, they were reluctant. Those places, how could they compare to Manhattan? After arriving in America from Europe, they immediately fell in love with Manhattan. It was clean and tidy, unlike the filth and stench of other European cities. The people were wealthy, and there were many goods. Plus, after living here for a while, they'd really grown accustomed to this kind of life. Every day, they'd enjoy soy milk and a fried dough stick. Or simply a bowl of hot, greasy ramen. Or even other snacks. Life in remote areas, however, wouldn't be so good. Once people have enjoyed something, it's not easy to give it up. This is the situation these missionaries are facing now. We can talk to the Manhattan government little by little. First, we need to open up this door. We can temporarily focus on the port. We can say we want to establish a temporary missionary station. I don't think they will refuse, as long as this missionary station is established. The missionary who spoke finally laughed. Everyone understood his meaning. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian.com or vote for it monthly. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331. What are you going to do? Yes, the priest was right. They could tell the Song Empire's Manhattan government that they simply wanted a temporary missionary base. As long as they could gain this opening, they could slowly plan for other benefits. The most important thing now was to get the Manhattan government to relent and give them the legal cover to continue their missionary work. With that, everything would be smooth sailing. Okay, it's settled. Let's proceed. We hope the Song Empire government will grant this small request. Now, everyone, make preparations and contact all the people you can. After a brief meeting, the missionaries agreed. Then, they departed, gathering the personnel they could muster. They were preparing to rally in front of the Manhattan government building, demanding that Manhattan back down. They truly couldn't wait any longer. With each passing day, their patience was growing. Especially since rumors were circulating in Manhattan that a sect of the Abyss had emerged and was gaining a large number of followers. Therefore, if these believers in God didn't rise up in anger and fight, their chances would be lost. Besides, the abundant lambs in Manhattan were a gift from God. If they didn't seize them and shepherd them for God, they would truly be doing him a disservice. And what the heck was that Abyss sect? How could they even compare to them? They were actually considering launching a religious war. Wasn't that what the Crusaders did? They could do the same now. However, the Song Empire wasn't the Arabs of the past, and the influence of the European Church was less than it had been in the Middle Ages. So, ultimately, such an idea was just that, an idea, and implementing it would be difficult. But, regardless, they didn't want to give up Manhattan. Although the missionaries' actions were conducted in secret, they couldn't hide from Manhattan's intelligence services. Everything they did was monitored and followed closely. Manhattan's intelligence services were incredibly efficient, and the missionaries' actions were already known to Manhattan without them even realizing it. Soon, intelligence on the missionaries' actions arrived on Zhang Tai's desk. These missionaries are truly dishonest. They've actually thought of holding a protest rally. Do they think that by gathering a few believers to put pressure on me, I'll cave in? They really look down on me. Zhang Tai carefully examined the intelligence report and pondered it in his mind. Although he despised the missionaries' actions, he didn't dare to be careless. After all, there were quite a few Europeans working in Manhattan these days, and most of them were believers in God. While these people weren't as fanatical as those in the Middle Ages, no one could guarantee that there weren't some fanatics among them. After all, the actions of some extreme believers couldn't be understood or measured with normal thinking. So, Zhang Tai closed his eyes, considered carefully, and decided to take action against these missionaries. Someone, get me the Intelligence Department's operations group. Yes, sir, the secretary outside the door responded and ordered someone to the Intelligence Department. They summoned the operations group. The Intelligence Department's Wang Shan founded consisted of several branch offices. The operations group was specifically designed for wet work. Note, wet work refers to illegal activities, such as assassinations. Therefore, If Zhang Tai decided to take action against these missionaries, he would have to use members of this group. This was something Wang Shan had specifically instructed before he left. Zhang Tai had no objection to this, as he understood that things in the world aren't always so black and white. Sometimes, drastic measures are necessary. The missionaries' actions had already impacted Manhattan's stable security. Therefore, soft tactics were no longer viable. Report. Chen Kai-Onian, head of the first group of the Intelligence Department's Operations Section, has arrived. Come in. Zhang Tai sat up straight and responded. Then, a tall figure appeared at the door. Close the door. What we have to discuss is a bit confidential, Zhang Tai said, raising his chin. Chen Kai-Onian turned and closed the office door, then stood across from Zhang Tai. Sit down, let's sit down and talk. I asked you to come here mainly to deal with those missionaries from Europe. What are your thoughts on them? Zhang Tai asked directly after Chen Kai-Onian sat down. Chen Kai-Onian was young, looking only in his early 20s, but he was well built and strong, giving off a very imposing aura. He was a man who could hold his own. He had a square face and a rather ordinary appearance. Sir, these missionaries are a destabilizing factor in Manhattan's security. I think they should all be eliminated. If I were to do this, there would be absolutely no consequences. Seeing Zhang Tai's question, Chen Kai-Onian roughly understood why he had been summoned. The people in the intelligence department were generally very intelligent. What are you going to do? Zhang Tai asked curiously, looking at him. It's simple. Just let the gang do it. We can also fabricate some evidence. That way, we can get rid of them while also discrediting them. Killing two birds with one stone, right? Chen Kai-Onian stated his plan with a deadpan expression. Everyone in the intelligence department was like that, so Zhang Tai wouldn't be surprised. Sir, these European missionaries aren't exactly good people behind the scenes. Our intelligence officers have uncovered several pedophiles and sadists among the missionaries in Manhattan. I can exploit this habit and expose them, Zhang Tai nodded. HMPH. After this is exposed, their public image will undoubtedly plummet, and we can then eliminate this rubbish. But that's not what I want. I want you to make them vanish from this universe, both physically and spiritually. Chen Kai-Onian's expression remained impassive, but his eyes shone with murderous intent and excitement. Damn, the people in the intelligence department are all perverts. They get all excited when they hear about murder or something. Zhang Tai thought to himself, feeling helpless after seeing Chen Kai-Onian's subtle reaction. Sir, these things are very simple. We in the intelligence department don't even need to get involved. We can just let the gangs under our control do it. That way, we don't have to bear any government responsibility, because it can be classified as a civil dispute. Besides, what these priests are doing is very unethical, isn't it? Although Chen Kai-Onian's expression was cold, the solution he proposed was very dark. Sir, if we take action here, this news must be spread to the European continent through passing merchant ships. That way, we can dispel the Vatican's prying eyes and make them stop. After all, the actions of these missionaries are a huge blow to the Vatican's reputation, aren't they? Chen Kai-Onian didn't want to just kill these missionaries outright. He also wanted to spread the news of their misdeeds back to the European continent. Although this approach was despicable, Zhang Tai really liked it. This is simple. I can cooperate with you. If that's the case, I have a suggestion for your consideration. See if it works. Zhang Tai's eyes rolled, and he immediately came up with a wicked idea. Hearing Zhang Tai's words, Chen Kai-Onian sat up straight, his expression finally changing slightly. Oh, sir, do you have an idea as well? I'm all ears, Zhang Tai said to Chen Kai-Onian with a sly smile. You could capture some missionaries, torture them, and interrogate them about the Vatican secrets. We could learn more and then spread the information. This way, while it wouldn't have a huge impact on the Vatican, it would certainly embarrass them. Inspired by Chen Kai-Onian's suggestion, Zhang Tai also came up with this idea. Since these missionaries were known to have some perverted activities behind the scenes, it seemed likely that the bishops and priests in the Vatican wouldn't be completely clean either. Zhang Tai's goal was to make the church's members notorious in the Americas. Once the Abyss cult made its debut, the church would be unable to compete. Your Excellency, that's a great idea. Use these guys to discredit their superiors as well. I like that suggestion, Chen Kai-Onian replied, nodding. But I should warn you, Your Excellency, that our approach won't have a significant impact on the Vatican. After all, the church has considerable influence in Europe, and shaking them is no easy task. Zhang Tai smiled and said, I haven't considered overthrowing them at all. My main goal is to disgust these people. Of course, while they're upset about this, we can develop the Abyss Church's cause. Once the church has suppressed this scandal and recovered, they won't have a foothold in the Americas. Only then did Chen Qiaonian understand Zhang Tai's true intentions. Sir, then we will also brainwash the Europeans working here in Manhattan, using the impending scandal to expel the church from their faith? Yes, we will. I really want to know what expressions these Europeans will have when they know that the priests they trust have done such a thing. To be continued. Chapter 332 The Priests in Action. Aha, these missionaries' hobbies exposed. I wonder what the European believers' expressions will be like when they find out. It's bound to be quite exciting. Thinking of this, I can't help but want to see it right away. Zhang Tai said to Chen Qiaonian with a grin. Of course, they would never imagine that these guys who claim to be God's servants often do things that damage God's reputation. Besides, these guys and those in the Vatican are nothing more than villains who use God as a cover to cheat and deceive to satisfy their own desires. As members of the intelligence department, they are very familiar with this kind of thing. Therefore, Chen Qiaonian has no good feelings towards these missionaries at all. Then go and prepare. I estimate that the missionaries will take action the day after tomorrow at the latest. We must deal with these people before they act. Zhang Tai waved his hand to Chen Qiaonian. Chen Qiaonian nodded and stood up. Okay, sir. I'll take care of this matter right away. We'll have a result tonight. After all, this is our territory. We can't let these outsiders run wild. Chen Qiaonian made this promise to Zhang Tai and left Zhang Tai's office. Zhang Tai chuckled and hummed a little tune. Stepping into the rivers and lakes is my fate. The lingering Manon song echoed through the office. It was obvious that Zhang Tai was in a very good mood. He was just waiting for Chen Qiaonian to launch his attack and teach those missionaries a lesson. Meanwhile, if the scandal here reached the Vatican, how would the archbishops and priests react? Thinking of this, Zhang Tai chuckled inwardly. Trying to take advantage of Manhattan? They're really blind. In this day and age, we're the only ones who take advantage of others. How could anyone take advantage of us? Zhang Tai would never let that happen to him. Absolutely not. Dividing line. Knock knock knock. Who is it? Andre, it's me, Reverend Markman. A black-clad priest appeared in the dock workers' quarters. This quarter was a makeshift structure, constructed mostly of wood and straw. With a crackle, the wooden door swung open, and a neatly dressed middle-aged man emerged. Ah, it's Reverend Markman. What a rare visitor. Is there something you need from me? Come on in. Andre opened the door and stepped out. Seeing Reverend Markman standing outside, he quickly stepped out of the way and welcomed him in. Reverend Markman entered Andre's home and surveyed it. The interior was sparse. Aside from a bed, a table, and a hanging cross depicting the crucifixion of Jesus, it was clear that Andre was a devout believer. Reverend Markman's lips curled up, a hint of a hidden smile that quickly faded. In America, a land devoid of faith, it's truly rare that you still maintain your faith. God knows your devotion, and there will surely be a place for you in heaven. Markman turned and smiled kindly at Andre. Dad, I'm back. Business at the noodle shop was booming today. I made a lot of money delivering takeout. Just then, Andre's 11-year-old daughter, Susan, opened the door and walked in. The girl wore a coffee-colored dress, a blue floral headscarf, and black leather shoes. This was the typical attire for girls in Manhattan, and it didn't cost much anyway. Because her father wasn't a citizen, the little girl couldn't go to school. So, she had to work in a noodle shop near the harbor to help support her family. She had 2 older brothers and 3 younger brothers, after all. Fortunately, in Manhattan, as long as you worked hard, you wouldn't starve. Compared to life in Europe, Susan felt like it was heaven. Although she was still young, she could earn a good sum a day from the tips she earned delivering takeout. Hey, are there any guests? Susan walked into the room and saw Reverend Markman, dressed in black. Oh, this is Reverend Markman, the preacher of God's gospel. Susan's father, Andre, introduced her. However, he didn't notice the glint in Markman's eyes when Susan walked in. Wow, what a lovely little girl, with those innocent, yet wicked eyes, that sweet voice, that slender body. No one knew that Reverend Markman was actually a pedophile. While in Europe, he had wreaked havoc on the parish he presided over. Yet, his actions remained hidden. His missionary journey to America was a choice he made after a failed power struggle with another priest. Little did he know that Manhattan, once thought to be a barren wasteland, was actually a land of affluence. Although plans for building a church and proselytizing hadn't materialized yet, his old habits had begun to resurface. Susan's appearance immediately sent a small shiver through Machman's stomach. If it weren't for the presence of Susan's father, Andre, he might have tackled her to the ground and done something only a beast could do. "Wow, lovely girl. I'm Reverend Machman. I've come from Europe to spread the gospel of God, so that His glory may shine upon the people of this land. If you need prayer, you can come to me." Machman suppressed his evil thoughts, a false smile on his face. He walked over to the little girl, Susan, and stroked her head. The little girl raised her hand in front of her, making the sign of the cross. "Hello, Reverend Machman. If you need prayer, I'll come to you." "Susan, please leave. I have something to discuss with your father." Fortunately, Machman remembered his important business and at least hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit. After Susan left, Machman's expression grew serious. Andre, seeing Machman's seriousness, grew uneasy. He couldn't fathom the priest's intentions, nor did he know what he had come to see him about. In Europe, priests held immense power. They often dictated people's lives, even sending them to hell with a single word. Therefore, in Andre's eyes, Reverend Machman still held some lingering authority. Seeing Andre's uneasy expression made Machman feel proud. It had been ages since he'd seen people react like this to him. He truly missed it. Damn the American song empire, damn those bureaucrats. If it weren't for them, he could already be building churches and embezzling donations from the faithful. And now, he could even be searching for his own little prey. America was a land of plenty. To him, it was paradise. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that yet, and could only restrain his desires. The Song Empire was different from Europe, after all, and he couldn't be too reckless. Otherwise, he would surely get himself into serious trouble. Machman wasn't foolish. He knew that the church's reputation in America held little value. And the people of the Song Empire wouldn't give him face just because he was a church member, because they didn't believe in God. So, if he tried to use God's name to deceive the Song Empire, it would obviously be impossible. Therefore, he could only endure and wait until the Song Empire agreed to allow them to preach. And once they had gathered more believers and established a foundation, he could do what he pleased. After all, when believers comprised the majority of a country, the church could dominate the empire's politics, right? This tactic was played with ease by the European church, and European countries suffered greatly from it. Strictly speaking, the church was also an organization with its own interests, simply using a facade. Seeing through its true nature, one would discover that the church's darkness was unmatched by ordinary organizations. "Reverend Machman, what exactly do you need me to do?" Andre asked anxiously. "Don't be so nervous. Just relax. I'm not a man-eating beast." Machman, seeing Andre's nervousness, felt both pleased and comforted him. After all, he needed Andre to do something, didn't he? Andre, after hearing Machman's words, thought to himself, "Yes, you're not a beast. But while you don't eat humans, you can torture living people to death, and you're incredibly cruel." Andre had witnessed a church's torture firsthand, the dark dungeons, the terrifying instruments of torture, and the agonizing screams of the tortured. This was something Andre would never forget. Therefore, Andre was extremely respectful of the priests, largely out of fear. In this country, on this continent, the Lord's gospel cannot yet shine. Therefore, as God's lambs, we must contribute to spreading the Lord's gospel. Isn't that right? Andre nodded in agreement to Machman's question. Yes. We should do it. We absolutely should. Priest Machman smiled at Andre. So, I need to gather devout believers like you and go to the Manhattan government office to petition. Let the Song Empire officials see the power of believers in God and put some pressure on them. Andre's expression changed after hearing Priest Machman's words. He was a European working in Manhattan, and the Song Empire had very strict penalties for causing trouble. The teachers at Langsiang Technical School had taught him this during his training. For Europeans like these, learning the laws of the empire was a must. So, Andre felt a bit embarrassed. After all, while the work in Manhattan was hard, the welfare system was far superior to that in Europe. He cherished his current job and didn't want to lose it, a job that provided for his family in a savings account. If he listened to Priest Machman and did something like this, he would definitely lose his job. He would also be blacklisted by the Song Empire, making it impossible for him to find work anywhere else in the empire. This could starve people to death. Reverend Markman noticed Andre's absent-mindedness and immediately frowned. "Andre, what's with that expression? Don't you want to?" Andre couldn't admit his reluctance, so he quickly said, "No, I'm very busy with work lately and may not have the time. How about I donate $5 dragon as a token of my support?" Honestly, asking Andre to attend the rally was out of the question. He didn't want to lose his job. But he didn't dare offend Reverend Markman either. Who knew what the priest would do to him once the gospel of God spread throughout this land? These priests were definitely experts at torturing people. "Andre, aren't you afraid that the church will judge you after they land in Manhattan? As a believer, you know what you're doing now." Markman sensed his reluctance, so he threatened Andre. No. "I absolutely don't mean that," Andre explained, waving his hands repeatedly. Markman smirked. "Okay, I knew you didn't mean that. I'll be waiting for you then. Meet in front of the city hall the day after tomorrow. You must come. I'll write your name down in a notebook, and I'll reward you later." Although it was a reward, the meaning was clear. Markman would write his name down in a notebook, and then sign in the day after tomorrow. Anyone who didn't come would be remembered. A reckoning would be imminent. "I'm leaving now. Think it over." Markman didn't bother to argue with Andre anymore. In his opinion, Andre wouldn't dare not go. These people had been under the tyranny of the church for so many years. How could they easily break free? You know, human habits are terrible. The church understands this and often exploits it. "My dear little girl, although your father disappoints me, I like you very much." After leaving the thatched cottage, Markman saw the back of little Susan, who was busy outside, and laughed lewdly. "HMPH. How dare you reject my proposal? Andre is not a pious man. He must be arrested in the future, otherwise these people will forget the majesty of God. Of course, I will take good care of his daughter Susan." With such evil thoughts, Markman left the workers' residential area. However, he didn't know at this time that after he left, local gangs immediately entered Andre's home and asked about the purpose of Markman's visit. At the same time, these gangs began to brainwash Andre and told him that they could be his backers. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Gideon. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 333, Selling Out Depends on the Price. "Andre, what was that priest named Markman doing here?" two Manhattan gang members demanded sternly upon entering Andre's home. Andre was stunned by the sudden questioning. However, he quickly recovered and explained, "Oh, nothing. I'm a devout believer, and this priest came to hear my prayers. After all, the government hasn't approved churches to enter, so these priests can only interact with us believers in secret." It was a good excuse, the best Andre could come up with in a short time. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but feel excited about his own wit. Unfortunately, his lame excuse was completely ineffective in gaining the trust of the two gang members. "Andre, you know the legal system in Manhattan. We have always dealt severely with those who violate public order, as you know," one of the gang members warned Andre. Andre nodded repeatedly, saying he wouldn't do anything that would affect public order. "You have to understand that you can only earn such a high income if Manhattan remains stable. If Manhattan's public order is disrupted by external factors, investors will leave, and it will be very difficult for you to find your current job." Another gangster began to appeal to his feelings and reason. "You know what the church is. They've abandoned their faith. Those priests only care about money and beautiful women. God is nothing more than an excuse to rely on, a tool to make money, and a prop for their persecution. Taxes in Manhattan are low right now, but if the church moves in, things will be different. I can tell you responsibly that at least 80% of your earnings will have to go to the church. Do you believe it?" Faced with the gangster's questioning, Andre naturally wanted to prove that he was fully aware of this. After all, he had come to the Americas to seek a living because he couldn't survive in Europe. The reason life was unsustainable in their homeland on the European continent was not only due to high prices and the annexation of land by the nobility, but also because the church was also plundering the people's wealth. This was the reason why large numbers of Europeans began to leave their homes in search of livelihoods elsewhere. Andre's family was one of these. But what could he say to the two gangsters? Honestly, it was possible, but if the government allowed the church to move in, wouldn't Andre be persecuted? Those clergymen were extremely vindictive. Andre didn't believe the government could withstand the pressure and stand up to the church's pressure. No country in continental Europe could stand up to the church. It's not Andre's fault for being timid. In the eyes of Europeans of that era, The church was still a very powerful entity. Therefore, it was understandable that he didn't dare to offend it. Besides, the church also existed in Central America. For example, the British colonies in Virginia and Pennsylvania also had a church presence. It was clear that the church's influence was pervasive. The two visiting gangsters saw what Andre was worried about from his reaction. After a glance, one of them spoke up and said to Andre, "If the church moves in, what's happening in Europe will happen again in this city and this country. You'll become a proprietor again, and this hopeful and beautiful life you have now will be gone. You must think this through carefully." Andre understood. If the church moved into Manhattan, those greedy and shameful priests would use every possible means to plunder the people's wealth. And once their followers reached a certain number, their ambitions would swell, and they might even incite their followers to rebel against the government. This was a common practice across continental Europe. It could be said that these priests, aside from their belief in God, were no different from ordinary people. Some of them even had extremely wicked personalities, even worse than gangsters. "We need your confession so we can stop the church from moving in. Although we're not government officials, the church's interests conflict with ours. Their leaders are actually demanding that our gang hand over all of its income every month. This is unbearable," the gangster explained the reason. "Greed is a sin, so we need to make these people pay. Furthermore, their arrival in the city has caused some instability, and we've already been significantly implicated." The gangsters recounted their premeditated excuses and fabricated stories. The Baker family's youngest daughter was found in a remote area the day before yesterday. She's been missing for 5 days now. Our investigation shows that this little girl, no more than 13, was mistreated before her death. And according to several eyewitnesses, these priests were responsible for this evil. Andre's mouth twitched, for he knew what the man said was essentially true. It was simple. He had witnessed the evil deeds of the priests in Europe before he arrived in America. The only difference was that the priest's target back then was a boy, while this time it was a girl. It was from that moment on that Andre's faith in God began to gradually crumble. Those who committed evil not only escaped punishment but also lived comfortably, facing no punishment at all. If God was just, then why weren't those evil priests punished? Tell me, what exactly did this priest Markman come to you for? We'll keep it a secret, and I'm sure you're familiar with our methods. Dealing with a few foreign priests shouldn't be difficult, right? Is it that priests are untouchable to you, but we are? This statement was a bit serious, and Andre had to think carefully. Yes, priests like Markman were difficult to offend, but these local Manhattan gangs were even more difficult to offend. Having lived and worked in Manhattan for half a year, Andre had heard and understood the terror of the Manhattan gangs. He had seen them countless times, taking action against those who didn't follow the rules and hooligans from other places. In terms of their methods, these gangs were even more brutal than the clergy. Once, a European thug attempted to bully dock workers. When the gangs learned of this, they buried him in the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Then, they cut a hole in his skull and poured mercury into it. Andre didn't want to think about the consequences. It would haunt him forever. Most dock workers were invited to witness the execution, as the Manhattan gang collected monthly protection money from them, ensuring they had their backing in the event of trouble. By then, the Europeans living in Manhattan had a clear understanding of the terror of the Manhattan gang. Of course, the Manhattan gang never bullied anyone, they only took action if they violated their rules. Furthermore, the monthly protection money they collected was modest, making them a relatively ethical organization compared to other European gangs. And whenever something goes wrong, or someone who's paid for protection runs into trouble, these gangsters are always there to resolve it. Compared to those European gangs that take the money but don't deliver, the Manhattan gangs are far more popular. No. Don't misunderstand me, I absolutely don't have such thoughts. So when the gangster said that, Andre immediately denied it. Andre, don't overthink it. No matter how powerful the church is, it's in Europe. This is the American continent, the Song Empire's sphere of influence. So you don't have to worry about that much. If you're willing to testify against Markman and the others, we'll help you apply for imperial citizenship, and then you won't have to worry about anything anymore. To get Andre to testify against the priests, the gangsters even offered a very tempting price. It was Song Empire citizenship, what these migrant workers call a green card. After all, with citizenship, you can find higher-paying jobs. You can also apply for mortgages, business loans, and help with children's schooling. Business loans, in particular, are incredibly hard to refuse. Manhattan is a bustling business these days, and any small business venture is bound to have its ups and downs. Compared to toiling away at a job, it's much easier. Even if you're not interested in business or working, you can still enlist in the military with your citizenship. An ordinary soldier in the Song Empire earns 12 dragon silver dollars a month, double what he earns carrying heavy bags at the docks. Especially during times of war, salaries automatically triple. This makes working hard feel incredibly worthwhile. And that's not all. Your children can go to school and eventually become officials, low-level civil servants, of course, through exams, transforming your family's status and position. All of these benefits require imperial citizenship. Are you serious? Can you help me apply for imperial citizenship? Andre, enticed by the enticement, slowly cast aside his fears. As the saying goes, it's not that you can't sell yourself out, it's just that the price isn't high enough. To be continued. Chapter 334 Everything is under control. Andre, of course everything we tell you is true. You have nothing to worry about. We're a gang that values integrity and morality, and you should be aware of that. Andre nodded silently. Yes, the Manhattan gang adheres to ancient moral codes, and everyone knows the virtue of keeping their promises. Even if they were to deceive, they wouldn't deceive someone like me, living at the bottom of society. There are so many wealthy businessmen here, they can easily focus their attention on them. It seems the priests have truly offended the gang, otherwise the Manhattan gang wouldn't be so intent on dealing with them. But what does this have to do with me? Those priests aren't good people anyway. Let the Manhattan gang deal with them. Let them get a taste of Manhattan gang tactics and experience the brutality of torture. At that moment, there was a clang, and the wooden door of the thatched hut was forced open. Andre's daughter, Susan, rushed in and shouted at him, "Father, just tell them everything. What good are those priests? Why are you hiding it for them? I heard everything you just said. That priest is no good at all. I even saw him torture little Yali a few days ago." Yes, the little girl the gangsters were talking about who had died a few days ago was named Yali. Susan knew about her because she and Yali both worked as delivery boys at a noodle shop at the docks. What? Reverend Markman was involved too. Andre was shocked. The two Manhattan gangsters were calm, as they had already gathered intelligence on this matter, so they had nothing to be shocked about. Susan nodded. "Father, don't you remember how we lived in Europe? Only here do we live like human beings, not animals? What good are those priests? They don't produce anything, they don't work. They just use God's name to condemn one person and another, then seize their wealth. To me, the real criminals are them. They're just sinners using God's name as an excuse to pursue their own interests." Susan rushed in and yelled at Andre, and then things became simple. Andre finally agreed to testify against Priest Markman at a specific time, revealing all the threats he had made and how he had organized people to pressure him. After receiving the assurances they had sought, the two gangsters left Andre's home. Before leaving, they promised Andre that they would apply for citizenship. This comforted Andre and alleviated his feelings of betrayal. Do you think Andre is worth training? His Highness has gone to Europe and established a concession in Lisbon. Once it's built, our intelligence department will need a large number of spies. Who knows? This is my first time meeting Andre, and I don't know much about his strengths and weaknesses. But from this encounter, it seems he's very timid and can't resist the temptation of profit. What Andre didn't know was that after leaving his house, the two gangsters began to criticize him. Yes, these two Manhattan gangsters actually have another identity. They are affiliated with the intelligence department founded by Wang Shan. They use the identity of gangs to monitor the lower classes and understand their psychological dynamics. Moreover, most of the Manhattan gangs have intelligence identities. It can be said that the Manhattan gang is basically a branch of the intelligence department. However, this organization is very secretive, and outsiders are completely unaware of it except for a few selected members. This time, they were assigned to deal with the priests. They used the name of gangs, not the official intelligence department. This way, even if something happened to the priests, the Empire would be completely innocent. The blame would fall on the Manhattan gang, leaving the Empire powerless. Meanwhile, while the Manhattan gang was gathering evidence damaging to the priests, they were also identifying those willing to cooperate with the gang. They hoped to select some of these individuals to join their ranks and later assign them back to Europe. After all, if the Lisbon concession wasn't properly utilized, the intelligence department would become a drudgery department. However, Even if these individuals were ultimately selected, they would only be assigned to the gangs upon their return to Europe, not to the intelligence department. Europeans were not permitted to join the intelligence department. This was a rigid rule. Wang Shan had a profound reasoning behind this decision. Those who were not of our race were not of our heart. Therefore, these selected individuals could only join the gangs and operate in the Lisbon concession as gang members. Any problems they encountered would be linked to the Song Empire. In other words, they were mere pawns to be discarded. But the benefits of their activities would undoubtedly be enormous. Dividing line. The missionaries were active near the Manhattan docks, using every possible means to coerce and bribe European believers into participating in their upcoming initiative. Following closely behind them, the Manhattan Mafia, after their departure, began to resort to extreme measures against the European believers. But the results were quite positive. After all, this wasn't continental Europe, but Manhattan, under the jurisdiction of the Song Empire. Although the European believers were intimidated by the missionaries' coercion, they were forced to submit. However, how much sincerity there was in this was unclear. At the very least, after the Manhattan Mafia took action, the believers had generally pledged not to participate. Furthermore, they would testify against the missionaries at a specific time, accusing them of everything they had done and said. The missionaries, however, were unaware of these events and were delighted that things were proceeding smoothly as they had envisioned. Once they had mobilized the believers, and once Manhattan and even the imperial hierarchy felt the pressure, they would succumb and agree to the development of religious affairs. After all, the stability of the empire is crucial, isn't it? The clergy, realizing this, were bold enough to act so recklessly. Unbeknownst to them, their calculations were flawed. The empire they faced was unlike anything they'd ever known. Furthermore, the insight of its leaders was far superior to that of the European leaders. Zhang Tai, reviewing the report from above, was immensely satisfied. The Manhattan gangs had acted swiftly, essentially minimizing the threat. It seemed unlikely that many would participate in the clergy's actions. Without the support of believers, how much of a turmoil could a single clergyman, defeated in his struggle for power in Europe, cause? Furthermore, after addressing the potential threat of the mass gatherings, the next step would be to directly target the clergy. It seemed likely that these clergy would vanish from the face of the earth before the pressure from the mass gatherings could be applied. What pathetic creatures! Their own greed had brought them to their knees. Perhaps, God was using them to eliminate this threat. Zhang Tai thought happily. But Zhang Tai wasn't a believer in God. Even if he had to believe in something, he would have believed in the cult of the abyss. After all, there were some goddesses in the cult with nice figures, weren't they? The gangs under the control of the intelligence department are doing well. Their actions delight me. It seems Wang Shan made the right decision to establish this branch. Zhang Tai put down the intelligence documents in his hand and looked up at his secretary. The secretary smiled and replied, "Yes, the intelligence department style is very swift and decisive. They will eliminate all factors detrimental to the city's stability in the shortest possible time, without causing any trouble to the government. So far, from what we know, they have resolved no fewer than dozens of crises." The secretary was talking about what he knew, but it also meant that there was still information that had not been made public. Let's not dwell on that. The fate of the priests is already sealed. I dare say God has forsaken them. Even if they convert to the abyss cult now, they can't be redeemed. Having done something wrong, they must be prepared to bear the consequences, don't you agree? Zhang Tai placed his right hand on his desk, tapping his fingers repeatedly. The secretary nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, they probably didn't expect this outcome. But it was all their own choice, and no one else is to blame. They were blinded by greed. To gain immense wealth, they must take the same risks." That's true, the priest's fate was essentially sealed, and their end was definitely not good. Not to mention Zhang Tai, even the intelligence department targeting these people would not let them off easy. Anything detrimental to the stability of the empire would be dealt with and eradicated. This was Wang Shan's first principle after establishing the intelligence department. It was already nighttime, and the gas lamps lining Manhattan's neat streets illuminated the city with a brilliant aura. In a few days, a church will be built in the city, and we will also take our share of the wealth within. This is all thanks to everyone's efforts. When everything is successful, everyone will receive what is theirs. The oldest and most prestigious leader among the priests began to make promises. However, he didn't know that things would often unfold beyond their expectations. To be continued. Chapter 335, The Development of Manhattan. A gentle sea breeze washed over Manhattan as night fell, finally bringing a cooler temperature. These were the advantages of a city near the sea. Unlike European cities, Manhattan was bustling during the day, but it was equally lively at night. After a day's work, people finally had some time to themselves, strolling along the dockside commercial streets. When tired, they could stop and spend a small fortune in a small shop to satisfy their cravings. This kind of life was truly comfortable. It was something most Europeans who came here to make a living never experienced. Therefore, many European migrant workers quickly fell in love with Manhattan and never wanted to leave. The daily wages earned by workers in Manhattan were enough to cover their families' expenses and leave them with a considerable amount of money. So, there was nothing wrong with bringing the family to enjoy the night market. Shaved ice, a simple summer snack, had already appeared on the streets of Manhattan. Flavored shaved ice, such as lemon, apple, banana, and orange, offered relief from the heat and thirst, costing only 20 copper coins. For most laborers at the docks, who earned half a dragon coin a day carrying bags, this price was negligible. Besides, making their wives and children smile was well worth the money, wasn't it? Marshmallows, 10 copper coins. A bowl of white fungus and peanuts, 30 copper coins, served with ice. Manhattan's dockside night market was never short of snacks. These small vendors were mostly people with Chinese genetics under Zhao Hongayu's command. They had nothing else to do anyway, so many were willing to make a little money. After all, these people with Chinese genetics were generally allocated their own plots of land and became landowners. Even so, they were willing to open small businesses at the docks. The geneticists, the Indians, diligently maintained law and order, smiling broadly at the Chinese genetics setting up stalls. Because these low-caste Indians knew that Chinese talent was the most respected in the Song Empire. Next came the Somalis, Gurkhas, and Mohicans, followed by the Indians and other Indian tribes. As for the Europeans, their status was even lower than the Indians, and they were subject to arbitrary bullying by the Indians. However, the Indians wouldn't bully them, as long as they didn't break a law or violate regulations by setting up stalls. The Umbrella Corporation's crescent moon logo was everywhere at the docks. Along with the Umbrella Corporation's flag was the 5-star red flag. Employees of the Umbrella Corporation's military wing, wearing uniforms emblazoned with the black and white octagonal geometric patterns, would occasionally frequent the night markets. Manhattan soldiers on daytime duty would also come and stroll through the streets at night. Near the restaurants in the commercial district near the harbor, young European children would always be seen running around with food boxes in their hands. They were hired by various restaurants to deliver food. Because they were paid little but were diligent, many restaurants were willing to hire these youngsters. Most of them came to Manhattan alone, either with their parents or on their own to make a living. However, because they lacked citizenship, they couldn't enter Manhattan's main city district and enjoy various welfare benefits. However, simply finding work at the docks and ports was enough for these children to support themselves. In Manhattan, hard work was a given, and Europeans knew it. Those struggling in Manhattan received no pity. Everyone knew that anyone willing to endure hardship could thrive in Manhattan, while only the lazy could find it hardship. Manhattan, after all, was far more comfortable than Europe. In the commercial streets, besides workers and inner-city residents, there were also many people with Chinese genetics, accompanied by a few slaves. These slaves were exceptionally honest and loyal to their masters, which is why they were brought out to enjoy Manhattan life. These slaves, dressed in the standard white shirts and trousers of 18th-century men, look unusual. However, if you noticed, a scar on the back of their necks, caused by a branding iron, confirmed their status as slaves. However, people on the street were no longer surprised by this. The estates outside Manhattan were home to a vast number of black slaves. Many Europeans were employed on the estates, making the situation well known. Unlike slaves, the Europeans served as guards and caretakers of the slaves. They worked diligently. After all, the salaries offered by their employers were generous. Furthermore, their employers were the most respected ethnic group in the Song Empire, the Huaxia people. Therefore, these Europeans hoped to work diligently to gain their favor and secure imperial citizenship. It must be said that the Song Empire's green card for citizens is now seen as a passport to a real paradise by these migrant workers. It's better than the American green card of later generations, but not as good. The only difference is that back then, it was the Huaxia people who yearned for the United States, while in this era, it was the Europeans who yearned for the American empire. The situation was completely reversed, truly remarkable. The people of Chinese descent in the Song Empire secretly chuckled at this situation. The commercial street was bustling and bustling. With designated red zones and gambling dens, those seeking entertainment only needed to walk a few steps, while the general public, those less interested, could fully enjoy the entertainment offered by the commercial street. Grilled fish, kebabs, and ice-cold beer were all available on the commercial street. Essentially, the entire street was developed along the lines of the 1960s. Urban-rural fringe was a perfectly accurate description of the night market in Manhattan. The chemical ice produced by Langsiyang Technical School brought a breath of fresh air and coolness to the scorching summer, offering residents a taste of something new and different. Indians also appeared among the crowds. These Indians had assimilated into the Song Empire 6 months prior. Now, they had become part of the empire and accustomed to life there. Life in the Song Empire was far better than their previous tribal existence. At least, they no longer had to worry about making a living. Most Indians, disliking the monotony of routine, went hunting, just like the Mohicans. America was vast and rich in wildlife, so there was nothing to worry about. And the prey they hunted could be sold directly to restaurants and hotels on the commercial streets, without having to worry about losing money. Although the Mohicans herded cattle and sheep across Manhattan Island, many restaurants still preferred to buy wild game as a selling point. Furthermore, the nighttime food stalls on the commercial streets demanded a large amount of meat. The beef and mutton on Manhattan Island alone simply couldn't supply it all. Therefore, Indian hunters found a niche. Furthermore, these hunters received a salary from the empire, as they not only hunted but also guarded the empire's territory. If they encountered Europeans or Indians from other regions trying to sneak into the hinterland, these hunters would instantly transform into imperial soldiers and fulfill their duties. There was nothing wrong with being paid for Indian hunters. Besides, defending the territory was their proper duty, wasn't it? With the presence of these hunters, Manhattan's defenses were greatly enhanced. This was particularly effective against European adventurers attempting to smuggle themselves into the hinterland. Another popular pastime in Manhattan's night markets was the instant lottery. 7 numbers, 6 red balls, and a basketball were drawn every hour. This lottery quickly sparked widespread interest and participation. 10 copper coins were required to buy a ticket, and the grand prize was often hundreds of Longyang coins. Therefore, those with spare cash would come every night to try their luck. Winning was great, but losing was no big deal. The stakes weren't high after all. This inexpensive gambling activity attracted numerous participants daily. These participants were housewives and children working nearby. Some Indians also participated, though they weren't as obsessed. In addition to cattle and sheep, Manhattan Island now boasted horse herds. These horses were kept on the island to train future cavalry. The largest rancher on the island was Zhao Hongayu's father-in-law, Black Bear. After all, the land and ranches owned by both Zhao Hongayu and Emma were now his responsibility. Consequently, Zhao Hongayu's father-in-law was undeniably the wealthiest of the Mohicans, possessing the largest herds of cattle, sheep, and horses, as well as the most extensive land. His estates and ranches employed numerous Mohicans, along with numerous slaves and European guards. However, the Mohicans had no problem with this, believing their current lifestyle was a result of Zhao Hongayu and Emma. Therefore, Zhao Hongayu's father-in-law's enviable wealth was perfectly natural. Furthermore, many Mohicans could earn money nearby without having to travel to Manhattan. What was wrong with that? Manhattan Island was completely dominated by the Mohicans. With Zhao Hongayu's tacit approval, they established a Mohican guard to maintain law and order, with Asan merely acting as a supporting role to intimidate them. All the Mohicans knew they had to maintain their armed forces to safeguard Zhao Hongayu's rule and Emma's status. Only in this way could they maintain their current good life. It could be said that the Mohicans had become an armed force fully committed to Zhao Hongayu. Even in the face of catastrophic events, the Mohicans would stick with Zhao Hongayu to the bitter end. Zhang Tai welcomed this development. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about the Mohicans anymore. Besides the Mohicans, some tribes allied with the Mohicans also shared this sentiment, forming a small group with a shared interest. The core tenet of this group was to combat any individuals and organizations that were detrimental to Zhao Hongayu's rule and to fully safeguard Emma's position as queen. All of this was orchestrated by Zhao Hongayu's father-in-law. You could say that in some ways, he was quite a talent. Of course, the Indian tribes he had wooed originally lived near Manhattan. As for the Indian tribes near Quebec and Lake Ontario City, Black Bear wasn't particularly interested in accepting them into his royalist faction. However, Zhang Tai believed that as long as he approached Black Bear and explained the stakes involved, Zhao Hongayu's father-in-law would understand what to do. After all, if the Indians united, their power was formidable. Their support for Zhao Hongai would provide a check on the genetics. At the same time, they could work together with the genetics to suppress the Europeans, deterring them from harboring any ambitions. It was precisely because of the Indians' integration and their support for Zhao Hongai and Emma that the less loyal Indians among the genetics felt the pressure most intensely. Consequently, these genetics remained docile and refrained from even the slightest disrespect. Overall, Manhattan's development remained stable. However, beneath this apparent prosperity and stability lay hidden undercurrents that were unknown to those above it. First, the greedy priests from Europe were a major problem, but fortunately, they could now begin to deal with them. Therefore, these priests will no longer be a problem. At the same time, the pirate problem that Zhang Tai and Song Hu have been concerned about is now becoming more and more acute. However, Song Hu's fishing boats are not yet prepared in sufficient numbers, so for the time being, they can only let these guys run rampant. And now Zhang Tai's full attention is focused on dealing with the European priests. After solving these problems with the priests, they can start contacting Song Hu to deal with the increasingly rampant pirates. These pirates in the waters of Manhattan have become so rampant that they often break into the coastal waters and clash with Manhattan fishermen. This is something Zhang Tai cannot tolerate. How can the dignity of the Great Song Empire be allowed to be trampled by these pirates? Absolutely not. To be continued. Chapter 336 God? Early that morning, a dockworker rushing to work discovered a body hidden in a secluded building. Upon identification, the body was identified as one of the priests who had come to America from Europe. Meanwhile, the priests were being attacked in various locations throughout Manhattan. Some were killed, while others survived but were seriously injured. But their misfortunes did not stop there. At noon the next day, several boys and girls living in Manhattan surrendered themselves to the police, claiming to be the attackers of the priests. After interrogation, these boys and girls, now adults, explained their motives and the course of their crimes. It turned out that the priests, taking advantage of their youth and ignorance, had lured them to secluded areas, intending to commit their crimes. This was the reason they resisted. For some of the boys and girls, this was not the first time they had been assaulted by the priests. Unable to tolerate this incessant assault, they stabbed the priests to death. Some boys and girls also claimed that the priests were their enemies. Back in Europe, these priests had persecuted their parents. Now that these priests appeared in Manhattan, it was like enemies meeting each other with vengeance. In reality, these children were recruited by the gangs. They weren't the ones who attacked the priests. But one thing is true, these children harbored a deep resentment toward the church. Their fathers or mothers had indeed been persecuted to death by the church in Europe. So, their claims of hatred for the priests were not false. The gangs had apprehended these priests early on, and under torture, they even confessed to peeping at girls bathing since they were 5 years old. Therefore, the gangs had long known of their past crimes. Therefore, it wasn't as if they had been wrongly accused. Of course, any information released to the public would have to be processed and manipulated. Manhattan's mainstream newspapers. Many Europeans working in America finally realized they were in America, not Europe. Therefore, there was nothing to fear from the clergy. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't bully them in America. Under the control of the intelligence department, the propaganda department staged dozens of plays focused on religious persecution, which were performed in Manhattan. These plays were largely based on real-life events, allowing Europeans to empathize with the events. Furthermore, the plays did their utmost to discredit the church. This would be unthinkable in Europe, but this was Manhattan, under the rule of the Song Empire, so it was perfectly acceptable. No matter how powerful the church was, they couldn't possibly come so far to attack Manhattan. Even if a crusade came, Zhang Tai wouldn't be afraid. There was the Atlantic Ocean between them, wasn't there? Scandals involving priests, pastors, and bishops were constantly being exposed in America. Complaint meetings organized and controlled by the intelligence agencies continued to emerge. Those who had personally experienced persecution at the hands of the church, whose families had been torn apart by it, continued to speak out, finally confirming the dark side of the church. Of course, the earliest complainers were actually agents of the intelligence agencies. However, the later complaints were genuine. Some had their land seized by the church, and the church framed them, imprisoned them in the church's dungeons, and tortured them in the name of God. Some had their wives, young and beautiful, assaulted by the regional bishop and eventually burned to death on the charge of witchcraft. Some had their children raped, killed, and abandoned in the church's dungeons by priests. These bloody stories, one after another, were shared by the accusers, revealing the dark side beneath the church's benevolent facade. The intelligence agencies recorded and archived these accounts, providing appropriate protection to protect them from harm by fanatics. As this square wave deepened, even darker matters were uncovered. In short, Manhattan had gotten what it wanted. And the priests' conspiracy had been completely thwarted. Many of the most heinous and perverted priests perished in Manhattan. However, others were imprisoned in the dark dungeons beneath the intelligence department. The intelligence department needed to interrogate these captured priests to uncover more information about the church, so they couldn't be allowed to die. While they couldn't die, they still had to endure severe torture. The intelligence department wasn't a charity. They wouldn't treat these people like royalty. When it came to torture, the Chinese were far more skilled than the Europeans. These priests had been broken psychologically, physically, and even spiritually. The intelligence department had obtained far exceeded their needs. Some of these priests had even been exiled to America after failing in the struggle for power in the Vatican. Therefore, they were intimately acquainted with the secrets of the church's upper echelons. When the intelligence department presented their intelligence to Zhang Tai, his face turned grim as he examined the documents. This is the church. Their actions are so abominable that it's unimaginable. I wonder what evil these frauds can commit using the name of God. Every single detail in the document was so lurid that even a self-proclaimed gene expert like Zhang Tai found it unbelievable. The higher-ups fabricated the witch incident to whip up public fanaticism and extinguish any signs of female faith. Because witches had numerous followers at the time, if left unchecked, they could potentially undermine the church's rule. So, they spread negative rumors about the witches, successfully stirring up public anger and leading to the burning of those poor women. Among the details were even secrets about the Crusades and how successive popes had bribed bishops to ascend to power. Furthermore, there were reports of middle-aged and elderly bishops using their male prostitutes as personal chaplains. In short, it was a filthy mess. No wonder Zhang Tai's face turned pale after reading the document. Sir, it's no news that people exploit religious beliefs for their own selfish gains. This has been going on since ancient times, it's just that the churches are more organized and have larger memberships. The secretary looked at Zhang Tai, his face livid, and said to him, "Actually, Chinese religious sects are the same, there's no fundamental difference." Zhang Tai put down the documents in his hand and sighed. People are always foolish. Whether they're rich or poor, they always want spiritual support, even if that support is a virtual creation. I find this pathetic, Zhang Tai said darkly. But even so, not even I can escape this. Sir, do you have a religious faith? The secretary asked curiously. Zhang Tai nodded. Buddhism? Taoism? Or something else? I believe in Our Highness. Compared to those virtual idols that have never appeared, Our Highness is the only living God, isn't he? Zhang Tai said seriously, looking at his secretary. The secretary thought for a moment and decided that comparing Zhao Hongyu to a god wasn't out of place. After all, gods are gods because they can accomplish things ordinary humans can't. From this perspective, Zhao Hongyu truly can be considered a god. For example, simply making raw materials disappear, selling them to the space-time trader, or creating a vast supply of goods, purchasing them from the space-time trader. Or even making them appear in the 17th century. Breeding genetically modified humans, these abilities are comparable to those of a deity. At the very least, ordinary people in this world can't do these things. As Zhang Tai said, Zhao Hongyu and his companions can see him because he's a living being. However, names like Buddha and God are constantly used, but no one has ever witnessed their supernatural powers. Humans have a flaw, no matter what they say, once it's passed down from one person to another, it becomes distorted and exaggerated, greatly diminishing its authenticity. Furthermore, various religions often tamper with and add information to their own advantage. Therefore, what people see and hear isn't necessarily true. Your Excellency is right. Our God is indeed His Majesty. He is far more powerful than those gods we've only heard of but never seen. At least He lies right before our eyes, the secretary responded seriously. All right, let's not discuss this issue anymore. The priest's problem has been resolved. I'm sure it won't be long before word of what's happening here reaches Europe, and then we'll have to face the Vatican's accusations." Speaking of the Vatican, Zhang Tai remained relaxed, not nervous at all. Clearly, he wasn't worried about this issue at all. To be continued. Please search for better novels, faster updates. Chapter 337 Pirates in the Sanatorium. 3 days had passed since the incident with the priests. At the pirate sanatorium on the east side of Manhattan Island, several injured pirates collaborating with the Manhattan Gang were recuperating. They had been receiving intelligence from the Manhattan Gang, plundering merchant ships at sea and then selling them to the Song Empire's pirates. They were essentially collaborators with the Empire. This was fundamentally different from the pirates targeting the Song Empire. Otherwise, the intelligence department wouldn't have opened a sanatorium on the east side of Manhattan Island to house these injured pirates. Piracy was a risky business these days, and every ship robbery would encounter resistance, so casualties were common. If these injured pirates didn't receive medical attention, most would have died at sea or their wounds would have worsened. However, the existence of the sanatorium greatly increased their chances of survival. For this reason, these pirates collaborating with the Manhattan Gang still had a strong sympathy for the Song Empire. Of course, the prerequisite for them to receive effective treatment at the sanatorium was that they had to survive the first 3 days of sea voyage. Otherwise, they would have essentially died. After all, the seas from which they plundered merchant ships were still some distance from the east side of Manhattan Island. However, once they reached the sanatorium on Manhattan Island, with penicillin treatment, they would generally recover quickly. After all, penicillin was considered a panacea in that era. The pirates' lives in the sanatorium were leisurely and comfortable. They enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle, exquisite food, and meticulous care. It might only cost a little more, but that little money was nothing to the pirates. The sanatorium had a dedicated chef to serve them. If they needed to satisfy their sexual urges, the sanatorium even had a building dedicated to these recovering pirates. As for women, they had to pay to find them in Manhattan. At the sanatorium, everyone could even pool their money to hire a troupe of actors to perform plays to entertain them. This kind of life was something they could never enjoy in Europe, elsewhere, or at sea. Georgia, what's going on in Manhattan lately? Recently, another group of wounded soldiers arrived at the sanatorium for treatment. They had just encountered another group of pirates yesterday and were nearly robbed, resulting in the loss of several sailors. In the sanatorium's open-air corridor, a middle-aged man, wrapped up like a dumpling, sat on a recliner, questioning a young man with a crippled arm. The young man's name was Georgia. He was a member of the pirate ship Crimson Ocean, who had arrived at the sanatorium yesterday. He had suffered 3 deep stab wounds. The wounds had been completely sutured, and the bleeding had stopped. He was finally out of danger. The bearded middle-aged man questioning him was Gladys, the captain of the pirate ship Deep Blue Cruiser. Gladys had been seriously injured and had been in the sanatorium for a long time. Although he was enjoying his time here, he still seemed quite talkative due to the illegal activities. He was particularly curious about what was happening outside. Young Georgia heard this. Turning his head from his recliner, he glanced over and said, "Recently, more and more pirates have been gathering near Manhattan. Everyone knows it's a place full of wealth and opportunity. So they're eager to try their luck here. As a result, our lives are getting increasingly difficult, as many people break the rules and engage in illicit activities." Strictly speaking, what Georgia was describing wasn't new. Gladys had been a pirate captain for many years and had seen a lot of this. "Georgia, just be open-minded. The Song Empire will have to deal with them sooner or later. Do you think such a powerful empire would tolerate pirates running rampant? Besides, they don't cooperate with the Manhattan gangs, so I'm not optimistic about their future," Gladys said. Georgia nodded. "These guys are too greedy. They don't even have the slightest respect for the rules. I think their good times are coming to an end. The Song Empire is likely to take action against them. But I'm puzzled. Why hasn't the Song Empire taken any action in such a long time? You know, the numerous pirates in the nearby waters have significantly impacted Manhattan's commerce." Yes, Georgia had always been curious about this, and she couldn't understand it. The increasing number of pirate ships in the vicinity was seriously impacting Manhattan's business prosperity. Logically, Manhattan should have taken action to punish these guys. However, Manhattan hadn't taken any action against the pirates yet, which was truly baffling. Perhaps the Song Empire wants to wipe out all the pirates in one fell swoop, but that doesn't really concern us. After all, the Manhattan gangs were partnering with are powerful and can protect our interests. And eliminating those pirates who don't follow the rules would also be a huge benefit to us, wouldn't it? Gladys said to Georgia as she lay there. And even if pirates are rampant nearby, I think those merchants, faced with a huge profits, will still take risks, right? Georgia nodded. You're right. Although pirate attacks have increased, the number of merchant ships docking in Manhattan has increased, not decreased. It shows that those merchants are willing to take risks for wealth, just as you said. But they're not idiots. At least they know to travel in groups, which gives them an extra layer of protection when encountering pirate ships. Georgia pointed out some recent changes in the merchant ships. This isn't a good thing. These merchant ships are clustering together. Even if those unruly guys are eliminated, our lives won't be easy. Gladys became worried. Hey, that's too far off right now. You should just recover. After all, we're working with the Manhattan Mafia. They'll provide us with intelligence for their own benefit, helping us identify our targets. Georgia was quite optimistic, not as overly concerned as Gladys. Gladys thought about it, then pondered it again, concluding that this seemed to be the case. Just as Georgia had said, they were already collaborating with the Manhattan gangs, and the Manhattan gang, for their own benefit, would undoubtedly pass on information about lone merchant ships to them, urging them to take action. As long as they maintained their partnership with the Manhattan gangs, their future wouldn't necessarily be too dire. Furthermore, with the Manhattan gangs, they wouldn't have to go to Europe to sell the loot. The looted ships and goods could be sold directly to the Manhattan gangs. This saved them a considerable amount of trouble. Oh, by the way, 3 days ago, a number of priests died in Manhattan, causing quite a stir in Manhattan because these priests were secretly involved in some shady business. Georgia, recalling the Manhattan priest incident, perked up and began to tell Gladys a gossipy story. My God, how could these priests do such a thing? This is truly subversive, Gladys exclaimed in shock after hearing Georgia's story. As a European, he was undoubtedly a believer in God. In Europe, God was the only idol to be worshipped. Georgia said, many people have come forward to testify, and if we think about what the churches and priests back home did in the past, the truth is self-evident. Gladys remained silent, for Georgia was right. Some things could be easily determined with just a little probing. Although Gladys was a pirate, his actions pale in comparison to those of the priests and ministers. And their methods were not nearly as brutal. I heard that these priests originally planned to build a church in America and open up religious affairs to the Song Empire. There's also a rumor that after the church was built, all Europeans living in America would donate 80% of their income as a tribute to God's glory. 80%. Why not just rob it? Gladys cursed inwardly. It's true that the church is greedy. And it's true that the Inquisition often arrests and tortures ordinary people on trumped-up charges, Georgia continued. I experienced this before I became a pirate, so I strongly believe it. Georgia's words made Gladys' eyes widen. Have you ever been arrested by the Inquisition? I can't believe you, little guy. You're incredibly lucky. You didn't die there. I can only say you were incredibly lucky. As a European, Gladys was well aware of the horrors of the Inquisition. Most people who were imprisoned there rarely emerged alive. If what Georgia said was true, then you could only say he was incredibly lucky. Georgia looked at Gladys, smiled wryly, and shook her head. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not talking about myself, but a girl I used to know. Gladys laughed awkwardly. So that's how it is. I'm so sorry. I thought you were arrested by the Inquisition. So you're talking about your friend. So, your friend is a girl? Is she a witch? Gladys's question was not unreasonable. Most women were arrested by the Inquisition under the charge of witch. To be continued. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 should be solved. Georgia nodded. Yes, the girl I knew was indeed sent to the Inquisition by the regional bishop, accused of being a witch. There, she suffered inhumane abuse from the bishop and others, ultimately leading to her death. Speaking of this girl, George's face was filled with grief and indignation, revealing that they were more than just friends. Gladys didn't inquire about George's relationship with the girl, because even an idiot could see that. In fact, the girl wasn't a witch at all. The bishop was simply attracted by her beauty and, after failing to make love to her while she was praying, he took revenge. Georgia knew the whole story perfectly. Gladys said, "Women, sometimes being too beautiful can bring disaster upon themselves." Georgia's voice was low, a deep sadness etched in her tone. She was only 14 at the time. How could she react to that bishop, who was already in his 50s? And she refused his advances, which I don't think she did anything wrong. Georgia was still agitated as he recalled the incident. Just for that reason, she was falsely accused of possessing a bewitching dark power and being a witch. Georgia's teeth were grinding. To save the girl, her parents sold their extra food to buy indulgences, hoping the bishop would spare her. But little did they know that their daughter had already died under the torture of those beasts. But the bishop colluded with the Inquisition to defraud the poor couple, draining them of their wealth. Georgia's account was based on his own personal experience and witnessing. It embodied a darker side of human nature, a cruelty beyond measure. It also exposed the church's most shameful nature and its original sin of greed and darkness. Yet, it's precisely these people who, in the name of God, commit crimes and oppress innocent people across Europe. This is truly ironic. Equality, fraternity, fairness, justice. They don't exist in the church. Instead, betrayal, conspiracy, intrigue, and all manner of original sin are rampant. This is diametrically opposed to what the bishops of the church advocate. These people say one thing and do another, a prime example of double standards. Georgia, don't worry. The church has no place in America. This isn't Europe. Their methods simply won't work here, Gladys told Georgia. Georgia nodded and said, "Of course, the church isn't invincible. If God really existed, then they should have faced retribution for all the evil they've done. But the bishop who committed such a sin is now in the Vatican. For that, I've long since lost my faith." Gladys couldn't comment on these words. After all, Georgia's experience was something she hadn't experienced herself. The two chatted for a while, returning to the story of pirates, dividing line, Lake Ontario. Dozens of iron fishing boats, the kind that would only appear in later generations, drifted quietly on the tranquil lake. Not far away, a tattered Spanish galleon, purchased from pirates, was anchored. Zhang Tai had purchased a vessel, barely repaired it, and delivered it to Song Hu. Wang Hu's primary purpose for acquiring the Spanish galleon was to conduct a test. Whoosh! At that moment, 5 or 6 figures appeared from the quiet iron fishing boat. Each of them carried a tubular iron object on their shoulder. A flash of fire flashed from the front of the iron pipe, and a line of fire quickly rushed towards the Spanish galleon. About 10 seconds later, the dozens of flaming red lines slammed into the Spanish galleon's hull. Boom! The entire Spanish galleon instantly disintegrated and exploded, its fragments scattering across the lake amidst a massive explosion. Song Hu, aboard a nearby iron fishing boat, lowered his monocular, smacked his lips, and said to his adjutant, "This knockoff shoulder-fired rocket launcher is quite powerful. A single salvo of 15 rocket launchers would disintegrate a wooden ship of this era, rendering it ineffective." The adjutant beside Song Hu smiled and replied, "Yes, although we're short on ships right now, with these fishing boats and these shoulder-fired rocket launchers, we'll be able to completely control the situation at sea. They could also be deployed to the army, becoming a powerful weapon in land warfare." Song Hu nodded. "It's a shame, though. The fishing boats are too small, only carrying a maximum of 13 people, and the effective range of these knockoff rocket launchers is only 50 meters. That's a bit disappointing," the adjutant said. "Sir, this is quite impressive, isn't it? At least we've knocked off this weapon, and it's quite effective and powerful. The shipborne artillery of this era has a short range and lacks accuracy. With our iron fishing boats, we can easily close in on the enemy ships, and what awaits them will be destruction." After hearing the adjutant's words, Song Hu heartily agreed. Indeed, no matter how powerful the iron fishing boats were, their maneuverability was undeniable. They were much faster than the sailing ships of the era, and their turning ability was especially impressive, something sailing ships couldn't match. Therefore, these iron fishing boats could easily approach sailing ships and inflict casualties with their copycat shoulder-fired rocket launchers. A single iron fishing boat could carry at least 50 shoulder-fired rocket launchers, with a crew of 13. This meant that the iron fishing boats could maintain sustained combat capability, making them even more formidable and lethal. "Return," Song Hu ordered. Tut 222. Each iron fishing boat was equipped with an engine, So once Song Hu gave the order, they were instantly underway, eliminating the hassle of maneuvering wooden ships. Now I have 120 ships at my disposal. Do you think we can hand this force over to Zhang Tai and immediately deploy it to suppress those pirates? Song Hu asked his adjutant during the return journey. As high-ranking leaders, both Song Hu and Zhang Tai now have adjutants at their side. Whenever they encounter a problem, they discuss it with their adjutants, thus avoiding unnecessary mistakes caused by arbitrary decisions. These are no longer the days when they had to make all the decisions. The adjutant pondered for a moment. According to the intelligence sent by Manhattan, there are nearly 400 pirate ships assembled, and the number is still increasing. However, their large hulls don't make them very maneuverable, so these iron fishing boats still have a significant advantage. The adjutant then analyzed the pros and cons for Song Hu. When the adjutant finished his analysis, he said seriously, "In my opinion, 120 ships are more than enough to deal with these pirates. While these fishing boats can't sail the open ocean, they can still operate in near-shore waters." After listening to the adjutant's analysis, Song Hu waited up. "In that case, what are we waiting for? Hand this naval force over to Zhang Tai immediately. He's under far greater pressure than we are, so it's best for him to resolve the pirate problem immediately." Song Hu made up his mind to hand this naval force over to Zhang Tai, allowing him to deal with the pirates eyeing Manhattan. After all, the pirate issue had been dragging on for a long time. Every day of delay meant a day of increased danger. While I was purchasing and stockpiling iron fishing boats, the pirates were also gathering strength. Therefore, every day of delay added a point of danger. Take the St. Lawrence River to the Atlantic estuary and then reach Manhattan. Manhattan currently has 67 sailing ships of various types. Add these 120 iron fishing boats, and those pirates can be dealt with. When the British faced the Spanish fleet, they only had a little over 300 ships. Remember, the Spanish fleet at that time had thousands of warships. With Song Hu's order, everything became much easier. When they returned to the lake, the adjutant quickly passed on the order. 120 iron fishing boats, all loaded with diesel, began to file in from the St. Lawrence and the canal connecting Lake Ontario, leaving the Ontario region. As for the diesel problem, once the iron fishing boats reached Manhattan, that was Zhang Tai's concern. Each boat also carried 50 shoulder-fired rocket launchers. This was Song Hu's limit. After all, in Ontario City, the monthly production of these knockoff rocket launchers was limited, and sewing steel pipes from the virtual world was a hassle. Therefore, mass production still required solving many problems. However, this would take time. As Song Hu was about to order the 120 iron fishing boats to leave Ontario for Manhattan, a city belonging to Zhao Hongayu's empire, located west of Ontario City in the Detroit area, was slowly developing. The city's administrator was, in addition to Wang Shan, Zhang Tai, and Song Hu, a Chinese geneticist trained by Zhao Hongyu. This gene-human's name was Wei Daong. He was from northeast China in the virtual world, 23 years old, and had only an elementary school education. Because Quebec had been conquered, the threat from the north had been resolved, and the space-time trader had gained new functionality. Zhao Hongyu created 5 gene-humans and bestowed upon them the title of village chiefs, tasking them with pioneering efforts to carve out new territory for him. These 5 gene-humans chose completely different locations. Some went to the southwest, some to the mid-Mississippi River, and some to Central America and the Ohio River. Only he settled where Lake Erie and Lake Huron meet, part of the Great Lakes region, near what would later become Detroit, United States. With the defeat of the Iroquois, the Great Lakes region was left without a dominant power. Furthermore, smaller tribes were gradually absorbed and assimilated into Ontario by Song Hu. Therefore, Wei Daong faced no threat in Detroit. While there were numerous small tribes, their numbers were too small to pose any threat to Wei Daong. This region was rich in iron ore, becoming the primary source of iron for the United States. Unfortunately, Wei Daong's current technology wasn't sufficient to mine the iron ore and exploit the resources. So, when Wei Daong first arrived, he did the same thing Zhao Hongyu had done when he first arrived in America. He traded rice, preserved mustard tubers, and other goods with the local Indians to earn a profit. These included furs, American ginseng, fresh mushrooms, and even loose gold particles. After a few months of operation, Wei Daong had finally established a small village in the area. This village was populated entirely by people of the Huaxia lineage, numbering around 700. Zhao Hongyu had previously instructed that when the 5 village heads he and his team would develop the city, they must exclusively cultivate people of the Huaxia lineage, absolutely not people of other lineages. Zhao Hongyu's subordinates were currently at a disadvantage in terms of the number of Huaxia people, and the space-time trader had already warned him of this, so he took this into account. As Zhao Hongyu's subordinate, he was bound to carry out his boss's orders, wasn't he? Although the Detroit area is rich in resources, they're currently unavailable, which disappoints Wei Daong. This will significantly slow his development. But there's nothing he can do about it. The entire village is built from logs cut from the nearby forests. After all, America had abundant forest resources at that time, so there was no need to worry about them. Outside the village, a circular wooden fence acts as a wall, providing security for the inhabitants, allowing them to live in peace and contentment. Although the Indian tribes here are small, and each one has a small population, the relationships between them are complex. In the 6 months since Wei Daong arrived, he's witnessed numerous intertribal feuds. He's also been attacked by several Indian tribes, with attacks occurring 2 or 3 times a week, or every 2 or 3 days. This is a terrifying frequency. Fortunately, Wei Daong isn't a fool. He's learned a great deal from Wang Shan, Song Hu, and Zhang Tai. Therefore, he put this knowledge to good use, winning over a number of Indian tribes to join forces against other Indian tribes. And with his superior weapons, he began to slowly gain prominence in the region. Zhao Hongyu, far away in Europe, had no way of knowing what was happening on the American continent. Currently, Zhao Hongyu was discussing matters concerning Spain with Mary, to be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 339, If you want to cooperate, give me some benefits. You mean, you want to work with us to carve up Spain, in the western suburbs of Marseilles, at the estate allocated to the widows of the Samuel family? Zhao Hongyu and Mary had already begun discussing the core issue. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's proposal, Mary looked at him with a hint of disbelief. In Mary's opinion, the crown prince from America was taking things for granted. Spain was, after all, a time-honored empire. How could it be so easy to defeat? If they were so easily defeated, France would have already defeated them. Why would they wait until now? It's true that the Spanish enemy fleet was destroyed, but Spain's powerful army still existed. An army of over 100,000 men would be a formidable force on the European continent. France's current standing army only had fewer than 20,000 men, and only with an emergency mobilization order could it exceed 40,000. This was already the limit of France's financial capacity. Any larger troops would simply be unsustainable. In other words, they couldn't afford to support so many men. Furthermore, according to Zhao Hongyu's assumptions, to defeat the Spanish, France would need an army of at least 80,000 men. This legion, besides fighting the Spanish, was also to occupy Spanish territory. Your Highness, this is what I mean. I can provide financial assistance, and all you need to do is convince the nobles to join this war. If Spain ceases to exist, then there will be no further threat to France in the West. Would that free you to focus on the situation in the East? Zhao Hongyu coaxed. Mary was somewhat tempted by Zhao Hongyu's proposal, but she remained cautious and held back. She knew it was too frivolous to make a decision on such a serious matter so quickly. Zhao Hongyu wasn't in a rush to get her to express her opinion, as he knew it was unrealistic. Even if they provide us with funds, it wouldn't be enough to fight Spain, Mary said after a moment's hesitation. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, if I cause chaos in Spain and it doesn't affect you, do you think this is possible? Mary raised an eyebrow, her eyes flickering. What do you mean? Zhao Hongyu chuckled. I mean, if Spain has civil unrest or other troubles, distract them. Then you attack them here, forcing them to fight on 2 fronts. Do you think it would be difficult to defeat them? Mary didn't know what Zhao Hongyu meant, but she felt that if Spain really did fight on 2 fronts, defeating them wouldn't be difficult at all. The question was, how could this crown prince from America actually accomplish that? Mary couldn't understand. I can't tell you the key yet. You'll understand when the time comes. Zhao Hongyu certainly wouldn't reveal his backup plan to Mary at this moment. That would be extremely unwise. What good would that do for you? Mary asked, perplexed. Indeed, Zhao Hongyu had come all the way to America, intending to overthrow Spain. To Mary, it seemed absurd and illogical. I want Spain's Central American colonies, while France can eliminate a major enemy in the West. We have a common enemy, don't we? Once Spain is eliminated, access to the Mediterranean will be controlled by France. You should be aware of the enormous benefits of this. Mary's breathing quickened. Yes, Zhao Hongai was right. Defeating the Spanish would give France control of the Mediterranean's gateway to the Atlantic. With this control, the daily flow of ships docking at the docks alone would bring in a significant profit. Furthermore, merchant ships seeking to reach the Americas would have to pay a fee to gain access. Mary was well aware of the enormous benefits. The Spanish are superficially strong, but they are weak. I can distract the Spanish legions in Central America from their homeland and keep them pinned down in the Central American colonies. In other words, Your Highness, you'll only have to deal with 7 or 8 Spanish army legions, far fewer than you expected, isn't it? Zhao Hongai offered another bait. Mary was truly tempted. If Zhao Hongai could truly do what he said and tie down the Spanish colonial military, then France wouldn't be completely powerless against Spain. Currently, half of Spain's European military power is tied up in the Netherlands, battling the Protestant coalition. Therefore, with the current military strength at home, France would be easily able to deal with it. Especially after defeating Spain, the possibility of France occupying Spanish territory and turning it into French territory was truly tempting. However, Mary was curious about how Zhao Hongai would cause chaos in Spain. And how much funding would he offer her? Without knowing these questions, she wouldn't readily believe him. Anyone can make empty promises, but Mary wasn't a child. No matter how tempted she was, she wouldn't show it. How much money can you provide to France? How can you cause chaos in Spain? And can you tie down the Spanish military forces in the Central American colonies? I find it hard to believe you. Although she was tempted, Mary's expression was impassive, as if she had no interest in the matter at all. Of course, Zhao Hongai didn't care. He knew the woman was definitely tempted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have talked to him for so long, right? 500,000 silver pesos or livres, and enough food to feed 50,000 people for a year. We launch an offensive in Central America ahead of time, plunging the colonies into the flames of war and engulfing them. Simultaneously, we incite an uprising in Spain. Once we've achieved this, France can attack Spain from the east. Marie's mind raced with calculations. Based on Zhao Hongai's terms, Marie found them acceptable. 500,000 livres was enough to pay a 20,000-man army for 6 months. With food, she wouldn't have to worry about feeding her troops. It was practically no pressure on France. Furthermore, with the Spanish colonies in Central America engulfed in war, they wouldn't be able to support the mainland, which would significantly reduce the pressure on France. Furthermore, the Crown Prince suggested inciting an uprising in Spain itself. If this were true, Spain's military might would be hobbled by various problems, making it easy for France to defeat them. The Iberian Peninsula was a great place, and it was impossible for Mary not to covet it. If Zhao Hongai truly achieved all he'd said, then what was the harm in collaborating with him? No matter how she looked at it, she would have significant advantages. Spanish colonial interests in the Americas seemed too far-fetched for the French, so she hadn't considered them. But Mary was still quite tempted by the prospect of destroying Spain and occupying its territory. However, there was one crucial issue that needed to be addressed, or France would be in trouble. Your proposal is excellent, and I'm a little tempted. If you truly follow your advice and meet the above points, I think cooperation is possible. But have you considered that if we attack Spain, the Holy Roman Empire and the Church wouldn't allow it? You know, Spain has a very good relationship with them. Yes, Mary was absolutely right. Spain was part of the Church, and its king was crowned by the Church. He was essentially an agent of the Church. The current war against the Protestant coalition might have been the result of the Church's influence. Therefore, if France attacks Spain, it would inevitably draw condemnation from the Church and an attack from the Holy Roman Empire. This was a very troublesome matter. Mary wouldn't easily make any promises unless this issue is resolved. Those people from the Holy Roman Empire and the Vatican, Zhao Hongai pondered. They shouldn't be a difficult problem to solve, but Your Highness, have you considered that everything in this world has costs and risks? I can't guarantee everything, you must understand. Indeed, Zhao Hongai couldn't solve everything for France, that would be too easy for the French. Besides, he didn't have that many managers. Mary knew Zhao Hongai was right, but she didn't think she was wrong either. Maximizing benefits, that's what it meant, wasn't it? Have you considered that if we attack Spain, the Holy Roman Empire could attack us from the south, which would put us in great trouble? If we're not careful, we could even be in a passive position, Mary said to Zhao Hongyu seriously. Indeed, in that era, the Holy Roman Empire was still very powerful, its territory vast. Later, Switzerland, parts of Germany, and some French territory all belonged to the Holy Roman Empire. As the Church's most loyal armed force, its might was undeniable. If the French had attacked Spain, a lackey of the Church, it would have been strange for the Holy Roman Empire, as the overlord, not to react. Attacking France from the south was easy, a question Mary had to consider carefully. 1 million silver pesos or livres, and a year's worth of food for 50,000 men. If necessary, I will send an elite corps of 2,000 men to assist in the fight against the Holy Roman Empire's attack, but I need you to grant me an area as a concession for garrisoning troops. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 340 How many soldiers can you send? Zhao Hongyu had been scheming this for a while. Lisbon had already established concessions, so why wouldn't France have some? He was aiming for 10 or 8 concessions across Europe. Mary's heart was stirred upon hearing this. She had heard about the Song Empire's combat prowess in America. Although she hadn't witnessed it firsthand, word of mouth suggested it couldn't be too bad. Besides, the musket tactics now used in Europe were introduced from America. Wasn't it the Song Empire that invented them? With their help, defeating the Holy Roman Empire wouldn't be a problem. After all, it was no secret that Song soldiers could fight against enemies several times their size. As for the concessions, Mary certainly wouldn't refuse. Zhao Hongyu's concessions would come with money, and all he wanted was some wasteland. What was the problem? Leaving the wasteland there would be no problem, so it would be better to get some money back. After all, the royal finances were tight these days. So, Mary agreed to the concessions without hesitation. This made Zhao Hongyu feel a bit dizzy. But then again, no matter how clever people were these days, she couldn't possibly have anticipated the true purpose of the concession. Once the agreement was signed, even if they regretted it in the future, it would be useless. The 99-year contract was written in black and white, so even if they wanted to, they couldn't. If they really did, that would be just what Zhao Hongyu wanted. He'd have an excuse then, wouldn't he? A concession is absolutely fine. I'll give you a piece of wasteland the size of Lisbon. You can pay me the same rent as the Lisbon concession. But I hope you can raise the terms of our cooperation. After readily agreeing to Zhao Hongyu's concession proposal, Mary returned to the question of cooperation. So how much do you want? Zhao Hongyu asked. 1.5 million silver livres a year, 3 years of rations for 50,000 men, and I want at least 5,000 soldiers, Mary stated her conditions. The Holy Roman Empire has a standing army of 80,000 men. If I want to go to war against Spain and simultaneously defend against the Holy Roman Empire, then France must have a military force of 150,000. Even with the financial assistance you've provided, I can only defend against 80,000 ground forces, with 50,000 deployed against Spain, leaving 3 men to defend against the Holy Roman Empire. Mary explained their difficulties and analyzed the situation to Zhao Hongyu, explaining why she had requested more troops. Unbeknownst to Mary, her request for more troops was exactly what Zhao Hongyu wanted. Zhao Hongyu had originally wanted more, but fearing Mary's refusal, he stated only 2,000. To his surprise, Mary now demanded an army of more than 5,000 to aid France in its defense against the Holy Roman Empire. Zhao Hongyu sneered inwardly, fearing that Mary would find it difficult to send back her. However, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't say these words out loud. A look of embarrassment even crossed his face. Funding is easy, but so many troops is a bit of a challenge. I don't have many land forces in my territory, and if my father knew about this, he'd definitely blame me. He didn't say the Song Empire lacks soldiers, but rather that his own territory didn't have that many. Mary looked at Zhao Hongyu curiously and asked, "What? Isn't what you're planning a decision of the Song Empire?" Zhao Hongyu gave a wry smile and replied, "Of course not. My father is a peace-loving man, he wouldn't do anything like that. These are my personal decisions. I want to expand my territory," Zhao Hongyu lied without blushing. "Then how many soldiers can you send?" Mary was somewhat disappointed by Zhao Hongyu's words. However, the fact that he could provide such a large amount of financial aid simply by his own decision showed that the crown prince of the Song Empire in America was quite powerful. At the very least, Mary figured she couldn't come up with such a large sum of money herself. Zhao Hongyu pondered the situation. The Somali and Gurkha troops in Quebec numbered approximately 30,000 men. If these troops were deployed to Europe, they would likely alleviate some of the pressure on the Chinese-American population. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongyu feigned embarrassment and said, 30,000. I can only send 30,000 to assist you. Any more would be beyond my capacity. After all, I need to leave some soldiers behind to defend the territory, so I can't send them all, Mara gasped, thinking, oh my god, 30,000 is a burden. With these 30,000, the pressure on her would be greatly alleviated. Furthermore, this was only the military strength of the Crown Prince's own territory. Once he took control of the Song Empire, wouldn't he have even more at his disposal? Mary had a significant misconception about the Song Empire. Of course, this was all intentional on Zhao Hongyu's part. Then, Mary and Zhao Hongyu began a detailed discussion of the details. Cooperation, especially regarding military operations and cooperation with other countries, always requires thorough discussion before reaching an agreement. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu was very patient. After all, current development was progressing smoothly towards his goal, and all Zhao Hongyu had to do was take it one step at a time. Elsewhere, Sarah, Emma, Louis Zhai, and Gaston II were enjoying tea in the garden. They did not individually participate in the conversation between Zhao Hongyu and Marie. The Duke of Orleans was accompanying the women of Samuel's household. Is America beautiful? I really want to visit America. I've heard so many people talk about the continent, and they all say the scenery there is breathtaking. It's a pity that I'm the Dauphin and I don't have any freedom, Louis Zhai asked curiously. Of course it's beautiful. That's my hometown. And the city is under construction now, so it's only going to get more beautiful. There's also a lot of delicious food, including my favorite beef ramen. I don't think you can find that here. Emma was still young, and she immediately became eloquent when talking about her hometown. Fortunately, at this moment, little Louis Zhai was simply yearning for America, with no hidden agenda. Otherwise, Emma, naive, would have been caught in a web of secrets. Thankfully, Sarah was at her side, translating for her. Thus, confidential matters remained hidden. Ramen? What is ramen? Is it delicious? Little Louis Zhai had never heard of ramen before, so he was deeply curious. Well, I can't really explain it, but it's delicious. My husband always takes me there whenever I want. There's a noodle shop near the Manhattan Pier, and the owner makes excellent food, Sarah continued translating. You're very beautiful. Will you allow me to pursue you? I think you're wasting your beauty by being with that ugly scarred bastard. At this moment, Gaston II, who was sitting next to little Louis Zhai, suddenly interrupted. Gaston, how can you say such things? Louis Zhai scolded. Sarah's face darkened. She knew Gaston I's character well. Sarah, what is this fat guy talking about? Emma didn't understand French, so she could only ask Sarah. Nothing. Sarah didn't want to translate Gaston's words to Emma, otherwise it would be troublesome. He actually said that their husbands were ugly, which was unbearable. Especially in Emma's heart, Zhao Hongyu was a husband with a very high status. If Emma knew what Gaston said, then God knows what Emma would do. You know, Mohawk women sometimes do things to protect their husband's honor. Especially Sarah knew that under Emma's cute appearance, she was definitely a fierce little female leopard. The saying of cultivating both civil and martial arts was not in vain. Emma's teacher was the most violent Song Hu, and Emma had learned the fighting techniques used specifically for killing people in later generations. Am I wrong? That guy is just a gossip monger. A girl as beautiful as Emma is a waste of talent for him. Only I, Gaston II, am worthy of her. Such a lovely girl should be my love, not that native chief. Gaston II was truly spoiled. He had no idea of the power of the native chief he was talking about. Gaston. Sometimes I really think you're an idiot. Do you think everyone in this world should fear your status and position? In fact, you have no idea that your status and position are nothing to some people. Little Louis Zhai scolded Gaston II in a harsh tone. Of course, he was not an idiot like Gaston II. Although he was young, he was well aware of the power of the Song Empire in America. He was not an unscholarly fellow like Gaston. If his words were translated by Sarah, it could cause diplomatic disputes or even war. It was precisely because of this that little Louis Zhai did not treat him with such a kind of leniency. Don't think you can talk to me like this just because you're the crown prince. I have every right to the throne. As long as you're not king of France, You can't give me orders, the little fat man said to little Louis Zie with a fierce look on his face. Idiot. Count Sarah, thank you so much for not translating his words. I'm truly grateful. Little Louis Zie ignored the angry little fat man and turned to Sarah, bowing and thanking her. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 341, The Boldest. It's nothing. I know Gaston, and I don't want to put my husband in a difficult position because of this. Sarah's intentions were good, but it wasn't because of little Louis Zie. She simply didn't want to cause trouble for Zhao Hongao, so she kept the matter a secret from Emma, believing less is more. Emma saw something was amiss, but unfortunately, she couldn't understand what Sarah and the others were saying, so she became anxious. Sarah, I think the atmosphere is off. What did that fat guy say? Humph. I've got my eye on this girl, and I'm determined to have her. No one can stop me. Because I'm Gaston heir to Orleans. The fat man stood up, his face full of arrogance, and declared to the crowd. He gave Emma a deep look, then turned and left. Whoosh. As the fat man left, little Louis Zie let out a long sigh. Then, he looked at Sarah apologetically, a wry smile of apology on his face. There's really no way to deal with this idiot. I guess I have to leave now, to prevent him from doing something embarrassing. Although Louis Zie said this, he secretly hoped that Gaston II would do something irreparable. That way, he could use the Americans to deal with this guy. Sarah nodded. Go ahead. It's best to keep an eye on that idiot. If our husband hears him saying something like this, there's nothing he can do. You don't know that my husband may be kind, but when it comes to his family, he can be extremely cruel. Louis Zie nodded at Sarah's warning and turned to leave. Sarah, what did they say? I can sense something's not right. If you don't tell me, I'll go find my husband. Emma sensed something was amiss, but it was a shame Sarah kept it a secret. After little Louis Zie left, Sarah said to Emma, that little fat guy just now said he's attracted to you and will do whatever it takes to get you. He even called our husbands ugly. Emma's face immediately turned cold. She didn't care about the talk of wanting to get her, or even about being attracted to her, because the little fat guy simply didn't have the ability to do that. But this damned fat guy actually called her husband ugly, which made the little girl angry. Zhao Hongao had always been a towering figure in Emma's heart. That damned fat guy. I must teach him a lesson. How dare he say that about my husband? That's something we Mohawk women can't tolerate. It's a provocation. Sarah smiled bitterly. Be patient. We can't let this put our husband in a difficult position. He's teaming up with the French to fight the Spanish. If we take action against that little fat guy, that would make the cooperation difficult. Hearing Sarah's words, Emma fell silent and took a deep breath. For my husband's career, I'll endure it. But I don't know how much longer I can. I hate it when people say bad things about my husband. That's called masculinity, so how can it be called ugly? Emma was deeply dissatisfied. Looking at Emma, who was childish but fiercely protective of Zhao Hongao, Sarah said, of course, that's their perspective. I think my husband is handsome and manly, too. They just don't know how to appreciate it. They're just vulgar people. Emma nodded. Yes, they don't know how to appreciate it. They're just idiots. Emma, you have to be careful. That fat man is not a good person. I'm worried he might harm you. So you'd better have your maids with you and don't be alone with him. After all, Sarah had lived in France for over a decade and was a noble. Therefore, she was well aware of Gaston's evil deeds. This playboy had caused trouble for many girls in the Orleans region, and she was worried that this audacious man would really make a move on Emma. Emma curled her lips. Don't worry, with such a fellow, he can't do anything to me even if I give him one arm. But I will follow your advice and be careful. Emma was very dismissive of little Gaston. Not only was he ugly, but he was also fat. How could such a person be compared with her husband? It was really unreasonable. Sarah was also a little puzzled why this guy was so narcissistic. Gaston, I want to remind you, please be careful about your identity and words. Do you know that you almost caused a big trouble today? After leaving Sarah, Emma and the others, little Louis Zie caught up with Gaston, who left angrily. They are just some Native Americans. Is it necessary to defend them so much? And you, please don't follow me anymore. I will handle any problems myself. Who do you think you are? Gaston didn't take little Louis Zie's words to heart at all. All he was thinking about now was how to get Emma, the beautiful girl. With that, Gaston turned and walked away quickly, leaving little Louis Zie standing there foolishly. When Gaston disappeared, little Louis Zie revealed a subtle look of disdain. "I'd like to see how you do it, and how it ends. I won't tell my mother or the Duke of Orleans about this. I hope you won't let me down too much." Muttering to himself, little Louis Zie also left. That girl named Emma was innocent, lovely, and beautiful, and she sang American country music beautifully. Was it unfair for me to let Gaston do what he did? As they walked, little Louis Zie kept asking himself. Yes, he knew exactly what Gaston was planning. If he wanted to stop it, he only had to tell the Duke of Orleans and his mother, Marie, about what had just happened. He knew for sure that little Gaston would be punished. However, when Louis Zie recalled Gaston's impudent boasts, claiming a claim to the French throne, and his brazen assertions, he was filled with rage. Especially when he recalled the rumors he had heard. Finally, Louis Zie gritted his teeth and decided to apologize to Emma. He wasn't going to tell the Duke of Orleans or his mother what had happened. As for what Gaston wanted to do, let him do it. After all, if anything went wrong, Gaston I would be held responsible. At the other end of the garden, Louis Zie's captain of the guard, D'Artagnan, came to meet him. "Your Highness, what's happened? Why do you look so grim?" Louis Zie looked up at his loyal musketeer captain, sighed, and then recounted what had happened. D'Artagnan's golden brows knitted together as he listened to Louis Zie's account. "From what I know about Gaston II, he won't let go so easily. As he said, if he sets his sights on a girl, he'll do whatever it takes to get her. So, Your Highness, your concerns are not unfounded, but this is Gaston's own choice, isn't it?" D'Artagnan had absolutely no fondness for the incompetent, insatiable loser Gaston. "It's just that I feel a pity for that girl. What if little Louis Zie was still a child, not yet the iron-blooded king he would become? He still had a modicum of conscience. Only after experiencing countless conspiracies, betrayals, and betrayals would he become the cruel and tyrannical man he became. No matter what, Gaston's actions will bring him punishment, and this is very beneficial to your Highness. As long as it benefits you, you must not entertain any other thoughts, because your status dictates that you cannot act like an ordinary person, Alice." Little Louis Zie sighed deeply. "Little girl, how could I possibly give up a girl as beautiful as you to that ugly wretch? Only I, Gaston, am worthy of such a beautiful girl. Only I can." In a corner of the manor, the portly Gaston muttered with a sinister expression. He was now obsessed with Emma. Actually, he wasn't truly attracted to Emma, it was simply because he usually got what he wanted easily. So, he assumed this time would be no exception. He was simply being overbearing and controlling. However, Gaston was an idiot, for he actually overlooked Zhao Hongayu's identity and status. He was truly an oddball. If this happened to an ordinary person, he probably wouldn't have done it. After all, Zhao Hongai was the empire's distinguished crown prince, and Emma was his wife. No matter which country you go to, you won't find anyone like Gaston. Clearly, Gaston is the legendary brain-dead. Such people exist in every era and every country. It's simply fate that he met Emma. Gaston recalled Emma's innocent face and the scene of her performing American country music. Uncontrollably, his passion grew stronger and stronger, and he gradually lost control. Inside Gaston's heart, a voice kept shouting, "I want her, he's just a native chief, and he claims to be the crown prince of some empire." "Pah," Gaston spat on the ground in disdain. "Today, I'm going to have sex with your wife. Let's see what you can do." After mumbling to himself for a while, Gaston pulled a glass bottle from his pocket. The glass bottle contained a golden liquid. Gaston held the bottle to his eyes shining with madness. He then produced a white handkerchief and poured the liquid from the bottle onto it. This liquid had a strange smell, but it possessed a powerful aphrodisiac effect, and it only worked on girls. Gaston had painstakingly obtained this liquid from an old gypsy woman, and with it, he had conquered many women. He simply couldn't believe that with a potion's power, he wouldn't be able to control Emma. Humph, once I've done something good, I'm sure the girl won't tell anyone out of respect. Who would know what I've done? A sinister smile spread across Gaston I's face. At that moment, Emma's figure flashed through the nearby flower bed. Gaston gathered his composure and hurried after her. Soon, Gaston found Emma and followed her, observing her closely. Emma was unaccompanied by a single guard, not even a maid. A great opportunity, Gaston, audacious as ever, secretly delighted now that Emma was alone. But Gaston had no idea what to do. In a flower bed beside Emma, something seemed to be moving. The thing shuffling around, jostling the flower bed, was none other than the puma and puma cub Emma had rescued on the banks of the St. Lawrence River. Ouch! A large head poked out from the flower bed. The lioness, whom Emma had named Macallo, representing luck and courage, growled warily, then shook her head, her golden eyes fixed in the direction of Gaston's hiding. Her nose sniffed nervously. "Macallo, what's wrong with you? Don't be so nervous. You've been here so many times these days. Aren't you a little unaccustomed?" Little Emma, lacking the animal's natural alertness, hadn't yet noticed anything was amiss. She suspected Macallo's unusual behavior was simply due to her own nervousness. So, when Emma saw Mocha like this, she walked over, raised her hand, gently patted his head, and comforted him. Strangely, Mocha seemed to understand Emma's words. He licked his mouth with his bright red tongue, then retreated into the flower bed. There, another small puma, not much bigger than a tabby cat, was playing with butterflies. Although he had retreated back into the flower bed, Mocha kept his gaze fixed on Gaston's hiding place. Animals are very sensitive to friendly and hostile auras, and he might have sensed something. "Sarah, really? You're talking so seriously, and you want me to gather the guards? Doesn't that mean I can't roam around? I don't think that little fat guy would be so bold." Maybe Sarah is mistaken, Emma thought to herself, watching the puma clumsily chasing butterflies in the flower bed. At this moment, Gaston flashed out from his hiding place and tiptoed up behind Emma. In his hand was a white handkerchief, saturated with the aphrodisiac he had poured. Gaston hadn't noticed the puma, Macallo, and he still thought Emma was alone. He figured a girl like Emma would be easy to catch. He had no idea he'd already caught the puma's attention and been targeted. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 342 Louis Zai's Secret Joy. Bang! A sharp gunshot shattered the tranquility of the manor, sending the genetics guarding Zhao Hongyu and the musketeers protecting Mary into a state of panic. "Don't panic, let's see what's going on." To avoid any misunderstanding, Wang Shan rushed out and ordered the genetics. Indeed, the genetics' first suspects were the musketeers. They believed they might harm Zhao Hongyu. The musketeers were similarly suspicious, believing the Americans might be at odds with Mary on some issue, hence the shooting. If Wang Shan hadn't arrived immediately, a fight might have erupted. By the time he emerged, the genetics had already surrounded the musketeers, and the atmosphere was tense and poised to explode. Fortunately, Wang Shan's appearance eased the tension, quelling the restless genetics. The musketeers breathed a sigh of relief at the easing of the atmosphere. The genetics moved with incredible speed. Within seconds of the gunshot, the genetics had drawn their weapons, located the nearest musketeer, and pinned him down. This effectively confined the musketeers to their limits, preventing them from even attempting resistance. Of course, this wasn't always the case. Some, relying on their strength, attempted a fight of the sword, only to meet their end in disastrous fashion. Even the most heroic of heroes would succumb to the barrage of dozens of flintlock butts, wouldn't they? In the maze of manicured flower beds on one side of the manor, Gaston curled up, his face contorted in agony, his hands clutching his lower body as he wailed and writhed. The blood from his lower body oozing into the ground was a truly gruesome sight. Macallo, the mountain lion, crouched beside Emma, holding a lump of unidentified flesh in his mouth, warily observing Gaston writhing in agony. Emma held a short-barreled musket, puffs of green smoke still emanating from the muzzle, revealing that Emma had fired the previous shot. At the end of a path through the flower garden, not far from Emma and Gaston, little Louis Zai and his bodyguard, D'Artagnan, stood there, their mouths wide open, staring at the scene in disbelief. But little Louis Zai was grinning inwardly. "Haha, Gaston, that idiot, has indeed been punished." It was unclear what the black creature had taken out of its mouth, but seeing Gaston in such agony was truly delightful. Just before Gaston was bitten and Emma pulled out her gun to fire, Louis Zai, who had been tailing Gaston appeared and shouted a rebuke. Gaston was already very close to Emma, holding a handkerchief soaked in a potent anti-inflammatory drug. Emma reloaded her musket into its holster at her waist, her face grim as she gazed at Gaston, who lay curled up on the ground. "You will pay the price. My husband will not let you go, and neither will we Mohicans." Emma stopped looking at Gaston and walked straight towards little Louis Zai. As Emma approached, little Louis Zai spoke first. "I saw everything that happened here. I will explain to my mother, Marie. Gaston is to blame. He wanted to violate you, and that's what led to this. I can testify for you, and so can my captain of the guard." D'Artagnan bowed his head and saluted Emma. "Are all French people like this? I'm so disappointed. That fellow named Gaston actually tried to harm me. I'll show him what I can do." Emma's tone softened slightly when she faced little Louis Zhao. After all, just moments before, little Louis Zhao had been shouting a warning. It was clear that little Louis Zhao held no ill will towards her. "I'm truly sorry. Gaston has brought shame upon France. I sincerely apologize, but I also know that apologies alone are futile. As for Gaston's final punishment, we can only wait for my mother to decide." Little Louis Zhao had no power over this matter. After all, Gaston's father, the Duke of Orleans, was a prominent figure. Furthermore, he was only a small, powerless crown prince. Therefore, he couldn't make any promises to Emma. Therefore, his words to Emma were sincere and truthful. "We made too much noise here just now. I'm sure gunshots were heard elsewhere. I suggest we go out and tell everyone what happened, and then wait for the matter to be handled." Little Louis Zhao knew that Emma's shot had undoubtedly been heard elsewhere. Therefore, they had to leave and explain everything now. Otherwise, it would be bad to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. "What should we do with that annoying guy?" Emma asked, tilting her head. Little Louis Zhao knew who Emma was referring to. He shifted his gaze to Gaston, who lay curled up on the ground behind her. "Let him lie there for now. We don't know where he's injured, so we can't move him. If he dies, it's just bad luck, and it has nothing to do with us," little Louis Zhao said, his heart betraying him. Deep down, he wished Gaston would die. He can't be a man anymore. Michelot bit off the heirloom of his family. Emma blinked her eyes, then said shockingly to little Louis Zhao, "What?" Little Louis Zhao was genuinely shocked. "Can't be a man anymore? The heirloom of his family was bitten off? Doesn't that mean Gaston's Gigi is gone?" Little Louis Zhao didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. Amused, relieved, secretly pleased. In short, his emotions were mixed, a veritable medley of emotions. At that moment, the fully armed Mohican warriors who had accompanied Emma to Europe appeared on the side of the flower garden maze. "My king, what has happened?" Emma's maid, Papa, also wielded a scimitar, poised to cross a musket. Seeing her maid and the Mohican warriors, Emma felt a sense of relief. She immediately recounted what had happened. The Mohican warriors, standing up to Queen Emma and sharing her story, erupted in outrage. Some immediately drew their machetes, ready to march over to Gaston and chop him into pieces for the Mocolis. Ultimately, Emma restrained the enraged Mohican warriors and appeased them. "My king, we can't let this go. This shows a disregard for our empire and our Mohican people. We must teach the French a lesson," Papa retorted, her eyes flickering between Louis Zhao and D'Artagnan. Papa's gaze made little Louis Zhao and D'Artagnan uncomfortable, and both of them tensed. D'Artagnan, in particular, sensed a fierce, bloodthirsty aura from the Mohican warriors. He was certain that if Emma gave the nod, they would pounce on him and the dauphin torn to pieces. Nervous, D'Artagnan instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, as if that were the only way to ease his nerves. Noticing his captain's movements, little Louis Zhao shook his head, allowing D'Artagnan to lower his hand. Little Louis Zhao was also somewhat frightened. The Mohican warriors exuded a terrifying aura. They held a primal, brutal aura, like a beast staring down at him. Even the little girl, Papa, staring at him, made little Louis Zhao feel as if he were witnessing a female leopard. They were indeed a formidable tribe. It seemed those merchants' claims about the Mohawk warriors of the Song Empire in America being incredibly powerful and skilled in battle were true. "They're friends, don't do this to them. The bad guys are lying there, don't scare your friends." Emma's timely words finally dispelled the murderous intent fixed on them. D'Artagnan and little Louis Zhao involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief, and at that moment, D'Artagnan noticed a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. It seemed he had been too nervous. "Send someone to watch the fallen man. I'm going to find His Highness, tell him about this, and then wait for his response." Emma, her maid, and a group of Mohawk guards left the flower garden maze, followed closely by D'Artagnan and little Louis Zhao. As for the unfortunate Gaston he had already fallen unconscious, his face pale. The three Mohawk warriors who stayed behind to watch over him looked at the unconscious Gaston with ill intent. The Mohawk warriors appeared quickly and found Emma just as quickly. When they left the maze's flower garden, the genetic warriors and musketeers hadn't even entered yet. Then, they saw Emma emerging from the garden with dozens of Mohawk warriors, along with D'Artagnan and little Louis Zhao. Zhao Hongai was also outside the garden. Upon seeing Emma, he immediately approached her. "Did you fire that shot just now? What happened?" Zhao Hongai asked nervously. Yes, even though he and Emma weren't physically related, she was his wife. Seeing Zhao Hongai's question, Emma's maid, Papa, recounted everything that had happened. As Papa relayed her story, Zhao Hongai's expression darkened. Standing behind Emma, little Louis Zhao and D'Artagnan glanced at each other, each catching a glimpse of excitement. To be continued. Search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 343 The Angry Duke of Orleans. Finally, Gaston was carried out of the flower garden maze, and his handkerchief was verified to contain a powerful aphrodisiac. This had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Emma was a real thorn in his side. That fat man named Gaston actually dared to make such a move. Wasn't that like touching a tiger's butt? Although France appeared powerful, Zhao Hongai actually didn't take them seriously. If necessary, Zhao Hongai could suspend development in the Americas and focus on cultivating cheap non-Chinese genetics. Even then, it wouldn't be impossible to overpower France. The reason Zhao Hongai didn't do this was simple: the sheer number of non-Chinese genetics posed a significant threat to the Americas in the future. Because genetics grow with experience, who knows if one of those non-Chinese genetics might emerge and kill him? Such a possibility wasn't impossible. Zhao Hongai, precisely to prevent this, had prioritized Chinese genetics for his current development. It was precisely because of this that his current population growth was limited. You must give me a reasonable explanation. If you think it's unnecessary, then wait for war. Even though we are separated by the Atlantic Ocean, I will use all the power of my empire to attack France. This is simply an insult and provocation to me, and it's also a slap in the face of the empire. While Gaston was being treated in the room, Zhao Hongai was outside shouting and threatening Marie and the Duke of Orleans. Marie said nothing. She didn't know such a thing would happen. Moreover, little Louis Zhao was a witness, so Zhao Hongai was right. It can be said that no one would speak up for Gaston for what he did. But after all, the incident had happened, and he still needed to think of a way to solve it. But how could he solve it to satisfy the Crown Prince? Marie had to think carefully. At this time, the Duke of Orleans' face was as ugly as if he had eaten several pounds of feces. Little Louis Zhao has always disliked Gaston. He really hates him. Maybe he's lying. My son would never do such a thing. He's a noble, the heir to Orleans. The Duke of Orleans completely denied the accusations against Gaston. Even Marie blushed for him. He said his son Gaston couldn't do such a thing, and Marie was the first to disbelieve him. You know, Marie knew everything Gaston had done. This little fat boy had always been a perpetrator of evil in Orleans, harming many young girls, from village girls to daughters of minor nobles, even the wives of some nobles. He didn't let them go, which was really a cause of complaint. If his father wasn't the Duke of Orleans, he would have died countless times. This time, he was so audacious that he wanted to make a move on the wife of the Crown Prince of America, and now he had hired a wall. Zhao Hongai glared at the Grand Duke of Orleans with a gloomy expression and narrowed his eyes. So my wife is lying, too? Would she have shot Gaston for no reason? Who knows? Maybe your wife is just naturally fickle and is seducing me. The Duke of Orleans had only one son, and he loved him with unwavering devotion. He held him in his hands, afraid he'd drop him, and held him in his mouth, afraid he'd melt. Ultimately, this shaped Gaston's current personality. 2 words summed it up: spoiled. Seeing his beloved son, bloodied and lying in a room awaiting treatment, his heart nearly broke. As a parent, this was understandable. However, his words were a bit too much. So, before he could finish, Zhao Hongai rudely interrupted him. My ancestor, Banban, I challenge you to a duel. You have openly insulted my wife's character. I challenge you to a duel. Sarah, who is accompanying Emma, translated the Duke of Orleans' words from afar. When Emma heard that Zhao Hongai was going to duel the old man to defend himself, her heart nearly melted. However, she asked Sarah to translate for her. Queen Emma said that according to the rules of a Mohican woman, if anyone questions her integrity, she has the right to defend her honor, even at the cost of her life. She will challenge you, kill the queen. The honor of the Mohicans must not be tarnished. "We will fight for you," the little maid Papa, standing behind Emma, shouted loudly. Then, she stepped forward, plucked 3 eagle feathers from her head, and threw them in front of the Duke of Orleans. Papa was also a Mohican, chosen through brainwashing and combat training by Song Hu, to become Emma's handmaiden. Emma was everything to her, and she would sacrifice her own life for her. What happened today was truly devastating for Papa. She wasn't with Emma at the time, which was a complete dereliction of duty. If it weren't for the presence of Macalo the Puma and Emma's own prowess, Gaston might have actually been able to do it. If that had happened, Papa would have been doomed. It was precisely because of this that she had stood out from the crowd and challenged the Duke of Orleans to a duel, Mohican style. An eagle feather is more than just an ornament, it's a symbol of a warrior. If a warrior lost his eagle feather, it was a grave matter. So, Papa used her own eagle feather to challenge him, clearly risking her life. According to Mohican custom, this is called a fight to the death. As the name suggests, the duel must end with the death of one of the combatants. Papa was young, only about 14 years old, and hadn't fully grown yet. However, she was tall and had modeling potential. The problem was, this was not a good sign in a duel. Although the Duke of Orleans is 50 years old, he is a man after all. Zhao Hongyu didn't expect that Papa would jump out as soon as he opened his mouth. This is nonsense. Papa is a girl, and an underage girl at that. It's not a big deal to face the Duke of Orleans head-on. But when he saw Papa throw the eagle feather on his head to the ground, he knew that he couldn't stop it. Because if he stopped Papa's behavior, Papa would have no choice but to commit suicide. Using eagle feathers as a duel invitation, the rule of Mohawk is that either you die or the other party dies. In short, one person must die. Of course, it is also possible that both of them die. Anyway, it's the same. Emma's face did not change much, because Papa's behavior seemed normal to her. Papa needs to maintain the reputation of his queen and the Mohawk people. The surrounding Mohawk male guards shouted "Oh" to express their support for Papa. Sarah said to Emma, "Hurry and stop your maid. I can see she's loyal to you, but she's old. The Duke of Orleans is a man, after all, and he'll have a significant advantage in strength and fighting. That little girl will die." Emma's expression remained calm. She simply said to Sarah, "You don't understand. If I stopped her, she would have died. Once you throw an eagle feather, you can't retrieve it without killing the target. It's a matter of her honor, the honor of a Mohican. It has nothing to do with her being a girl or her age." Sarah couldn't possibly understand the Mohican way of life. She simply thought what Emma's maid, Papa, was doing was truly heartless. She was just a child. How could Sarah possibly understand that in America, even children had to fight wild animals to obtain the food they needed to survive? Of course, this was only the life of the Indians before Zhao Hongyu arrived. After Zhao Hongyu arrived in America, the Indians no longer had to endure such a hardship. While the Indians of the Song Empire still hunted for a living, most did so simply to earn a living or simply because they were used to it. It's important to note that hunting wasn't their sole livelihood. Under Song rule, they could herd livestock, serve in the military, and even receive salaries as inspectors, comfortably supporting their families. The primary reason they continued to hunt was habit and a restless nature. Of course, the ancient Indian customs were preserved, and the empire wouldn't prohibit them. Papa's behavior stunned everyone, Marie, Louis Zai, and D'Artagnan. Even the Grand Duke of Orleans stared with wide eyes at the tall, thin, and furious Indian girl standing before him. "You want to duel me?" the Grand Duke of Orleans demanded. Papa nodded solemnly. "Yes, I challenge you in the name of the Mohican warriors. In the most ancient way, before the spirits of all creation, I will fight for the honor of my king and the honor of the Mohican people. Only one of us can survive, and we will fight to the death." Papa's words resounded. Zhao Hongyu took over Sarah's duties, translating Papa's words verbatim. Because Sarah's translation at this time might have a slight error in the meaning, Zhao Hongyu didn't want that to happen. "Are you crazy? You're just a girl. What chance do you have of winning against me?" the Grand Duke of Orleans said with disdain. "I'm not crazy, I'm a warrior. I don't estimate my chances of winning a fight with you, but I will do my best to kill you." Zhao Hongyu translated Papa's words. At that moment, the doctor treating Gaston opened the door and walked out. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 344 Emma's Self-Blame. Just as Emma's maid, Papa, challenged the Duke of Orleans to a duel, the doctor's appearance interrupted the tense atmosphere. "How's Gaston?" The Duke of Orleans ignored Papa and approached the doctor to inquire. Marie wasn't particularly concerned about Gaston's injuries, but little Louis Zhao, ever mindful of this, took note. It seemed that, judging by his mother's behavior, that idiot, worthless Gaston wasn't her illegitimate son. Otherwise, why would his mother be so indifferent? Rumors are just rumors, and they seem unbelievable. Zhao Hongao, Emma, Sarah, and Wang Shan had no interest in Gaston's life or death. After all, this idiot had dared to attack Emma. It was unforgivable. If he died, that would be best. If he didn't, Zhao Hongao and the others wouldn't mind taking him down again. Therefore, Gaston's death was a stroke of luck. If he didn't, it would be a tragedy. He was so audacious, he had no idea who he had offended with his actions. The reactions of the people in the room varied, and Wang Shan observed them. He noticed that the corners of Louis Zhao's mouth curled up, and Wang Shan took note of it. Wang Shan could tell from Louis Zhao's reaction that he was disgusted with the Crown Prince Gaston. This could be used to his advantage. Wang Shan also noticed Marie's reaction. That kind of indifference and disgust were not pretended. Although Marie concealed it very well, Wang Shan still noticed it. As Zhao Honggao's close follower and lackey, Wang Shan has become more and more competent. Besides, he also founded the Imperial Intelligence Department, so he has to be quite capable. Your Highness, the Crown Prince is disgusted with Gaston and the Duke of Orleans, and we can use this to our advantage. Queen Marie also seems to hate the Duke of Orleans, but she is not so obvious. Wang Shan lowered his voice and told Zhao Hongao about his observations. Is that so? If so, then it's good for us. At least we're on the right. We can exploit this conflict between them. Even if we eliminate Orleans and Gaston, it won't cause any trouble, right? Zhao Hongao whispered back. Wang Shan nodded. Although we're not afraid of France, it's better to avoid trouble if possible. I know what to do, and I'll find out. Marie, Louis Zhao, and the Grand Duke of Orleans, of course, didn't notice Zhao Hongao and Wang Shan's conversation. Even D'Artagnan didn't notice. In response to the Duke of Orleans' question, the doctor shook his head. The injury is serious, but his life is safe. However, I must warn you, Duke. Gaston may lose a malfunction. Although the doctor's words were cryptic, how could the Duke of Orleans not know what this meant? He had already seen the wound when Gaston was carried to this place. It was just that he found it difficult to accept. Damn you American bitch. I accept your duel. Time, place, and weapon. Upon learning his son had been eunuched, the Duke of Orleans erupted in anger. He only had this one son, no illegitimate children. Now, this son had been deposed. Did that mean he had no heirs? If he passed Orleans to Gaston upon his death, Gaston would have no heirs. His vast domain would then become someone else's. This was unacceptable to him. Imagine striving your whole life only to find yourself fighting for someone else. No one could accept this. Therefore, the Duke of Orleans' outburst was unsurprising. Queen Marie looked at the Duke of Orleans, her mind racing. The Duke of Orleans' domain had always been vast and powerful. Her brief romance with him was largely due to this. If the Duke of Orleans truly died in the duel, it would be a huge boon to her. Gaston had become a worthless waste, and those who had once followed the Duke of Orleans were no match for him. It would be impossible for him to continue following Gaston. By then, the Duke of Orleans' domain would be completely under the control of the royal family. With the Duchy of Orleans' domain, their power would be strengthened. After all, in this era, the royal family's influence was often determined by the amount of land it controlled. In many countries, nobles united and could even overthrow the king. This kind of bizarre thing was not uncommon in Europe. Therefore, Marie did not stop the enraged Duke of Orleans, and even added fuel to the fire. I witnessed this duel in the name of the French royal family. It will be open and fair. Well, Marie's words had already decided that the Duke of Orleans could not escape the duel. Either he would survive victorious, or he would be defeated by Papa and die an unjust death. But it was clear that Marie had her own plans. She did not want the Duke of Orleans to survive. The Duke's domain held a great allure for her, didn't it? And there were recent rumors that Gaston, that idiot and loser, was her and the Duke's illegitimate son. Marie was privately furious about this, but she did not explain. After all, she needed the Duke's support to suppress her domestic opponents and nobles. Marie knew the source of this rumor was undoubtedly connected to the Duke of Orleans. How could Gaston, that idiot, audacious, and a man who only thought about his private parts, possibly be her bloodline. It was a slam dunk. Now, here was a golden opportunity to eliminate both the Duke of Orleans and the pesky Gaston in one fell swoop. Even the Duke's supporters wouldn't be able to argue against a fair duel. Now all Marie had to do was ensure the duel was fair and how to get the Duke killed. It'll be a sword duel, at the manor, in a few days. The Duke of Orleans was no fool. He felt that since Papa dared to challenge them, she must have some strengths. So, he had to find them. His proposal was exactly what Marie wanted, and she needed some time. I'll notify some nobles to witness the duel and ensure its fairness. I trust you're all okay with that. The Duke of Orleans thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Zhao Hongyu and the others were unconcerned. Even if a whole army surrounded them, Zhao Hongyu and his men wouldn't be afraid. Let alone some nobles. Little Louis Zhao was excited. He secretly hoped that Papa could kill the Duke of Orleans. With his death, Gaston would be left destitute. Without his father's protection and now a eunuch, it was clear that Gaston's life would be difficult. From the moment his mother spoke, little Louis Zhao had a vague idea of what his mother was planning. The Duke's domain encompassed over a third of France's landmass. If it could be controlled by the royal family, its power would be greatly increased. I'll also have some nobles come to watch the duel. Your Majesty the Queen and the Crown Prince, I'm sure you wouldn't object, the Duke of Orleans asked. He hoped to gather some nobles who supported him to cheer him on, to prevent any problems. Furthermore, these nobles would come with guards, providing assistance in case of trouble. Zhao Hongyu nodded. He didn't care what the Duke of Orleans was about to do. In his eyes, the Duke of Orleans was already a dead man. 6 days later, Zhao Hongyu simply stated a time. Yes, the terms of the duel had been set by the Duke of Orleans and Marie, so it was Zhao Hongyu's turn to propose a duel. 6 days. The Duke of Orleans and Marie agreed. Then, Zhao Hongyu led everyone out of the room. Papa, do you have the confidence to defeat that old man? After leaving Marie and the others, Zhao Hongyu asked Emma's young maid. After all, she was too young, and her opponent was a male duke. Although the Duke of Orleans was already 50 years old, he was still not to be underestimated. Papa nodded. Lord Song, who trained me for 6 months. I can kill wolves with my bare hands. I once killed 5 wolves and 3 adult men alone. Papa's answer reassured Zhao Hongyu, and he finally understood why Papa had 3 eagle feathers on his head. According to all Native American customs, only warriors who had killed others could wear eagle feathers on their heads. The more eagle feathers one had, the more respect one received. Papa had 3 eagle feathers on her head, indicating that she had killed 3 enemies at such a young age. In the American continent, during the era of cold weapons, it was difficult to kill more than 2 people. With fewer men, one couldn't defeat the enemy. With both sides outnumbered, a chaotic charge left you with no idea when or where a knife might strike, a terrifying prospect. Therefore, Papa's 3 eagle feathers also revealed that she was more than she seemed. The long-legged beauty Papa looked like a potential model, but Zhao Hongyu knew that Song, whose special training had transformed her into a killing machine. Killing was a common occurrence in America at that time. Tribal feuds were commonplace before Zhao Hongyu took control of Manhattan. Therefore, Papa, the young girl with a mohawk, had no fear of killing. This was completely different from modern girls of later generations. Don't worry, Papa is formidable. I've seen her swordsmanship and it's quite impressive, Emma assured Zhao Hongyu. Even so, Zhao Hongyu still felt unsure. He didn't want his men to get hurt. Wang Shan, think of a way. We can't let the Duke of Orleans harm Papa, and we can't let him survive. Wang Shan nodded, taking note of Zhao Hongyu's instructions. It was a shame he didn't have a sniper rifle, otherwise, he could have killed the Duke in a duel. The Mohican warriors accompanying Emma praised Papa profusely. Well done, Papa. Kill that old man who insulted us and scalp him. Papa, don't let that guy die easily. Torture him and make his death more painful. Mohican girls are no pushovers. Let these white people see how powerful we are. The Mohican warriors were unfazed by the duel, as if the Duke of Orleans was already dead. It must be said that the Mohicans are quite optimistic. You have 6 days. We'll send someone to investigate the Duke's swordsmanship and find his weaknesses. Then you'll be able to easily defeat him. This concerns the reputation of our empire and Emma's dignity, so we have to treat it with caution, Zhao Hongyu instructed Papa. Papa, of course, understood the seriousness of the matter, so she wouldn't object to Zhao Hongyu's approach. I was originally planning to duel that guy, but unfortunately, Papa got there first, Emma pouted. Zhao Hongai was left in a state of confusion. Emma, you're my wife, the queen of the Indians in the area I control. How could you possibly duel with someone? If anything goes wrong, how would I explain to my parents-in-law? Emma rolled her eyes. It's precisely because I'm the queen of the Indians that I have to act like one. Everyone needs a powerful queen, not just a figurehead. If I let go of even those who insult me, everyone will look down on me, and they'll look down on you too. Emma always had her own reasons. Zhao Hongai couldn't argue with her on this point. Papa, you must win. I don't want you to get hurt, you know. Emma ignored Zhao Hongai and looked at her maid seriously. Papa nodded emphatically. Don't worry, my king. I will use all my strength to deal with him. If it weren't for my negligence this time, this wouldn't have happened. After making this promise to Emma, Papa thought back to how his failure to stay with Emma had led to this incident, nearly allowing that damned Gaston to harm Emma. This filled Papa with a strong sense of guilt. Emma raised her hand and patted Papa's shoulder disapprovingly. Don't worry about it. To be honest, this has nothing to do with you. It was me who forbade you and the other warriors from following me, so if anything goes wrong, I have only myself to blame. Yes, Emma knew full well that she had been the one who had prevented the maiden warriors from following her. She felt that having so many people following her was too much trouble, and it made her feel less free. But after this incident, Emma began to reflect on herself. She felt that her status and position were different now, and she couldn't act the same as before. Her safety now depended not only on her husband, but also on the Mohicans. Therefore, Emma knew she couldn't act so willfully anymore. Therefore, in response to Papa's self-blame, Emma comforted her. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Mary's Plan. Mother, why do you support the Duke of Orleans in a duel? Shouldn't we try to avoid conflict at this time? After Zhao Hongai left with Emma and Sarah, Marie and little Louis Zhai also left the Grand Duke of Orleans. After she and little Louis Zhai left, little Louis Zhai asked in confusion. Marie looked at her son and explained, why not? The Duke of Orleans' son has been injured like that, it's impossible for him not to be angry. So he needs to vent his anger, and a duel is the best way to do that. Similarly, the Crown Prince of America and the others need to vent their anger to calm their fury. So who better to choose than Gaston's father? Which of them survives is irrelevant. Of course, the best outcome is the death of the Duke of Orleans. Little Louis Zhai looked at his mother and said, if the Duke of Orleans is killed in the duel, what will happen to the vast Duchy of Orleans? Will Gaston, a loser, inherit it? Although little Louis Zhai guessed his mother's intention, he decided to continue playing dumb. He knew his mother didn't like him being too clever, as it would threaten her position. It was strange logic for a mother to feel threatened by her son. But think about it, in the face of the temptation of power, isn't it normal for family affection to fade? Not only in Europe, but even in the eastern lands of China, weren't there examples of fathers and sons, brothers, and fathers slaughtering each other for power? Marie was a power-hungry woman, accustomed to looking down on others from a high position. Being a regent brought her immense satisfaction. However, her son, Louis Zhai, posed a threat to her power. After all, he was the Dauphin, the true heir to France. If he took power, Marie would have no chance. This was something she refused to tolerate. Once a person has learned the feeling of power, it's hard to let go. Marie was just like that. Therefore, if Louis Zhai appeared unwise, she could continue to rule. If he proved too clever, some aristocrats with ulterior motives would clamor for Louis Zhai to take power. As for what would happen to Marie after Louis Zhai took power, no one would consider it, would they? But Marie knew that if her son took power, she would never again taste the sweetness of power. The feeling of having the power of life and death in your hands is truly intoxicating. Imagine, the fate of others depends on your own whim. At that moment, you could almost think of yourself as a god. It's the kind of feeling that can make one willingly reveal their soul. Once you're hooked, there's no escape. Child, don't you think the Duke of Orleans' domain is a little too vast? So vast that even our royal family can no longer control it? Why should I flatter him? Isn't it to keep him in check? Marie, In a rare moment of confiding her true feelings to little Louis Zhao, spoke from the heart, her true feelings over the years. Yes, her relationship with the Duke of Orleans was well known, but who could have known the pain she felt inside? Did she truly love him? At least, Marie herself didn't think so. Marie had deliberately arranged that fleeting romance. It was to gain the Duke of Orleans' support and stabilize the royal family's position. After Louis Zhao's father died, some nobles banded together to pressure him to depose him and replace him with a cousin. This was a dangerous situation for Marie and Louis Zhao. If the Dauphin was killed, the fate of them would surely be dire. A lifetime in a dark, dank dungeon, unseen from the light of day, would be the most likely outcome. Therefore, to maintain her position, Marie unexpectedly encountered the Grand Duke of Orleans. With his support, she defeated the nobles and secured Louis Zhao's position as Dauphin. The man chosen by the nobles was secretly executed, along with his entire family. Meanwhile, the nobles who opposed Marie were confiscated and exiled. The Duke of Orleans seized the nobles' lands and wealth, further strengthening his power. At the time, Marie, conscious of securing his support, had no such concerns. However, by the time things got back on track, the Duke of Orleans' power was no longer within Marie's reach. Fortunately, the Duke of Orleans was deeply infatuated with Marie, and she capitalized on this, maintaining the royal family to this day. However, as time passed, his ambitions grew. The Duke of Orleans began to covet the throne. Rumors circulated that Gaston was his illegitimate son, and after a moment's reflection, Marie understood the underlying situation. It was impossible not to be angry, but she could only feign innocence, making the Duke of Orleans believe that everything was still going on between them. But now, a golden opportunity presented itself, to eliminate the Duke of Orleans and claim his territory for herself. How could Marie let it go? If the Duke of Orleans died in the duel, it would have been the Americans' doing, wouldn't it? If anyone sought revenge, they could simply turn to the Americans. After all, it had nothing to do with Marie. Marie, already worried about how to deal with the Duke of Orleans, suddenly found someone offering to help her deal with him. It was impossible not to be delighted. Moreover, this matter would allow her to stay out of it. Since there was such a good thing, why not do it? Oh, so mother wants to take this opportunity to seize the territory of the Grand Duke of Orleans. Little Louis Zhao pretended to be enlightened and looked at his mother with admiration. I have long disliked the nasty Grand Duke of Orleans and his idiot son. If the Grand Duke of Orleans dies in the duel, what will happen to little Gaston XX? Little Louis Zhao said. Marie curled her lips and said to little Louis Zhao, how useful can a waste who has become a eunuch be? It will be a waste without his father. But I will not kill him. I will deprive him of his noble status in the name of destroying the relationship between the two countries and turn him into a pauper. I think those enemies who have been harmed by him would be very happy to see such a situation, wouldn't they? Little Louis Zhao nodded when he heard it. Yes, by then, without your orders, mother, Gaston's former enemies will find him. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to take care of him themselves. At this point, little Louis Zhao paused before continuing, but mother, all of this is premised on the Duke of Orleans being defeated in the duel. So, how can we guarantee his demise? Little Louis Zhao hit the nail on the head. Indeed, despite Marie's many considerations, there was one prerequisite for everything. The Grand Duke of Orleans must be killed in the duel. Only then could Marie carry out all the things she had said to little Louis Zhao. If the Grand Duke of Orleans survived, then all her words to little Louis Zhao would be in vain. Of course I have a way. Actually, killing the Duke of Orleans is easy. Poison, assassination, anything is possible. The reason I didn't do it is because I had to consider how to deal with the numerous problems that would arise after the Duke of Orleans' death, Marie said seriously to little Louis Zhao. The Grand Duke of Orleans has many supporters. If you were poisoned or assassinated, they would surely cause trouble and even think we were responsible. Then they would unite and have an excuse to cause trouble. That's what I least want to see, because with our current strength, we can't deal with these nobles, Marie stated her concerns. Yes, historically, Louis Zhao's mother did solve this problem, but it happened many years later. However, she did leave a legacy for little Louis Zhao, Gaston II. Gaston II had caused no small amount of trouble for Louis Zhao even after he became king. But now, with the appearance of Zhao Hongyu and his men, things were beginning to deviate. I've said it before. If Orleans dies at the hands of the Americans, we'll be free. and we can seize this opportunity to wipe out Orleans's followers and seize control of his and his nobles' territories. I estimate that in the future, the territory we control will comprise more than 2/3 of France. By then, we'll have no one to oppose us." Little Louis Zhai's breathing quickened. He understood his mother's intentions and knew exactly what they meant to him. If his mother's plans succeeded, then once he became king of France, he could implement his policies smoothly without worrying about the reactions of the other nobles. "Then, Mother, let's do our utmost to ensure the Americans defeat the Grand Duke of Orleans," little Louis Zhai said to Marie, his heart burning. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke of Orleans was gazing at the unconscious Gaston II, lost in deep sorrow. He had no idea that Marie was plotting her own plan. To be continued. Search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 346 The Old Lady's Analysis. "Child. My poor child, Gaston, how have you become like this?" After Zhao Hongyu, Mary, and the others had all left, the Duke of Orleans entered the room. Seeing Gaston lying on the bed, pale and weak, his teeth itched with hatred. "Damn Americans, I will make you pay," Orleans swore to the unconscious Gaston. He was just such a child, hoping to have an heir 100 years later. But now, all that has become a pipe dream. Although Gaston survived, he was a cripple. He could no longer be called a man, because the Puma Macalo had bitten off Gaston's entire penis. Not only could it not be reattached with current medical methods, but even if it could be reattached, it would be useless. "Your Excellency, please do not grieve for a while. What are your plans for the duel with the Americans in 6 days? Seeing the Duke of Orleans lost in grief, his personal guard whispered a warning. "I'll kill that little bitch, then move on to challenge the Crown Prince's wife, the so-called Indian Queen. I'll kill them all, leaving no one behind. I'll make them pay, in blood," Orleans said to his personal guards, his expression more ferocious than ever. Yes, the Grand Duke of Orleans had the confidence to do so. After all, he was a nobleman in France, more powerful than the royal family. Moreover, Zhao Hongyu and his men were in France, not the Americas. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't overpower a local snake, right? What the Grand Duke of Orleans didn't know was that there's also a saying, a powerful dragon can't cross a river. Zhao Hongyu was destined to be different from those he believed him to be, and his strength was also different. "Take my warrant right now and mobilize the troops from the vicinity of Orleans. Besiege Marseilles. 6 days is more than enough time. The nearest noble can reach here in a day. I won't let a single American leave here alive." The Duke of Orleans was determined to avenge Gaston, and he was determined not to let Zhao Hongyu and his men escape alive. At this moment, the flames of revenge burned fiercely in his chest, and he wouldn't hesitate even if it meant dragging the world down with him to destroy the Duke of Orleans. "Should we tell Queen Marie about this?" his personal aide whispered. "That woman wishes me dead, so there's no need to tell her. This time, I'm not only going to deal with those Americans, but also this stinking woman. Once I ascend the French throne, I'll find a queen and have another child. This incident gives me a chance, doesn't it?" At this moment, the grief and indignation on the Duke of Orleans's face completely vanished, replaced by a sinister expression. The Duke of Orleans had guessed at some of Marie's thoughts, but he hadn't revealed them at the time. How could the Duke of Orleans be such a fool to hold such a position? Marie hadn't stopped the duel, and even fanned the flames. At that moment, murderous intent had welled up in the Duke of Orleans' heart. Yes, Marie was plotting a cowardly plot, and the Duke of Orleans saw through it instantly. It's true that he mourned for his son, Gaston. But beneath this sorrow lay ambition and greed. Marie wanted to use Zhao Hongyu and his men to eliminate the Duke of Orleans, but the Duke of Orleans also wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate everyone. If he lost his child, he could just marry and have another. He was only 50 years old, so there was still a chance. If he could kill Marie and the American, he could blame Marie's death on the American, saying it was the American who killed Marie. He would then be free of any responsibility. This was a godsend. As for the duel, the Duke of Orleans didn't even consider it. Only idiots would duel. He had an army, so why would he engage in such a foolish act? The Duke of Orleans kept nothing secret from his personal guard. He trusted him deeply. He had been with him since childhood and was incredibly loyal to him. He knew everything about him, so there was no need to hide anything. The personal guard nodded after hearing the Duke of Orleans's words. "I understand. This time, the mobilization of the troops must be done in secrecy. However, it will take a long time. I will notify Count Fernando to contact the troops, and I will infiltrate the vicinity of the manor with my elite musketeers to eliminate the Americans and Queen Marie and her companions before the duel. As the Duke of Orleans' personal guard, he was well aware of the Duke's plans. The Duke said with a sullen face, "You must be careful." Then the guard turned and left. The Grand Duke of Orleans walked to a sofa in the corner of the room and sat down. Marie, I've always wanted to kill you. I held back because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to explain myself to the church. The Biffin royal family is no small matter. But now you've given me an opportunity, an excuse to deal with you. You were planning to deal with me anyway, weren't you? Damned Americans, I never thought you would give me this opportunity. Speaking of which, I really don't know whether to thank you or hate you. The Duke of Orleans sat there talking to himself for a while, like a psychopath. After a long while, he turned his gaze back to the unconscious Gaston. Although you are not very ambitious, you are my only son after all. I will not let those Americans go after they have harmed you like this. I will not kill the girl you like. I will fulfill your wish on your behalf. For a moment, dark clouds shrouded the manor in the western suburbs of Marseilles, and an eerie atmosphere began to spread here. Crown Prince, your wife Emma, has severely injured the useless idiot son of the Duke of Orleans. After hearing about this, the old lady of the Samuel family immediately found Zhao Hongyu. In response to the old lady's question, Zhao Hongyu nodded and admitted, "Yes, that fellow was so audacious that he dared to attack my wife. This is a complete insult to me and the Empire. The fact that he's still alive is a blessing from our ancestors." After hearing Zhao Hongyu's answer, the old lady quickly asked, "What are Marie and the Grand Duke of Orleans' reactions? I see a strange atmosphere right now. I think something's amiss." The old lady, having lived so long and being French, knew both Marie and the Grand Duke of Orleans intimately. The fact that the Grand Duke of Orleans' son had been severely injured, even becoming a eunuch, and yet he hadn't made a scene yet clearly indicated something was amiss. Drawing on her woman's sixth sense and other intuitions, the old lady grew nervous. Unfortunately, she wasn't present at the time, so she couldn't make any judgments. "Why, do you think there's something fishy going on?" Zhao Hongyu sensed a hint of this in the old lady's words, so he asked. "I know the Grand Duke of Orleans. He's a very hot-tempered man. Logically, he should be furious right now, but I find everything acting perfectly normal. This is completely irrational, and Queen Marie, she's always had a good relationship with the Grand Duke of Orleans. She should have stood up for him at this moment. But Marie hasn't done anything yet. Isn't that puzzling?" The old lady expressed her considerations. Zhao Hongyu pondered for a moment and felt that the old lady's words were quite valid. After all, Zhao Hongyu, was from America. Marie's and the Duke's reactions today were indeed very unusual. Even if he had discussed cooperation with Marie, it wouldn't be enough for Marie to side with him in such a situation. In Zhao Hongyu's view, Marie's support for the duel was actually supporting him. After all, the Duke was Marie's supporter. His presence in her family was the key to the stability of her position and the royal family. Even an idiot knew that a duel was risky. Had Marie not considered the possibility of a potential crisis? This was puzzling. Why did Marie support the duel? Zhao Hongyu found this quite intriguing. If the Duke of Orleans was truly as hot-tempered as the old lady claimed, then his behavior today was a little off. As the old lady said, the Duke of Orleans should have been furious and challenged immediately, not waiting 6 days. This was extremely unusual for someone with such a hot temper. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongyu recounted Marie's reaction to the Grand Duke of Orleans. After listening to Zhao Hongyu's story quietly, the old lady fell silent. After a long pause, the old lady said to Zhao Hongyu, "Be careful. I think Marie is going to continue the duel and kill the Duke of Orleans. You look like you've become a knife in Queen Marie's hands. I can't guess what the Grand Duke of Orleans is thinking, but I'm sure he has no good intentions." The old lady's words left Zhao Hongyu a little puzzled. Marie wants to use us to get rid of the Grand Duke of Orleans? How is that possible? He's not a supporter of Marie, and only with him can Marie avoid being oppressed by those nobles. Zhao Hongyu knew a little about French affairs. This was all what Sarah had told him. If, as the old lady said, Marie used them to kill the Duke of Orleans, how much benefit would she gain from it? Zhao Hongyu was a little confused. After all, in his opinion, with the Duke of Orleans dead, those nobles, both big and small, would have no one to suppress. Would Marie be the one who suffered in that time? Therefore, A woman as smart as Marie would not do such a thing. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 347 Zhao Hongayu's Guarantee. Why did Marie do this? Yes, why? This was a question Zhao Hongai was quite curious about, and he couldn't quite put his finger on it. While Zhao Hongaiyu wasn't entirely clear on the matter, the old lady was different. She was quite clear on it. Therefore, she explained to Zhao Hongaiyu, based on what you've described at the time, I'm 80% certain Marie meant this. The reason is simple. Although the Duke of Orleans supports her, his ambitions have grown, and he's no longer content with his current position. He wants to take it one step further. Doesn't that mean he wants to be king? Zhao Hongai looked at the old lady in disbelief. Don't look at me like that. Human greed knows no bounds. You should know that. And there are already signs of this happening. There's a rumor out there that good-for-nothing Gaston is the Duke and Marie's illegitimate son. Where do you think this rumor originated? The old lady gave Zhao Hongai a meaningful look. Even rumors like this seem to be spreading. This seemed like something truly unusual. The Grand Duke of Orleans is immensely powerful. The territory under his control covers 1/3 of France. Do you think he's a threat to Marie? Furthermore, besides the territories he controls, he also has a group of followers. These smaller nobles control a combined 1/3 of the territory. This indirectly controls 2/3 of France, making him quite powerful. The old lady told Zhao Hongaiyu something he didn't know. It seems that no matter what era or country, such power struggles are inevitable. He was lucky to have encountered this. Then why didn't the Duke of Orleans deal with Marie sooner? If his power is as strong as you say, it shouldn't be that difficult to deal with Marie. Zhao Hongaiyu asked a question that was a bit puzzling. Yes, if it were him, he would have eliminated Marie long ago. Why would he wait until now? It's completely unnecessary. It's like taking off your pants to fart. The old lady shook her head. It's not that simple. If the Duke of Orleans were to resolve this issue through force, it would cause enormous trouble. The church and other nobles would rise against him. Although he's powerful, it would also cause enormous trouble. The old lady explained the key point to Zhao Hongaiyu. That's why he's been patient, hoping to ascend the French throne through a legitimate opportunity. Marie's aware of this, but neither side has spoken publicly. Zhao Hongaiyu curled his lips. Isn't this like being a traitor and still wanting to build a pedestal? Foreigners' thinking is truly different from that of the East. If this happened in China, someone with such power would have already risen up and overthrown the court. Why would they wait? Waiting is something they only do when they are weak. Who would be so foolish when they have the upper hand? The church is nothing, just bribe them with a little money. As for the other nobles, if they refuse to obey, they should be beaten into submission, or even defeated and their property confiscated. In Zhao Hongayu's eyes, this is the normal way. But he didn't understand that European thinking is completely different from that of the Chinese. Furthermore, if the Duke of Orleans truly intended to do so, the royal families of the surrounding nations would also rise up in rebellion. Everyone would then find a good excuse to exploit the unrest in France. It was precisely because of this potential trouble that the Duke had not acted in unison and had endured until now. Many things were not as simple as Zhao Hongaiyu imagined. It's really troublesome. I think the Duke of Orleans' patience is completely unnecessary, especially when he has the upper hand. But I'm not French after all, and I'm not familiar with the concepts of this continent, so I can't say anything. But how did Marie and the Duke of Orleans become so estranged this time? Zhao Hongaiyu asked the old lady. It's simple. The duel gave Marie a reasonable opportunity to deal with the Duke of Orleans. Assassination and poisoning would have been good solutions, but this time they carry significant risks, the old lady patiently explained. Zhao Hongaiyu was Sarah's husband, and these women would be living with her in the Americas, and Sarah would become their support. Helping Zhao Hongaiyu was, in a sense, helping Sarah. If Sarah's status improved, it would also be of great benefit to these widows, wouldn't it? Moreover, the old lady knew that only useful people in this world could enjoy a better life. That's why she patiently explained these things to Zhao Hongaiyu. She was also trying to show Zhao Hongaiyu that women like them were also very useful. Of course, Emma had the support of the Mohicans and the Indians who had integrated into the empire, something Sarah couldn't match. But these women, especially Emma, possessed extensive political experience, something the Indians lacked. Therefore, her priority now was to consolidate Sarah's position. If possible, if Sarah had children, She could help them achieve a higher position. Such selfishness is normal, isn't it? You can't say the old lady was wrong to think so. Everyone has selfish desires. Saints only appear in stories and legends. After all, Lei Fen kept a diary when he did good deeds, right? Zhao Hongyu simply didn't know about the old lady's thoughts. This time, due to the urgency of the matter, the old lady had to explain everything to Zhao Hongyu in person. She wouldn't be around again when they traveled to the Song Empire in America. At that time, her role would be to guide Sarah in handling the court's internal struggles, acting as a behind-the-scenes strategist. The other women would explore opportunities and choose reliable and powerful partners. Only in this way could Sarah compete with Emma. After all, they would all have children. While everyone seemed to be on good terms now, the future was anything but guaranteed. The old lady had a long-term vision, something neither Sarah nor Emma had considered. Sarah had a good relationship with Emma and considered her a mentor. Emma, in turn, considered Sarah an older sister. But the old lady was different. After all, she had lived for over 60 years and had seen much. Assassination and poisoning the Duke of Orleans seems like a good solution, but why would there be any hidden dangers? Zhao Hongyu genuinely didn't understand the political landscape in Europe. The old lady explained, if we use such means to eliminate the Duke of Orleans, many nobles will rise up and use this as an excuse to cause trouble for the royal family. What would happen to Marie then? After all, her current stability depends entirely on the Duke's support. The old lady explained the reason. Mary has always had her fair share of opponents. Without the Duke's support, her life wouldn't have been so easy. The royal family's weak control has always been a headache for her. She can't afford to give those with ulterior motives an excuse. That would be a very unwise choice. Zhao Hongyu nodded silently. Fortunately, his own Song Empire hadn't encountered such a situation, otherwise it would have been very troublesome. If you kill the Duke in the duel, Mary will take his death upon you. While the duel is fair, there's no guarantee that the Duke's die-hard followers won't come after you. But after the Duke's death, Mary will seize the opportunity to quickly consolidate the territories he left behind and strengthen her control. The old lady continued her analysis. I suspect that by the time this is over, Mary will likely have completely taken control of the Duke's territories, and the territories of the smaller nobles who followed him will be in the same boat. After all, Gaston has been deposed. A eunuch can't possibly become the new leader after the Duke's death, right? Zhao Hongyu nodded, finally understanding. Gaston's crippling condition had given Marie an opportunity. And he had become the very knife in Marie's hand, the very knife with which she would kill the Duke. After the old lady's analysis, how could Zhao Hongyu not understand? He felt a little uncomfortable. Being used was truly unpleasant. But even knowing he was being used, Zhao Hongyu couldn't refuse. It was simple, the Duke of Orleans must die. Who had allowed his incompetent son to provoke Zhao Hongyu? Emma was his wife, and he was even targeting her. Zhao Hongyu absolutely couldn't tolerate that. Thank you for your analysis. I've decided to talk to Marie. Perhaps I should help her and get some benefits at the same time. Otherwise I'll be in big trouble. The old lady looked at Zhao Hongyu in disbelief. She hadn't expected him to actually talk to Marie. But then she relaxed. Well, since she knew Marie's plans, she might as well talk to her and see if she could get any benefits. The reason was simple, a duel was inevitable. In that case, why not exploit Mary's wit and gain some advantage? Zhao Hongyu's quick reaction pleased the old lady, who nodded in satisfaction. A very clever young man. It seemed Sarah had found a good husband. Be careful of the Duke of Orleans. I think he's also plotting something, but I can't guess what he's up to. I'm not sure if this duel is an opportunity for him, since he's the duelist, the old lady warned Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu nodded emphatically, taking her words to heart, and prepared to have Wang Shan send someone to keep an eye on the Duke of Orleans. After explaining this to Zhao Hongyu, the old lady took her leave. Zhao Hongyu summoned Wang Shan in and said, send someone to keep an eye on the Duke of Orleans. I want to know everything he does, even if he goes to the bathroom. Wang Shan responded and left. Zhao Hongyu stood up, left the living room, and walked up the stairs to Emma and Sarah's room. Papa, remember, you're not as strong as that guy. After all, your opponent is a man. So try to use your agility to your advantage. I think you should be pretty fast, right? Zhao Hongyu walked into the room and saw Emma training Papa. If I were you, I'd put some poison on the sword, the kind that would make you a Marcus if you saw blood. Even the slightest scratch would kill the Duke of Orleans. But Emma is right, you can't go head-to-head with him, because you don't have the strength. Zhao Hongyu spoke up and then walked over. Poison is not a good idea. This is a fair duel, a matter of dignity for the Mohicans. Therefore, Papa must kill her opponent honorably. This isn't hunting in America, why would she need poison? Emma heard Zhao Hongyu's words and turned to give him a blank look, rejecting his suggestion. Zhao Hongyu could only shrug helplessly. You might consider my proposal. All we need to do is eliminate our opponent, right? As for the specific means, I don't care. If possible, I'd even poison the Duke before the duel. Zhao Hongyu approached Emma and earnestly expressed his thoughts. Don't do that. It would be an insult to me. I know you're doing this for my own good, but I beg you, please, please don't. Emma hugged Zhao Hongyu and spoke earnestly. Not only did Emma speak this way, but even her maid, Papa, looked at him seriously and said, Your Highness, if you want this for my own good, then please trust me. I don't need such extraordinary means to win the duel. You must have faith in me. This is a duel, after all. If it were an assassination, I wouldn't say this. Alright, I surrender. I promise I won't do it again, Zhao Hongyu assured Emma and Papa with a look of helplessness. Only after receiving Zhao Hongyu's assurance did Emma and Papa finally let him go. What a stubborn man. What did the means matter? In China, the only way to defeat the enemy was to exhaust all possible means. Zhao Hongyu, hailing from a later era, couldn't stand such a thing. But how could he remain indifferent to Emma's request? So, he had no choice but to agree. While agreeing verbally, Zhao Hongyu added, If the other party resorts to dirty tricks first, then I won't guarantee it. Upon hearing this, Emma and Papa exchanged glances. Finally, Emma spoke up, Yes, if that old man had resorted to dirty tricks first and violated the rules of the duel, I wouldn't have stopped you. Such a person should be punished, for among us Mohicans, an open duel is sacred. With Emma's words, Zhao Hongyu felt reassured. He was convinced that the Duke of Orleans was no good. All he had to do now was wait for the other party to break the rules, and then strike. To be continued. Please search, the novel is better and updated faster. Chapter 348, Manhattan Naval Battle. Just as Zhao Hongyu was encountering trouble in France, a major crisis unfolded in Manhattan. The previously peaceful waters off Manhattan were now ablaze, scorching the night sky red. The rumble of cannons echoed endlessly from the distant sea. The residents of Manhattan gathered nervously near the harbor, frantically peering out to sea. These damn pirates. Can't they just do a proper job? You know, in Manhattan, if you work hard, you can definitely make money. Why resort to such treachery? These damned bastards must be expecting something for nothing. Hard work is no match for the comfort of wielding a knife and robbing. Hopefully the Song Empire's fleet can wipe out these pirates, so we can continue living here. If Manhattan is conquered by pirates, our current lives will be ruined, the people gathered at the docks whispered to each other. From their words, it became clear that a battle taking place on the sea was between pirates and Manhattan's fleet. The pirates had long coveted Manhattan's wealth. After 6 months of gathering, the captains of 400 to 500 pirate ships had gathered, forming a formidable naval fleet. With so many warships, even any European nation would not dare engage them easily. The sheer number of ships emboldened the pirates. That very night, they launched an attack on Manhattan. First, the pirates attacked from the southeastern waters, quickly entering the waters off Manhattan and around Manhattan Island. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu and his team had considered the issue of pirates when constructing Manhattan, establishing numerous artillery batteries along the coast of Manhattan Island and the southern tip of the city. Consequently, the pirates, taking advantage of the darkness to enter Manhattan waters, were immediately spotted by the dedicated genetic soldiers, thwarting their planned assault. Immediately, the coastal batteries opened fire on the pirates. Because of the artillery batteries, the pirates' originally smooth plan encountered significant trouble. However, relying on their large numbers, the pirates ignored the coastal batteries and continued their advance. They believed that as long as they reached the vicinity of Manhattan's harbor, they could fire upon the city. They expected that after about 2 salvos, Manhattan would surrender. The pirates' aggressive and unpredictable approach terrified the merchants, migrant workers, and residents of Manhattan. Fortunately, the intelligence department had long been aware of the pirates' movements and had made preparations. Therefore, upon receiving the signal from the artillery batteries, Zhang Tai immediately issued a decisive order. 67 warships of various types belonging to the Song Empire quickly left the docks and rushed towards the pirates to engage them. Although these warships were of varying specifications and few in number, their modified firepower and defensive capabilities had been greatly enhanced. As a result, the pirates were effectively pinned to within 15 nautical miles of Manhattan, unable to advance an inch. Coupled with the bombardment from both sides, the pirates were suffering terribly. Of course, this only affected the pirates at the forefront. The Manhattan fleet stretched out in a line across the narrow strip of sea, stretching across the hull. The warship's side gun ports opened, unleashing large-caliber cannon fire. 20 warships were ready for sacrifice. Zhao did have the resources. He intended to use these 20 warships to withstand the pirates' sudden attack and slow their momentum. He would also destroy as many pirate warships as possible, as long as he could destroy more than 20. This was also a way to buy time, allowing the ironclad fishing boats to reach the battlefield. Song Hu's 120 ironclad fishing boats had secretly arrived at the northern Manhattan naval port, but Zhao had kept this information secret. After all, while ironclad fishing boats might be considered junk in later times, they were considered incredible high-tech products in this era. Furthermore, as a secret weapon, revealing them too soon would be inadvisable. 15 nautical miles wasn't too far, nor was it too close. Standing on the dock, one could see the distant sea surface, a constant flash. That was the brightness created by the artillery's design. The flashes were like a laser cannon. While beautiful to watch, they were also terrifying. Destroy these warships blocking our way. Damn it, didn't you say Manhattan didn't have any warships? Then where did these warships come from? Damn it, the captains of the fastest pirate ships, driven by their desire to plunder wealth, were furious. Indeed, the intelligence they had gathered indicated that Manhattan City didn't possess many warships, no more than 10. Furthermore, the vessels they did possess were merely large fishing vessels. The reason they had gathered so many fellow pirates was simply to destroy Manhattan's army. While Manhattan's military might be weak, their army was formidable. Without destroying their army, Manhattan City would be impossible to capture. Therefore, they needed to gather more men and organize themselves. But now, after launching their attack on Manhattan City, they discovered that the reality wasn't as their intelligence had described. The pirates' vanguard encountered an enemy force of no fewer than 60 warships, temporarily preventing them from advancing. Furthermore, they faced attacks from the artillery batteries on both sides of the embankment, a truly daunting prospect. Fortunately, the pirates were seasoned naval warriors. After all, it was their livelihood. So, after the initial panic, the vanguard deployed their forces, employing a 5-for-1 attack strategy, destroying Manhattan's warships one by one. It looked as if Manhattan's fleet was collapsing, sinking one ship after another. In just half an hour, the pirates sank 8 of 67 ships. This was a terrifying figure. Naval battles of that era could often last several days. After all, the weapons and power of this era were simply incomparable to those of later generations. Therefore, the loss of 8 ships in just half an hour was a significant loss. Of course, the pirates suffered a tough time too. Manhattan's fleet lost 8 galleons, but the pirates also lost 10 vessels of various types. Both sides employed a head-on confrontation, aiming to destroy their opponents as quickly as possible. Consequently, the naval battle was brutal. A warship belonging to the Manhattan fleet was riddled with holes, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, its genetically engineered captain gave the order to ram a nearby pirate ship before it disintegrated. Even the pirates, known for their brutality, shuddered at the sight of the Manhattan fleet's ferocity. They had never seen such ferocity before. This was a sheer recklessness. This type of attack would terrify everyone. As the saying goes, the weak fear the strong, and the strong fear the reckless. The Manhattan fleet fell squarely into that category. Therefore, the pirates' fear was understandable. Unfortunately, the Manhattan fleet's military strength was too weak, consisting of only about 60 ships. Even trading 1 for 2 pirates was a significant disadvantage. On the other hand, the pirates, relying on their superior numbers, gritted their teeth and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the Manhattan Navy. Pirates generally detested this type of warfare, as it offered no real advantage. It resulted in the destruction of warships and heavy casualties among the sailors. Without ships and crews, a pirate operation was doomed. However, this time was different. Blackbeard Jack, the founder of the Pirate Alliance, publicly swore that upon capturing Manhattan, he would first compensate the pirate captains who suffered the most with sufficient gold coins to purchase new ships. It was precisely because of this that the pirates, despite their previous reluctance to engage in hand-to-hand combat, engaged the Manhattan Navy head-on. The pirates were well aware of Manhattan's wealth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Zhao Hongayu's castle was piled high with the gold coins. Consequently, they all trusted Blackbeard Jack's promise. Not to mention a single ship, every captain and sailor who captured Manhattan would receive a substantial share of the profits. Hold on. Our reinforcements are coming, and these pirates won't be able to escape then, a genetically engineered captain, braving the pirates' gunfire, shouted to his genetically engineered sailors from the deck. Around him, the sternly engineered sailors repeated their actions, cleaning the barrels, maneuvering the guns, loading the gunpowder and fuses, and then firing. These were all genetically engineered through mass production. Before their intelligence was awakened, they knew only to follow orders and lacked any emotional connection. Therefore, they were the ideal source of soldiers. At this moment, their value was fully demonstrated. In such a brutal naval battle, any ordinary person would have collapsed. But the genetically engineered sailors were different. They remained focused on their tasks. Even when a comrade's head was half opened by flying cannon fragments, his brains splattering all over him, he showed no emotion. Unless the warship was sunk, they would meticulously complete the tasks as per their training. Those with a gene that awakens their wisdom and becomes captain will strangely transform into those angry young men with the chauvinism of the Great China. They will solemnly order the ramming of the pirate warship before the warship disintegrates. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 349. The situation is a bit unfavorable. Haha, that damn Manhattan fleet is almost finished. The pirates in the rear, watching through their telescopes as the Manhattan fleet's ships were being destroyed one by one, filled them with joy. At this rate, they could have completely destroyed the Manhattan fleet by morning. By then, Manhattan would no longer have any naval forces to stop them. What's the current situation at sea? Where is our rapid response fleet now, and how far away is it from the battlefield? Inside the military headquarters in Manhattan, Zhang Tai sat in his office and asked his secretary. The secretary quickly produced a newly delivered information document and handed it to him. Zhang Tai took it and carefully read it. In the hills near Manhattan and at the docks, the intelligence department had deployed numerous spies, some monitoring the situation at sea, while others secretly observed the crowd's reactions. After all, Zhang Tai had no idea if the pirates had discovered any accomplices here. Therefore, he needed to be on guard against any such accomplices who might take advantage of this opportunity to cause unrest. The Chinese people near the Manhattan docks closed their shops, took out their flintlock rifles, and organized a militia. The Indians, led by Black Bear, also took up arms and began to rush to the nearby military camp. Now, the citizens of Manhattan were practically all soldiers. With the exception of the undocumented laborers who came from outside, virtually every citizen of Manhattan had become a temporary soldier. Manhattan's army was the city's last resort. The information clearly stated that the Manhattan fleet was at a disadvantage and had already lost 8 warships. At this rate, the fleet would be destroyed around 3 a.m. The Rapid Response Fleet, comprised of iron fishing boats, was still 5 nautical miles from the battlefield, requiring about an hour to reach it. An hour? Zhang Tai breathed a sigh of relief. An hour wasn't too long. With 59 ships still in the Manhattan fleet, an hour shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Tai took the loss of the warships with aplomb. War was bound to be without losses. Even a powerful nation like the United States in the future would inevitably lose tens to 20,000 people in every war. This was perfectly normal. Fortunately, the loss of geneticists could be replaced, so Zhang Tai wasn't too worried about this aspect. Continue to monitor the situation at sea. I need the latest information as soon as possible, Zhang Tai told his secretary. The secretary nodded and passed on Zhang Tai's order. Zhang Tai didn't participate in this naval battle. After all, his current status was different. A man of his stature and position didn't need to put himself in danger. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. 15 nautical miles away, the Manhattan fleet engaged in a fierce battle with the pirates. The sound of thousands of artillery fire reached the ears of those on the dock. Captain, our situation is dire. More and more pirate ships are closing in. Zhang Baoqiang, the Manhattan fleet's military commander and a Chinese geneticist, frowned upon hearing this. Don't panic. We can still hold out against these pirates for a while. We have to wait until the rapid reaction fleet arrives, so we must continue fighting no matter what. Send a signal, have the nearby artillery batteries fire hard. Whoosh! A signal shot skyward. Sir, the fleet has signaled. Should we immediately prepare the pomegranates? The geneticist stationed at a nearby artillery battery saw the signal from the battlefield and immediately reported the situation to the battery commander. Use pomegranates? The geneticist officer at the battery fell silent. While such a cannon is powerful, it also carries the risk of accidentally injuring friendly forces. The situation on the naval battlefield is extremely unfavorable right now. If they accidentally injure friendly forces at this moment, the gains will outweigh the losses. While the pomegranates are indeed powerful, a single shot would likely inflict significant casualties on the pirates. However, using such a cannon has its pros and cons, and he had to carefully consider the situation. Sir, we don't have much time. Seeing his silence, his geneticist soldiers had to remind him. All right. Switch to pomegranates. Give those pirates a good lesson. Then, the commanders of 5 or 6 nearby gun batteries began ordering their pomegranates to be deployed. The sound of the pomegranates was distinctive, but it didn't catch the pirates' attention. After all, with a clatter of artillery now pounding the air, who would care about such a noise? Boom. Crackling, clattering. The first pomegranate shot into the air, exploding a dozen meters above the sea. The shattered fragments began to fly in all directions, making a whirring sound through the air. Puff. 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 Ah. Ouch. In an instant, dozens of men on 2 nearby pirate ships were knocked down by the debris. Several small holes were also pierced in the pirate ships' hulls. What's going on? The pirates were stunned for a moment, completely unaware of what was happening. But then, several more pomegranates were fired. After repeated attempts, the pirates discovered that the damage was caused by the nearby artillery batteries. The coastal artillery batteries only looked formidable. After all, their range and distance were strictly limited. With a certain understanding of the parameters, avoiding them was not difficult. Therefore, the pirates cleverly stayed out of the range of the batteries' weapons and avoided serious damage. But now, things were different. They couldn't understand how the immobile artillery batteries could suddenly damage them. These coastal artillery batteries are a problem. We need to eliminate them. There are many ships behind us. If we don't deal with them, we will suffer unnecessary losses. This situation was quickly reported to the pirates' rear. In response to this information from the vanguard fleet, the pirates in the rear quickly reached a decision. 10 pirate ships were dispatched from each of the east and west coasts to deal with the artillery batteries. The pirates' method was simple: capture and occupy them. That way, the artillery batteries would no longer be effective, wouldn't it? Each ship carried over 200 pirates, and 10 ships totaled over 2,000. The garrison of each fort consisted of only 60 men. Therefore, the pirates considered the 6 forts on the east and west coasts easy to capture. Sir, a pirate ship has landed. It looks like they're heading for the forts, the sentry, who had been observing the situation nearby, reported. Upon receiving this information, the non-commissioned officer stationed at the fort immediately ordered all soldiers, except those required to operate the artillery, to take up firing positions with him. When Song Hu first built the forts, he anticipated the possibility of seizure. Therefore, the entire fort was constructed as a small watchtower. This tower resembled a modern Japanese bunker, standing 2 stories high, but constructed entirely of square rocks, making it very sturdy. Its smooth walls made it impossible for the enemy to climb. Furthermore, the harbor was surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, leaving only a single gate at the front for easy access. However, this gate was small and made entirely of iron. If they were to attack from the front, the gate alone would be a real headache. Furthermore, the 6-meter-high firing slits could be used to launch strikes, making the attack more difficult. So, when the pirates finally climbed up, breathless, they were stunned. They hadn't imagined the fort was so sturdy. Even a glance at it, let alone an assault, revealed it wasn't an easy capture. Before the pirate leader could issue a command, a dark object was hurled from behind the fort's parapet. It was a wine bottle stuffed with burning cloth. Boom. Snap. Oh my. Zhao Hongyu and his men had earlier used wine bottle explosives, and they had a large supply of them at the fort's garrison. The bottles were also stuffed with gunpowder and lead. It was a deeply insidious weapon. Many unfortunate pirates were wounded by the exploding bottle fragments above their heads, while others had their skulls shattered by the blasting lead. The bottle bomb had a wide impact radius. Enemies within 10 meters below would be hit to varying degrees. In severe cases, it could be fatal. The pirates, completely unaware of the weapon, were stunned before they could even launch a charge. They flattened themselves on the ground, never daring to show their heads again. But even so, they couldn't escape the bottle bomb's attack. This bomb could explode in midair, striking enemies below. The fort's defenders were resorting to dropping these bottle bombs. As a result, the pirates were completely at a disadvantage. The outnumbered fort defenders, however, had the upper hand thanks to their advantageous terrain. Charge! We're all going to die here if this goes on. We're in numbers anyway. What's there to be afraid of? The pirate who had stood up to encourage the charge collapsed to the ground, a bloody hole forming on his forehead. The genetically modified fort's defenders, besides bottle bombs, also had flintlock rifles. Although it was past 10 o'clock in the evening, visibility was already very low. But who could blame that pirate, holding a torch? It made him look like a firefly under the bright moon, so brilliant and outstanding that it was impossible not to attract attention. Charge! The pirates' ferocity was finally aroused. They all scrambled to their feet and, shouting loudly, rushed towards the artillery position 10 meters away on the hill, to be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 350 Battle of the Coastal Forts. Hit them hard, yelled the genetic officer stationed at the fort. At the same time, he kept picking up bottles and hurling them. To the geneticists stationed there, these pirates were like groundhogs. They couldn't even climb the 5 or 6 meter high watchtower. Although some pirates managed to reach the iron gate entrance, they were completely helpless against its sturdy structure. No matter how hard they pounded, the gate wouldn't budge. Forced to retreat to a safer location, the pirates left at least 100 bodies in this charge. Such losses were significant, considering they only had 2,000 men. Damn it! What kind of weapons did the Song Empire soldiers use that could explode in midair with such force? The terrified pirates returned to their vehicles and looked back at the corpses strewn uphill, their hearts pounding. They had never seen such weapons before. Captain, are we still charging? A small pirate leader approached the leader and asked. Charge. We have to. If we don't take this fort, Blackbeard will not let us go. Don't you know what will happen to us if we don't follow his orders? Although he was terrified by the weapons of the genetically modified soldiers guarding the fort, under Blackbeard's pressure, the pirate leader, who was leading the attack, gritted his teeth and decided to continue the attack. Fear filled the faces of the surrounding pirates when he announced the need to continue the attack. Seeing their reluctance, the pirate leader shouted, Brothers, we must take this fort. If we don't follow orders, Blackbeard will not let us go. I'm sure you all know his methods, right? The mention of Blackbeard made the surrounding pirates pause. Yes, the man who organized this attack on Manhattan, Captain Jack Sparrow, was a notorious figure in the pirate world. The mere mention of his name instilled fear in everyone. Therefore, facing the leader's words, the pirates immediately understood that they had no choice but to charge. Otherwise, Blackbeard wouldn't let them go when they returned. So, let's charge. Sir, the pirates are quite resilient and are now organizing another attack. The geneticist behind the fort's parapet observed the situation and retreated to the non-commissioned officer. Let them come. We have plenty of bottle bombs here, more than enough to deal with them. If they think they can conquer this fort with just numbers, they're absolutely dreaming, the geneticist officer said to his companions with disdain. Charge. Charge in and destroy the cannons inside. Blackbeard said that if we succeed and capture Manhattan, each of us will be rewarded with 50 gold. Boom. 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 Before the leader could finish his words, a bottle bomb exploded in front of him. The powerful blast sent his body flying backwards 3 or 4 meters. Plop. He fell heavily to the ground, never to rise again. After the pirates retreated, a loyal subordinate apparently pulled him to a safe area. They then discovered that their leader's body had been ripped apart by the shattered lead, leaving it like a rag. The leader's sudden death left the remaining pirates somewhat bewildered. They didn't dare retreat. After all, they hadn't yet fulfilled Blackbeard's orders. So, with no other options, they had to elect a new leader to command the battle. God forbid, 2,000 pirates attacking the fortress would be an easy task. But they hadn't expected it to be so difficult. Now they had no way to retreat. so they had no choice but to charge forward. Otherwise, retreating would mean death. And hoping for an easy death at the hands of Blackbeard was simply wishful thinking, but now the pirates had forgotten one thing: they had to capture 3 forts like this one. The battle on the sea continued. The coastal forts continued firing without a break. The Manhattan fleet had lost a number of warships. The same was true for the pirates. However, for the pirates, who possessed hundreds of warships, this small loss was still affordable. But Manhattan couldn't. Why are the coastal batteries still firing? 2,000 men would be enough to attack a small lord, but now they were only attacking a tiny battery. I think they were useless. A tall man wearing a tuxedo-like coat and a long beard shouted curses from a ship behind. He was the convener of this pirate alliance, the infamous Atlantic Butcher, Jack Blackbeard. Jack, give the boys a little more time. This is just the beginning. Expecting them to settle everything right away is unrealistic. They're not the legendary paladins, someone beside Blackbeard said. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard Jack glanced at the man and frowned. I've got a bad feeling. I feel like danger's lingering around us, and it's making me feel very uneasy. I'm not afraid to tell you, my feelings are always very accurate. My ability to foresee danger has a lot to do with my continued success. Blackbeard was feeling very upset, and this feeling was making him feel very bad. He didn't usually have such feelings, but every time they appeared, it was accompanied by great danger. It was always like this, with uncanny accuracy. One could say that this skill of Blackbeard's was innate, and quite strange. Yes, although he himself couldn't clearly explain it, this feeling had saved him several times, which was why he was so irritable and uneasy now. But no one believed him. Hey, Jack, how is that possible? Look at all the warships we have, and we're gaining the upper hand at sea. The Manhattan fleet is being outgunned. It won't be long before the Manhattan fleet is destroyed, one captain said to Jack with a smile. That's right, that's right. While the coastal batteries pose a slight threat to the ships in the front, it's only a minor threat, not a real problem. Jack, didn't you drink too much rum before the battle last night? Haha, on his makeshift flagship, many captains disbelieved Jack's words. They simply ignored his words and laughed them off. They had no idea that a few people were truly born with this ability. In later generations, this would be called a supernormal ability, also known as danger perception. Seeing everyone laughing at him, Jack thought for a moment and decided that he was probably just being too nervous. After all, they had a huge advantage right now, so how could anything go wrong? Although this feeling had saved him many times, it was just a feeling after all. It can't be taken seriously. Maybe those rescues were just coincidences. Honestly, even Jack himself wasn't entirely sure about his innate ability. So, when everyone around him spoke of this, Jack fell silent. What they didn't know was that from the southern end of the waters between Manhattan and Manhattan Island, 120 iron fishing boats were rapidly sailing towards the battlefield. These iron fishing boats were painted cyan, making them difficult to spot in the gloom. Furthermore, they were ordered not to turn on their lights until they entered the battlefield. Therefore, the pirates didn't see these iron boats more than a nautical mile away. This was Manhattan's secret weapon, the Rapid Reaction Fleet. Captain, the Rapid Reaction Fleet has arrived 1 nautical mile away. Should we withdraw now to make room for them? Over walkie-talkies, the Rapid Reaction Force communicated with a Manhattan fleet ahead, informing them of their arrival. These walkie-talkies were originally invented by Song Hu to deceive the cult of the Abyss followers. But now, they were all supplied to the fleet to combat the pirates. This walkie-talkie had a signal range of 10 kilometers, and in later times, it was a product used only on construction sites. However, in this era, it was extremely useful. With the walkie-talkies, ships no longer had to use flags in the dark to communicate with each other on nights like this. Orders could be communicated simply by speaking. Therefore, the warships of the Manhattan fleet were usually more swift than the pirates. If they weren't so few in number, they would likely be a formidable opponent. Of course, since there were only a few dozen walkie-talkies, it was impossible for every ship in the fleet to be equipped with this device. However, the commander on the flagship was guaranteed to have one, and the surrounding ships were also equipped with one. Upon receiving an order, they could wave their lanterns at surrounding ships within visual range to notify them. Order everyone to leave this area and make way for the Rapid Response Fleet. Upon receiving this message, the Chinese-born commander of the Manhattan fleet excitedly clapped his hands and gave the order. Look, The Manhattan fleet is turning and preparing to retreat. Receiving the order, the Manhattan warships began to turn. Turning a sailboat took a long time and was a tedious process. Seeing this, the pirates shouted in excitement. This was the signal for the Manhattan fleet to retreat, signaling victory. Without the Manhattan fleet's obstruction, the pirate army could advance directly into Manhattan's harbor. Blackbeard Jack and his men in the rear also noticed this. They all rushed to the deck railings, their binoculars fixed to their eye sockets. Really, it's true. The Manhattan fleet has begun its retreat. We've won, someone shouted happily. How weak. It's only been 2 hours of naval battle, and these Manhattans are already failing. They were so brave at first, I thought they were tough guys, someone muttered. Blackbeard Jack remained silent, his heart growing increasingly uneasy. The feeling made him feel sick all over. But at this moment of joy, he couldn't say anything to dampen their spirits. After all, they were indeed victorious. The artillery fire from both sides continued, but the threat to the pirates was no longer significant. However, the pirates on both sides continued their assault in the forts. Blackbeard raised his hand and slapped himself on the face to cheer himself up. Continue the attack, target Manhattan Harbor, oh wow. Attack. Damn it. What the hell is this explosive weapon? Is it a weapon of Satan? Damn the Song people. They possess such a terrifying weapon. The assault on the forts continued, but the pirates made little progress. Besides leaving behind a few bodies with each attack, they had achieved absolutely nothing. The 2,000 pirate improvisations sent to capture the forts had already lost 500 or 600 men. This was the limit of what the pirates could endure. After all, these pirates were a makeshift, haphazard force. Therefore, faced with such heavy casualties, it was impossible for them to continue their valiant struggle. As for the terrifying Blackbeard, who cares? The pirates weren't willing to attack anyway. But there were still a few brave souls, tempted by the gold, willing to give it a try. But they would all end up among the corpses. Look everyone, the battle at sea is over. Manhattan's fleet is retreating. On the hillside, the pirates could vaguely see what was happening. So we can take a break and stop attacking the fort. Suddenly, one pirate collapsed on the hillside, gasping for breath. Oh my god. This is a nightmare I'll never forget. Those terrifying Song people. 2,000 of us can't even take such a tiny place. It's incomprehensible. The pirates attacking the fort relaxed and began to whisper among themselves. Yes, the end of the battle at sea meant that the situation at the fort was no longer important. So, there was no need to rush to attack again, right? Besides, the pirate army would continue its assault on Manhattan Harbor, and there would undoubtedly be another landing battle there. Instead, they might as well stay at the fort and pretend to continue attacking it. Seeing everyone relax, the temporarily elected leader could only obey everyone's wishes. Unbeknownst to them, on the other side of the hill, a Manhattan Army unit of 500 men was ascending the hillside, to be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.